He is Tiny, the Warhammer hero. But facing the demon commander, even one with an injured eye, he's just one man. But Tiny feels no fear. In an instant, he unleashes his power, and his hammer flares with an otherworldly glow. Tiny uses every last ounce of his strength to split the demon commander in two. But this was only the 7th strongest of them all. Now, Tiny faces certain death, but is suddenly resurrected in the past, and this time, it's different. He can now use mana. Will Tiny stick to his brutal hammer combat, or will he become a spell-slinging mage? Let's dive in and find out. The current world had fallen, and his comrades in arms had all perished. The Grand Knights who once protected the continent had burned through their life force and mana, their energy scattered across the vast land. Now, the world is tainted. Only death remains here. With some classic main character energy, Tiny is the last one standing, which the demon commander, Gluttony, finds very amusing. The demon admits Tiny and his ridiculously large hammer are strong. However, it's still not nearly enough to take his life. Hearing this, Tiny's blood boils, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. He smashes his warhammer right at the demon's face, but the demon blocks it with one arm, telling him to just give up. Tiny, however, knows fate is on his side and decides to put everything into this final, earth-shattering blow. The commander gets a taste of being split from one into two, dying instantly. But the moment Tiny kills Gluttony, he runs out of mana, which means Tiny is about to kick the bucket himself. He flashes back to the grueling, painful training he endured his whole life. He only wishes he could have trained with proper methods from the start, instead of clawing his way up from nothing. If he had, Tiny could have saved the entire continent. Too bad the commander was strong, but still only ranked 7th. Just how monstrous are the others? Suddenly, the Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentina, calls out his name. The Emperor is also on the brink of death, but he takes the time to ask Tiny why he didn't just run from the fight. Tiny replies that he hates being looked down on, that a man has to carry himself with confidence, no matter the situation. Hearing this difficult answer, the Sword Emperor gives a confident smile, even as he's fading away. He'll bet on the talent that made Tiny one of the 10 Grand Knights on pride alone, telling him to find him again in the past. He then shares a secret. His daughter's name is Lila, named after the favorite flower of him and his wife. With that, a brilliant blue light envelops Tiny, and his consciousness slowly begins to fade away. He thought he was a goner for sure, but he wakes up in a familiar room with a seriously bruised and battered face. Tiny realizes he has returned to the past, to the exact moment his sister's body was stolen right after she passed away. The moment she died, a group of thugs kicked down the door and began disrespectfully kicking her body, Erina. She had died of exhaustion caring for him, and now they wanted to take her away. This was too much. Tiny can't take it anymore. He lunges forward, shielding his sister's body, and then he feels it mana, finally flowing through him. He realizes he can truly change the future. After realizing he can control mana, Tiny feels a flash of annoyance that the old Sword Emperor didn't send him back just a little bit sooner. But he accepts that this is his chance to finally let his sister rest in peace. Remembering the Emperor's words, Tiny vows to find him after he's done what needs to be done. He then takes his sister to be buried. They weren't related by blood, but his rare black hair and eyes reminded her of her own lost younger brother. At the service, a girl named Emma quietly notices the stark change in him. Before, she'd been freaked out seeing him eating in front of his sister's corpse. Now, she watches as the wounds on his face heal in an instant. Then, without a word, he hoists Irina's body, ignoring Emma's protests. Not only that, he even thanks her for taking care of the old Tiny. He promises he will definitely repay her kindness. Seeing his dead serious face, she has no idea what he'll do next. Tiny's mind is filled with thoughts and memories of Irina. This is the only thing he can do for her now. A month passes. Tiny, with his small frame, boldly walks right into the thugs' hideout. He even has the guts to call out their leader, Guff, asking where he is. Seeing this, one of the goons rushes him, trying to smack him, but Tiny effortlessly blocks the attack, and then snaps the thug's filthy arm clean in half. Another thug, thinking Tiny must be insane, rushes forward and grabs him by the collar, intending to throw him out, but he can't even lift him, not an inch. He realizes the boy is unbelievably strong. Tiny presses his advantage, asking the thug what's wrong. "Am I heavier than you thought?" he asks, a cold smile spreading across his face. He beat the guy senseless, then kicked him into the chicken coop. The poor fool never even landed a hit. Tiny was incredibly satisfied his mana had improved so much, a world of difference from his past life. By infusing mana into his body, his physical and magical forms could combine, becoming far stronger through their constant interaction. This was the core principle of a secret technique Tiny developed all on his own. But while the technique was powerful, it had a serious side effect: the user had to eat a lot more than usual. Earlier, he devoured 10 days' worth of food, like a legend fueling up for war. Back in the present, he was absolutely demolishing the thug in front of him. Tiny had discovered that an awaken's mana adapts far more easily to a body that has already been damaged. So he actually thanked the scumbag in front of him for all the torment. Then he grabbed the man by the leg and launched him deep into their hideout, leaving everyone inside completely and utterly stunned. Seeing just one kid walk in, the entire gang glared at him with pure killing intent. Hearing that, Tiny grabbed a nearby bald guy by the leg, swung him around in a circle, and took down several more thugs. After clearing out the small fry, he looked up at the remaining men watching from above the infamous Randers brothers. Seeing one draw his sword, the battle-hungry Tiny simply called him down, done with all the talking. The other brother realized he could use mana. All they knew was that the corpse of a mana user would sell for a higher price, and the thought made them ecstatic. Tiny remembered his past, when he used to use people as weapons. Now, close-quarters combat was second nature to him. The two Randers brothers charged in, striking at the same time, but Tiny dodged their attacks in an instant. His fist was delivered special delivery to one of their faces. This heavy package completely deformed the man's face, shocking his brother. Next, a knee was shipped out, but this delivery was for the other brother. Gotta make sure everyone gets a piece. Then came a lightning-fast flurry of punches and kicks from Tiny, ending the fight. And just then, the final boss, Guff, appeared. In his past life, Tiny had been shocked to discover that the wolf from that remote region was a beastman. That race was considered the strongest among all the demi-human tribes. And among beastmen, the pure-blooded Silver Direwolf clan was special, possessing a trait only found in the royal beastman bloodline. Back then, it took everything he had to finally kill Guff, making him wonder why a silver wolf even existed in this world. Enraged, Wolf wanted to tear Tiny apart right then and there. He instantly transformed into a werewolf, but his fur wasn't silver. When did he turn into a common dog? Hearing that insult, a furious wolf charged straight at him. While he was stronger and faster than the Randers brothers, every one of his attacks was easily dodged. Tiny then grabbed the mutt's snout and squeezed, causing immense pain. He'd learned from another beastman of the same tribe how to handle them, so every single attack was easily evaded. He landed another brutal hit, finally beating him to a pulp. He had to be thorough, they have incredible regenerative abilities. Wolf then reverted to his human form. Waking up, he was terrified, and Tiny told him to go beg Arena for forgiveness. Suddenly, he noticed a strange stone nearby. Picking it up, he saw the image of a wolf that looked as if it were imprisoned. What in the world was going on? Spirit beasts were entities reborn after accumulating mana for at least 100 years. According to what Astina had said, the essence of a spirit core is its soul stone. But why would a simple werewolf possess an item as priceless as this? Yet it was radiating dark energy, something usually found on the soul stones of demons. After crushing the chains, a brilliant white wolf appeared. At the same time, its memories flooded his mind. It was surrounded by mysterious figures, all of them radiating demonic energy, and they attacked without hesitation. In immense pain, the wolf finally collapsed. Those men continued to dig into its body, searching for the soul stone. They then gave it to a child, and in an instant, that child transformed into a wolf. This was how they created beastmen using soul stones. He'd arrived too early this time, so they hadn't finished the process. The white wolf tried to lunge forward and bite Guff's head off, but Tiny held it back. He remembered that only those with a pure soul and sufficient mana could become a tamer. But the wolf told him that when he broke the chains, his mana had flowed into its spirit core, healing the cracks in the soul stone. This created a powerful link, allowing the two of them to understand each other's thoughts. Unlike magic, he wouldn't need to focus too much on the spirits, so long as he provided enough mana. As long as it has enough energy to live, a spirit beast will always be a powerful ally. Most spirit beasts grow alongside their tamer's own spiritual power. That's why Astina was one of the 10 strongest knights. The wolf wanted him to get revenge for it, and so, the two of them formed a contract. Tiny finally gave it a name, Nwart Lang, which made him wonder, who was really behind all these scumbags? This guy was creating beastmen with a soul stone, his body shrouded in demonic energy. He had to be from the Dark Path fanatics who reject the goddess and worship demons. The Moonwolf wakes him up, but after just a few questions, the man completely loses his mind. Suddenly, his head explodes. Without missing a beat, Tiny uses the man's hand to open a safe packed with a fortune and treasure. And inside, there's a very important ring. In his past life, a girl had once helped him out. She gave him a ring, telling him to find her if he ever needed help. Her name was Chloe von Valentina, the kind-hearted youngest daughter of the famous Sword Emperor. The Valentina family has a tradition where children coming of age must offer flowers and state their names at the shrine. That's how they originally met at Invader. Back then, he couldn't return the ring because he was too focused on his revenge. But this time, the ring would prove useful. Suddenly, A knight in full armor arrives, looking for a report. He can't believe a mere child caused all this chaos, and immediately thinks he can use this as an excuse to raise the protection fees. Then Tiny appears, startling everyone. He casually says he was just dealing with some scumbags and wonders why a knight is even involved. It seems this knight got quite a hefty bribe from Guff. Lamb charges forward, but Tiny immediately sees he's only bronze rank. Tiny, on the other hand, is already diamond rank. He blocks the attack with a single hand. He knows he could easily defeat the man, so he just needs to show off his power. After a few moves, Tiny summons his spirit beast to intimidate his opponent. Only then does the knight finally calm down. Tiny tells him he'll pay him instead of Guff from now on. The knight smugly asks if he can afford the 5 white gold coins that Guff used to pay him, but Tiny calls his bluff, saying he knows for a fact he only received 1 coin, so he'll pay him 1.5 instead. Seeing the knight get aggressive again, the moon wolf powers up once more. Lamb freezes solid, absolutely terrified. He's forced to agree, setting the deadline for the last day of the month. His subordinate asks if they're really just going to leave. He gets a hard slap across the face for questioning him, and just like that, Tiny secured a private meeting with the Lord. He gives the remaining lackeys 1 hour to bring everyone to him. For every minute they're late, 1 person will die. If they try to run, his spirit beast will hunt them down and kill them all. If this goes according to plan, it won't even take a week to handle this place. After an hour, everyone is gathered before him. Tiny announces that Guff is dead, and that the Lord will never let this matter rest. Elsewhere, some guards are slacking off, gossiping with each other. Is he on vacation or something? Haha, vacation? Are you serious? Didn't you hear he's under investigation because of the incident at Invader? The 2 soldiers just keep rattling on about Tiny's revenge. It seems GM was unfairly blamed, all while Tiny was hiding nearby, listening to the entire story. Tiny thinks back to when he defeated Guff. In his past life, he had naively handed over half of Guff's assets and his entire ledger. In return, all he got were a few connections outside of Invader. But this life is different. Tiny knows he's not the smartest person around. He can even be a bit dense, but his entire past life was enough to teach him that even nobles are controlled by other nobles, and the ledger he now holds in his hands could bring the entire lordship to an end. He thinks this to himself, but on the outside, Tiny maintains his cool and collected act. He tells everyone not to worry about Guff anymore, they are finally free. At his declaration, the crowd is stunned into silence. Emma hesitantly speaks up. Is it true? Tiny calmly replies. If you want revenge or want to escape, now is your last chance, Emma. Realizing the shackles that bound her were truly gone, she walks to Guff's corpse and starts beating him, unleashing all her pent-up fury. While pummeling Guff's body, Emma screams, I was the daughter of a rich merchant, and you destroyed my family. You bastard, I won't let you die so easily. Seeing this, the others also rush forward to vent their anger on Guff's corpse. As they unleash their physical rage, they can't help but break down in tears, releasing all the pain they've held inside for so long. At the same time, a group of men carries Guff safe down from the 2nd floor. Tiny tells everyone to take whatever they like. He's not good at comforting people, but he knows money is the best motivator for healing. Faced with that enormous sum of money, the people who were miserable just seconds ago now show their ugly, greedy side. Everyone wants to claim it for themselves, but Tiny saw this coming and immediately puts a stop to their intentions. Faced with Tiny's overwhelming power, the greedy individuals quickly come back to their senses. Tiny turns to Emma, saying if she plans to leave Filler, I think you should go to Dion. Always travel in a group and hire mercenaries from a reputable guild. Emma asks with a confused look. You mean we're going alone? What about you? Tiny doesn't elaborate, simply replying that he has to go somewhere. And from that moment on, Filler Invader's red light district was officially closed for business. Back in the present, Tiny strolls up to 2 gossiping soldiers and boldly declares he's the new master of this place. The 2 men just look at him, confused. A kid? Where did he even come from? This is where the lord and nobles live. Commoners aren't supposed to be here. Besides, how would he know the new owner's name? Tiny doesn't waste words, he just summons his wolf. Because I am the new master. After scaring the guards half to death, Tiny is led inside with a look of pure boredom on his face. Since he's just a kid, he's constantly forced to deal with the suspicion and questioning of others. At last, Tiny is brought before the Lord himself. The moment he sees the Lord, Tiny drops to one knee in a perfect knight's salute. The Lord is immediately impressed, remarking on his knightly air. On the outside, Tiny appears completely respectful and obedient. But on the inside, his mind is reeling. In his past life, he remembered this man as a hardcore drug addict with a massive beer belly, always disgustingly puffing on a cigarette. He looked so different back then, huh? But no matter his appearance, he was a noble in the past life, and he's still a noble in this one. This time, I will make him pay the price. The Lord, completely oblivious to the grudge against him, continues speaking with total arrogance. But I heard you didn't extend that same courtesy to Gran, did you? And he's right, Tiny had just had a shouting match with the manager named Gran. Before being brought in, Tiny had calmly replied, "Why would I treat a master and a mere servant with the same attitude? I am also very eager to work for you." At these words, the Lord stands up and slowly walks toward him. His face twists into a terrifying sneer as he says in a threatening voice, "You, who claims to want to be my servant, dare to steal my money. How do you explain that, you little brat?" He expected Tiny to cower under the pressure, but no. For situations like these, all one needs is a confident smile. Tiny shamelessly claims that he did it all for the Lord's benefit. Of course, that story isn't the least bit believable. The Lord screams in his face, "I thought you were a smart one, but it seems you still don't understand how the world works, do you?" Gran, standing nearby, quickly chimes in to agree. "My lord, if you wish, I will finish him right now." Faced with this situation, Tiny just calmly raises his head. "Are you aware that Duke Valentina has already started cracking down on drugs and prostitution? I was just helping you clean house before everything blew up in your face." Hearing this, the Lord's anger immediately subsides. "Very good. If what you say is true, then while your methods were disrespectful, they are worthy of praise." Though he says this, the Lord has no intention of letting Tiny off so easily. He presses on, "I need to confirm one more thing. I heard you tamed a spirit wolf. Is that the same beast you stole from Guff's soulstone?" As he finishes the sentence, a pitch-black magic circle appears around the Lord. Meanwhile, Moonwolf appears, showing clear hostility towards him. Tiny realizes instantly this man is a black mage. Everyone knows that demons will never lend their power to a human without a price. A level 2 black magic circle means he has either killed hundreds of people or sacrificed countless lives. Tiny immediately understands why the men in Invader were so greedy for his sister's corpse. This man regularly buys dead bodies to fuel his dark magic. Even knowing this, Tiny puts on his most innocent face and replies, "I'm not sure what you mean." But before he can finish his sentence, the Lord orders Gran to attack. Tiny knows his current strength isn't enough to face them both. Luckily, the Lord isn't actually trying to hurt him. He asks Gran to gauge Tiny's strength. Gran reports that he will soon reach level 2 as strong as a knight. If he wasn't a noble who learned mana control from birth, then Tiny must be a genius. Tiny doesn't want any unnecessary attention, so he lies and says he learned everything from his late parents. But the Lord is no naive fool. He sends his men to investigate, while ordering Tiny to stay at the mansion and host a mysterious guest. Tiny's real troubles were only just beginning. Alone in his room, he trains while plotting his next move. He could try to escape, but the Lord would just hunt him down, making it that much harder to meet the Sword Emperor. Besides, Tiny hates running away like a coward. However, if he doesn't run, he'll have to entertain this extremely suspicious guest. Tiny throws a few punches into the air and makes a decision he's going to ruin this guest's visit so he doesn't have to serve them. The plan is risky, but that's just how he works. For any of this to succeed, Tiny knows he needs to get much stronger. Strong enough to defeat the Lord and his top general. With that thought, he finishes his training session. He ends with a cool-looking martial arts pose, just as his stomach lets out a heroic roar. Tiny decides to eat first and then get back to his plans. And so, down in the dining hall, everyone stares at him as if they're witnessing a wonder of the world. Tiny is inhaling food, with a stack of empty bowls piling up that's already taller than he is. And yet, the kid's still eating like he's been starved for a month. Right in the middle of his feast, a voice calls out from behind. "Tiny, is that you? Aren't you that homeless brat who learned his manners from a dog?" The question was dripping with mockery, but Tiny just casually replies, "I guess so." That answer clearly wasn't good enough for this guy, who sneers, "Brat, you need to show some respect for your elders." But Tiny fires right back without missing a beat. "Respect? For a crank who picks fights with kids? I can't tell if you're trying to fight me or just make me laugh." At those words, the old man completely loses his composure. His eyes go wide with rage. "You uneducated stray, just die." He throws a lightning-fast punch, but Tiny takes it without even flinching and just says, "Keep going. You're probably curious just how strong I am, aren't you?" A moment later, the two of them are on the training grounds, preparing for a proper duel. The old man, Gran, cracks his knuckles with a vicious grin. "I'm going to put you in your place." Tiny just stands there, completely unafraid. The second the match starts, he lands 2 swift kicks right on Gran's shins. Even through Gran's armor, Tiny's kicks are strong enough to actually cause damage to the old man's bones. Humiliated, Gran furiously charges at Tiny, who easily dodges, leaps onto his back, and locks Gran's neck with his legs, completely subduing him. The other knights erupt in surprise. Tiny knew a display like this would force the Lord to reconsider getting rid of him, but as he's thinking about his next move, his vision suddenly starts to spin, and then goes blurry. Tiny suddenly collapses. His body starts to fall back but then stops dead. He didn't actually pass out, it was just a moment of intense dizziness. He realizes it instantly, the physical weakness that plagued him in his past life is completely gone, and now he can train as hard as he wants. This means he can become far stronger than he ever was before. Tiny is then led to the Lord's private dining hall. The Lord claims he's investigated the matter, and invites Tiny to sit for breakfast, casually mentioning that he defeated one of his knights. Tiny plays it cool, pretending to be humble and saying the knight was just being careless. Throughout the meal, the Lord keeps testing him, but Tiny calmly parries every question. His etiquette is flawless too. Finally, the Lord can't hold it in anymore and says, "This is quite a surprise. I never expected you to have so much value. He will explain everything to you. We already contacted him yesterday." He was thrilled, but Tiny smells a trap. What is this guy planning? He was sure the Lord was an addict of some kind. It seemed the power of his mana circle was keeping him stable for now, but who knew when that devil's bargain would come due? Before Tiny can process it, the Lord continues, "You should be excited. He's more amazing than you can imagine, and he has something important for you." After breakfast, Tiny dives right back into training, pushing himself relentlessly. Because of this, he gets significantly stronger in just 3 days. Tiny figures that just 6 days should be enough to gain the power he needs to take on both the Lord and Gran. After training, Gran takes Tiny to the armory to pick out a weapon. Since nothing catches his eye, Tiny decides to goad Gran into a fight to take his sword instead. "Your sword," he says. "I think it would suit me a lot more. After all, a good weapon should be used by someone skilled. This is for the Lord's sake, of course." And naturally, no one could just take that level of disrespect. Gran raises his sword with all his might, bringing it down on Tiny. All the while, the guards outside have no idea what's happening. Hearing a strange noise, they press their ears against the door, just as a terrifying scream echoes from within. But it's Tiny's voice. "I'm sorry, General. I'll be more careful from now on." Then, Tiny stumbles out the door. His eyes are glazed over, his body is covered in bruises, and he's using the sword like a cane just to stay upright. Seeing this, the guards start whispering, "Did Sir Gran do that to the kid? It's tough being a prodigy. I guess those rumors must be true. I heard the general can't stand him. People are saying he could be the next leader, so that must be the reason. Either way, it's best we don't get involved." That evening, the Lord sits in his lavish room, scheming with his butler. I have no idea what that brat is plotting, but it's best to turn a blind eye to these little games, since there's a good chance Tiny comes from a noble bloodline. Later that night, after indulging himself, the Lord finally drifts off to sleep, but is woken by the sound of a magic security alarm. He opens his eyes to see a figure standing over his bed, their face completely covered. They're holding a long, sharp, massive sword aimed right at him. He screams in terror, but it's too late. The sword in Tiny's hand pierces straight through his chest. With the deed done, Tiny doesn't bother cleaning up the crime scene, just leaving the Lord's body where it is. Early the next morning, a maid discovers the body. The entire estate is thrown into utter chaos. A priest arrives to investigate the scene, and upon noticing traces of magic, he reports it to the church. An official investigator from the palace is being dispatched to handle the case personally. But they don't even need an investigator. Everyone immediately recognizes the sword used to kill the Lord as General Gran's. Instantly, suspicion begins to fall. He was the man behind this whole mess. Some people tried defending him, but they were shut down immediately. If it wasn't him, then why hasn't the Grand Marshal appeared, even with his master gone? But the Lord's Knights remain true professionals, assigning teams to investigate the Lord's death and the Grand Marshal's strange disappearance. An official named Run sat there, completely stunned, clutching a notebook and muttering as he analyzed the situation. Everyone said they saw the Grand Marshal attack that little kid, Tiny. With eyewitnesses, the case was simple. Run ordered calmly, "Bring that boy here." Tiny was brought in and immediately launched into his fabricated story. "Yesterday, the Lord was going to give me a suit of armor, so I came to see him. Then, unexpectedly, the Grand Marshal just attacked him like that. So of course, he never got the armor." Hearing that, Run turned purple with rage, slamming his hand on the table. The armory was searched. There were signs of a struggle, but the Grand Marshal was definitely gone. No one in the entire castle saw him. He vanished right after he met with you. Run leveled the accusation at Tiny. "Are you absolutely certain you didn't see the Grand Marshal after that?" Run pressed, his eyes fixed on the boy. Tiny replied with fake sincerity, "Yes, sir." But Run kept pushing. "Are you sure? Nothing strange happened?" Tiny then honestly admitted the Grand Marshal had a pretty harsh reaction to the Lord's lack of interest in his work. After that, he claimed he never saw the man again. His story lined up perfectly with what the other servants had said, so Run had no choice but to end the questioning. Tiny, ever the actor, played the innocent victim, asking, "So what's going to happen to me? The Lord promised he would keep me safe." Run stared at him for a long moment, then said, "Come back tomorrow morning. For now, you can go." As Tiny walked out, he puzzled over Run, wondering why he couldn't remember the man's face at all. If he was one of the knights here, or did he just forget? No, that was impossible. Tiny vividly remembered taking down every single person in this fortress. His suspicion of Run began to climb. After that intense interrogation, Tiny knew he had to keep his guard up around Run. The next day, Run gave Tiny a bag of money and a mercenary license. He explained that if he was going to travel, he needed an identity, and this tag would secure it. Tiny asked with feigned innocence, "Why are you giving me all this?" Run gave Tiny a bright, confident smile, the kind you only see after using whitening toothpaste. He advised the boy to go on an adventure and sail bigger seas. Tiny just stared as the man laughed heartily. He figured that was all Run wanted to say. It also explained why he didn't remember him. Run must have left before the big incident occurred. Tiny thanked Run and said he was already planning on heading in that direction. Because, of course, he had a master plan in his head. The Dark Sorcerer had appeared, meaning the royal family would be making their move soon, and he would be the one to stop them. Things needed to happen fast while he had the advantage, and he had to go there himself. The Empire still had no idea what was going on. While Tiny was lost in his thoughts, Run kept talking non-stop. He told Tiny to remember his name when he became famous. Tiny immediately crushed that happy moment by asking what his name was. Run was flabbergasted that the kid didn't know who he was. With a heavy sigh, he introduced himself. Run Liberty. Tiny smiled and said he hoped Run would remember his name too. Standing outside, he looked back at the building. Now, both the Grand Marshal and the Lord were gone. It looked like the entire future of Feel now rested on that one knight's shoulders. Tiny smirked, feeling a little bad for Run, leaving him with an unsolvable mystery. He then pulled the mercenary license from his bag. He needed to borrow a horse from the guild. Suddenly, his spirit wolf appeared before him, apparently offering itself up as a ride. Naturally, Tiny refused. He didn't want to get motion sick from riding a wolf. He felt that was something only for wild, unhinged guys. The spirit wolf howled in protest, leaving Tiny no choice but to give in and climb onto its back. A living spirit beast always shows its full power, but its size depends entirely on the strength of its master. So Tiny focused his mana, linking his soul to his spirit beast, and in an instant, he succeeded. His spirit wolf began to evolve. He remembered Astina's words that a master's characteristics are reflected in their spirit beast. Tiny was thrilled. His spirit beast had become tougher and much more powerful, but his smile vanished as he almost fell off when the wolf suddenly bolted forward without warning. As the beast ran, Tiny could feel all of its senses with incredible vividness. He realized they would reach Valentino way ahead of schedule. They might even be able to get to Karen, the place where the first disaster was about to strike. In Tiny's past life, a catastrophe occurred there that affected all 6 territories. It was the signal for the march of the demon army. That event caught humanity completely off guard, making it impossible to fight back. It all started when the holy relic of Quran disappeared. Tiny had to stop that from happening. 7 holy relics, gifted by the goddess to mankind, their last resort in the war against the demon lord. In Tiny's past life, every single one was stolen. But in this life, he's going to stop that from ever happening again. This was their only hope against the Demon King's army. Quran, the place where the first disaster struck. Tiny would head there right after meeting the Duke. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers around a notice from Filler. They're all buzzing about the Lord's assassination last night. Suddenly, a phantom-like shadow appears before the guards. The Lord's manor. Soldiers move to intercept the intruder, trying to block his path. But with a single, mystical wave of its hand, the shadow knocks them all unconscious. It then slips inside the residence. It finds a man named Green, and uses magic to take control of his mind, demanding to know about the assassination. Green, completely entranced, spills everything. He's in a daze, like he's high on something. Finally, the shadow asks where the Lord's body is. Green reveals it's in the bedroom. With that, the shadow ends its dark magic, ordering Green to wake up in exactly 1 hour. And sure enough, an hour later, Green wakes up, thinking he just dozed off from exhaustion. But then a panicked guard rushes in with terrible news. The Lord's body has vanished. Green's eyes go wide. That corpse was the most important clue they had to finding the Dark Mage. In a forest outside Filler's castle, the shadow senses a sword, knowing its master is now dead. And the killer? That black-haired kid who disappeared right after the incident. The Shadow's gaze turns sharp. It would make Tiny pay dearly for ruining their plans. Over at the west gate of Lucentia Castle, Tiny is strolling through the city market. He feels like everything's been going smoothly so far. But if that person starts making moves, things are about to get complicated. Tiny sighs, just wanting to get his equipment as soon as possible. He checks his coin purse, only 2 gold coins left. Suddenly, 2 street thugs block Tiny's path. One's fat as a pig, the other's skinny as a twig. They're here to rob him. They try to act tough, but Tiny flips the script on them, asking if they have any money. In his past life, there was an unwritten rule. On the streets of the continent, if a large shadow fell over you, you held your breath and made absolutely no sound. A priest once tried to stop Tiny's violent ways, warning him his soul would rot and that karma would catch up to him for all the killing. But Tiny, ever so calm, simply stated that he'd never killed anyone. All he did was take out the trash. Back in the present, Tiny has already decked the 2 thugs, leaving them sprawled on the ground. And better yet, he's scored a bag of money. The crowd is shocked. Someone yells out that the kid just took down the ironclad gang, a crew as strong as a knight. Tiny just scoffs. I didn't realize knights were so weak. Hearing the insult, the 2 thugs fly into a rage. They charge at him, but before they can even get close, the fat one gets a face full of his own money bag, and the skinny one gets the same treatment. As they writhe on the ground, the fat thug spouts threats, but Tiny just ignores him with a wicked grin. After taking all the gold, Tiny heads to a weapon shop to pick out a new set of armor and a blade. The shop owner is rambling on about all the high-quality goods in his store when a commotion starts up outside. Tiny asks the owner what's going on. The man says the princess is making a royal visit. At that, Tiny freezes. Princess Valentina. She was the one who taught him how to love, the one who gave him hope. Tiny remembers all the good she did for him. He recalls the precious memories they shared in his past life. With intense anticipation, Tiny steps out of the shop. He has to see her. He hopes she'll recognize him, and maybe just maybe ask her to help him meet the Sword Emperor. On the street, Tedman von Lucien, the eldest son of Count Lucien, is giving Valentina a tour of Lucentia's streets. He's babbling on about pointless things while all Valentina wants is to visit the slums. Her request catches him off guard, but he quickly agrees. Still, Valentina can't help but feel annoyed by this brat. She remembers her father's words, "Look after the poor and the weak, and the kingdom will prosper." Valentina desperately wants to stand up and make a change, to build a better life for the impoverished. Before her fiancé was announced, Valentina even considered hiding in a church as a nun, but she sighs, abandoning the idea. It would break her father's heart. Suddenly, the shouts of soldiers ring out. Valentina's attention is drawn to Tiny, who is approaching her while being pushed back by the guards. He holds up the golden ring the princess once gave him, kneeling before her. Tiny says Valentina told him to find her, and it took him a long time to do so. Nobody believes his ridiculous story, but then Valentina confirms the ring is hers. But she adds something else. She gave this ring to a young boy in the slums, so how did Tiny get it? Her words leave him frozen for a solid 5 seconds. In the next moment, soldiers' blades are at his neck. As swords point at Tiny from every direction, a red-haired female knight asks him who he is, with a look that could kill. Tiny explains he's the same kid Princess Valentina met years ago, leaving her absolutely stunned. He points to his black hair as proof the only of its kind in Filder, but Valentina still looks skeptical. She remembers him as frail and barely able to speak. Feeling awkward, Tiny just blames it on his goofy wolf. Valentina points a trembling finger at him, still in disbelief. He used to be so much smaller. She says so cute and pathetic. Tiny just smiles, knowing her weakness for all things small and cute. So, he tosses his little spirit wolf right at her. Valentina squeals with delight. Her knight issues a warning, but the princess insists spirits only bond with the pure of heart. That comment makes Tiny flinch. Valentina then asks for the little wolf's name. He tells her its name is Nguyen Lang, which means Wolf of the Moonlight in the East. The red-haired knight looks surprised, because Tiny knows the Eastern continent's language. Valentina can't believe how much he's changed in such a short time. She recalls his name was Small or something similar. Tiny admits he's 13 now, and grew fast after learning to control mana. The red-haired knight, Vivian, rushes forward, telling the princess to back away because Tiny looks highly suspicious. She asks if he's a demi-human, then apologizes for being rude. Her duty is to protect the princess, after all. The Count's arrogant son, Edmund, chimes in. But Tiny stays calm and speaks politely to Valentina. He reminds her of the ring she gave him, a promise of help when he needed it. And right now, he needs that help. He wants to meet Lord Escavan. The moment he says the name, swords are immediately pointed right at him. Tiny scoffs, asking if they really think he could harm one of the continent's 7 most powerful people, a wielder of the light sword. A sword emperor with destructive power, who could possibly harm him? Valentina smiles sweetly at the nickname Tiny gave her father. But Tiny freezes, suddenly realizing that nickname doesn't exist yet in this timeline. Contrary to his panic, everyone else just beams with pride. Even a simple country boy knows of Lord Edgar's greatness. Tiny breathes a quiet sigh of relief, then continues explaining why he needs to see Lord Edgar. Back at the palace, Valentina confronts Vivian, asking if she's hiding something from her. Vivian hesitates before answering. She reveals what Tiny told her. The Lord of Filder is a black magician, and someone is pulling the strings from behind. Valentina realizes Tiny is a key witness and decides to see her father immediately. But then, Vivian asks her a question. When did she start keeping that spirit wolf? Vivian is worried it could be dangerous, but Valentina just questions her back. Is she talking about this adorable little thing? Nguyen Lang, like a seasoned actor, lets out a cute bark, making Vivian blush. Vivian agrees to keep a closer eye on it. Valentina then asks where Tiny is and learns Edmund already took him. Sensing its master is in danger, Nguyen Lang instantly teleports to Tiny's side, finding him in a dark alley. Edmund is trying to interrogate Tiny, but our hero couldn't care less. He just asks, "What do you know about black magic?" Turns out, this golden-haired fool admits he only said that to lure Tiny here. He knows absolutely nothing about black magic. "So you lied to me?" Tiny asks. Trying to look tough, Edmund gets angry and swings right at him, but his punch is caught mid-air. No matter how much Edmund struggles, he can't break free from Tiny's grip. Edmund screams like a mad dog. "How dare you use violence against nobility?" Tiny just smirks back. "Nobility? What's that?" he asks with a challenging tone. "Now, go on and tell me what you know, but you should think very carefully first. You called me here because you had something important to say, right?" Seething with rage, Edmund tells Tiny to follow him. Meanwhile, Vivian is frantically riding to find Tiny on the princess's orders. She's worried Edmund might have actually taken Tiny to the castle. Vivian pushes her horse to its absolute limit, praying she isn't too late. At that exact moment, Edmund, with a nasty smirk on his face, stands before a building with a completely unfazed Tiny. A huge, muscular man steps out from the building to greet Edmund, asking what brings him to their doorstep. "Your payment isn't due. Here for a product?" This man is the leader of the Jobbers gang, with his crew waiting inside. Tiny just lets out a bored sigh. Edmund screams, pointing at Tiny and ordering the gang to teach him a lesson. The leader, Rapus, hesitates for a second, which earns him a hard slap across the face from Edmund. He shoots Edmund a resentful glare, but agrees. Rapus orders Eric, his second-in-command, and Tillman, number 3, to take Tiny down. Bad move. But the moment they see Tiny, they freeze. Tiny gives a casual wave, and the two go pale, making Rapus purple with rage. He screams, asking why they're just standing there. One crawls and the other kneels, reporting that Tiny is that kid they mentioned before. With a command from Zaps, one of his goons raises a weapon, ready to bring it down on T. Honorable. Edmund stands by, his face twisted in rage, expecting Tihan to be annihilated. Zaps swings his weapon, but Tihan counters the blow, sending him flying. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. Tiny casually spun his weapon, forcing a terrified Edmund to crawl backward. Zaps wanted him for protection, but it was useless. Tiny approached with a deathly stare, scaring them both into passing out. Tihan sighs, giving up on the gang leader, then turns to the last two goons with a friendly smile. Just then, Vivian bursts into the building. She's met with a scene of men sprawled across the floor, with Edmund's butt sticking straight up in the air. And Tihan? He's just sitting on a safe, looking at something. Spotting Vivienne, he jumps down and asks what's up. The princess was worried, so she sent her. Tihan couldn't care less. He hands Vivienne a ledger detailing the gang's bribery and human trafficking crimes. Zaps and Edmund. The next day, Tion, Valentina, and Vivian discuss the incident in their carriage. Edmund was disowned by his family, a move that rocked his father's noble status and damaged their relations. The Count's family and the princess were now on much worse terms. Vivian apologizes, but Valentina doesn't think she did anything wrong. Tihan agrees with Valentina, making her smile. She reminds Vivian of her father's lesson: fair punishment for all, regardless of social class. Valentina adds that while Edmund was unconscious, Vivian should have broken an arm and a leg. Vivian just sighs, completely done with her. Tihan thinks back to the past versions of them, the famous Sword Emperor's youngest daughter and the genius knight. Seeing him lost in thought, Valentina asks what he's thinking. He replies he's just pondering Edmund's punishment. His mature attitude annoys Vivian. She stands up to scold him, while Valentina just laughs and plays with Nguyen Lang, giving the wolf a new name, Nguyen. Tihan asks Valentina why she isn't suspicious of him. She simply smiles back. She says she heard stories about the black-haired kid in filler who destroyed a powerful underground organization and freed all their victims. Valentina thinks what Tihan did was incredible. He feels happy that she trusts him, but Valentina also gives him a warning. If something similar ever happens in the future, he has to tell her first. 3 days later, on a quiet night, their carriage suddenly halts. A soldier approaches and reports that an elf wants to hitch a ride. Valentina immediately steps out of the carriage. From the shadows, a blue-haired elf named Irina approaches and greets her. She asks permission to travel with them for a short while. Irina's breathtaking beauty leaves both Valentina and Vivian stunned. Meanwhile, Tihon is cowering in fear. He recognizes the elf before him as a fifth circle dark mage. Elves are said to be descendants of fairies. They're famous for their looks. Their kingdom, Elfenheim, lies on the continent's far western edge, so meeting one is extremely rare, especially in Aslan, located in the central eastern region. Despite this, most people in the Empire are friendly toward them. All elves are born as spirit mages. They have a reputation for being pure, kind, and peace-loving people. Valentina is excited to talk with Irina, who openly shares her future plans and ambitions with her. Valentina remarks that she must be traveling very far. Irina admits that's her goal. She wants to travel the entire world. All to hear more stories. Valentina suddenly realizes she's talking about the training regimen for high elves, the Elf Knights. Irina praises Valentina for her sharp insight. Then, she points at Nguyet Lang and asks Valentina a question. Is she the wolf's master? Valentina shakes her head and points to Tihan, explaining that he is Nguyet Lang's owner. Irina's all-knowing gaze sweeps over Tihan, sending a shiver down his spine. He can't believe how perceptive she is. Suddenly, Tihan steps forward, putting on a show with sparkling eyes and a cute, whining voice. This is my first time ever seeing an elf. His act is so over the top it gives everyone goosebumps. But inside, Tihan is calculating. He knows he's no match for Irina, but luckily, she hasn't yet sensed Nguyet Lang's hidden power. He also has no idea how she's concealing her terrifyingly dark aura. Abruptly, Irina performs a bit of magic for T-Honorable. He feels her mana radiating out from her body. Tihon runs the numbers on their side. They have 12 knights, a 3rd-tier mana user, and a 4th-tier mana swordsman. The power levels of circle mages and mana users are considered roughly equivalent. So, to defeat a higher-tier opponent, you need 5 people from the tier directly below them. This means that as a 2nd circle mage, to defeat a 5th circle opponent 3 tiers higher, Tihan would need more than 100 clones of himself. A direct assault is suicide. A surprise attack is the only way. He has to use his hidden advantage. At that moment, Nguyet Lang leaps over to Vivian. She giggles. Irina calls Nguyet Lang adorable and asks if she can hold him. Tihan carries the wolf over to her. The instant Irina touches him, Nguyet Lang transforms into his massive form. He, Tihan, and Vivian attack at once, leaving Irina wounded and bleeding. Caught completely off guard, Irina unleashes a torrent of dark energy that shocks everyone. She asks them, "When did you figure it out?" Valentina recalled the signal Tiny sent via the Moonwolf, a high-level dark elf sorcerer. Would she need to coordinate with Vivian? Valentina sent back her own signal. This could easily become a territorial dispute, and she knew the stakes all too well. Tiny transmitted another message. They had Lord Filler's support, but it would be incredibly dangerous without a surprise attack. She replied, "I'll stake my very life on it." Just as the Moonwolf leaped away, Vivian sent her a message too. Attacked from both sides, Irina was forced to retreat. But damn, Tiny and Vivian's blades missed her heart. Vivian ordered her knights forward to protect Valentina. Tiny then leaped in for a direct strike but was knocked back. The knights and Vivian immediately rushed in to attack Irina, but she countered every single one of them. Irina gritted her teeth, wondering how in the world they discovered her true identity. Tiny scoffed at her. "How could we not know? You give off such a disgusting stench." That insult sent Irina into a blind rage. She gathered a colossal amount of power and unleashed it. The enraged dark sorcerer launched a devastating attack at the entire group. Her attack was unbelievably powerful, sending every single one of them flying. Tiny quickly activated his iron skin skill. It was the first time he'd used it in this life, so he wasn't even sure if it would work. Luckily, nothing happened that was way too close. Vivian's group quickly regrouped and launched a counterattack. Tiny leaped onto the Moonwolf's back, weapon in hand, and charged back into the fight, opening with a heavy slash against her barrier. The others tried to strike while she was distracted, but she was just too fast, dodging to the side in midair. The dark sorcerer was now furious. At first, she only wanted to deal with one of them, but now, she was going to slaughter this entire chaotic mess. But before she could act, Tiny's group swarmed her with a relentless barrage of attacks. Her shield couldn't hold. Caught off guard, she took a direct hit from Tiny that slammed her into the ground, but she recovered instantly, ready for a deathmatch. The Dark Sorcerer channeled her energy into one last attack, blasting it out in every direction. Valentina, standing on the sidelines, was no exception. She was almost taken out, but Vivian managed to deflect the blast. Meanwhile, Tiny, soaring through the air, silently thanked himself for improving his iron skin skill. It was much stronger than before, which is exactly how he blocked the sorcerer's fiery attack just now. In that moment, Tiny felt someone's eyes on him. He turned to see Vivian staring at him, completely and utterly astonished. And just like that, they were on the same wavelength, unleashing a continuous assault on the Dark Sorcerer's shield. A moment later, the barrier shattered, knocking both him and Vivian back. The sorcerer was heavily wounded, unable to move. Tiny seized the chance and lunged in for the kill. Vivian charged in as well, but was blasted back by the sorcerer's remaining power. Only Tiny remained completely unaffected, rushing in to deliver a powerful strike. Seeing she couldn't hold on, she resorted to the ultimate dark art, sacrificing her own body to amplify her magic. She unleashed an inferno spell. Flames swept across the battlefield. Tiny grit his teeth. The soldiers were already at their absolute limit. What they needed now was one final, powerful blow to end the Dark Sorcerer. Tiny turned to Valentina and yelled, "I've bought you enough time," he thought to himself. "Now, it's your turn, Chloe." Valentina assumed a prayer stance. Her body was suddenly enveloped in a golden light as she shouted, "Illuminate!" Power gained from blessings and training becomes holy energy, and when a priest grants this power, it creates an anti-magic force. But a rare few are born with this power. They are called knights and saints, and they are incredibly scarce. A priestess who had never even left her family's home, Valentina unleashed her power, stunning every single person present. Nobody saw that coming, did they? Tiny watched and understood instantly. Even her own knights had no idea about this. It seemed the Sword King had hidden his daughter's true power extremely well. She was still a bit weak, but this would be enough. The Dark Sorcerer was overwhelmed by the holy energy and slammed into the ground. She couldn't believe she was losing to these insects, but before she could even process it, Tiny knocked her out cold with one punch. He was about to finish her off when Valentina ran over to stop him. She wanted to question the sorcerer, because she hadn't been able to sense any of her dark magic, but there was nothing left to interrogate. The sorcerer's body quickly dissolved into wisps of black smoke and vanished. The reality of the situation finally started to sink in for the knights. They murmured in disbelief that their lady was actually a priestess. A bit embarrassed, Valentina suddenly turned and asked, why wasn't Tiny surprised? Could it be that he knew all along? Tiny couldn't deny it, but he knew this was definitely not the time to talk. When Valentina easily agreed, he was so shocked he had to ask, did she ever think that maybe he was the reason for all this trouble, all this chaos? But Valentina bluntly stated that a noble's duty is to kill demon worshippers, and if she died, it was because she was too weak. She could never blame him for that, a response that was pure Valentina. She then playfully bopped him on the head with a huge grin, teasing that he was finally acting his age. Catching Tiny's sour expression, Vivian jumped in to poke fun, pinching his cheeks over and over. What, you don't like being called cute? Valentina's expression turned serious as she looked at the body. They had to report this to her father as soon as possible. A few mornings later, Tiny's group stood before the gates of Thivin. After a long silence, he joked that he never realized the Sword King's love for his daughter had reached this level of insanity. Valentina, meanwhile, was so embarrassed she couldn't even lift her head. Their reaction was because of the Sword King's ridiculously over-the-top arrangements. To protect his precious daughter, he had dispatched an entire order of high-level knights, the best in the country. They were the Blue Potion Knights, led by Vice Commander Garen Clement, with 104 members in tow. Every last one of them kneeled respectfully to greet their young lady, with the Speed Knight Garen Clement at the very front. He greeted Valentina briefly, explaining the Sword King was incredibly worried. If not for urgent matters at home, he would have come himself. Hearing that, Valentina immediately latched onto the key point and pressed him for details. Clement explained frankly that the family treasure, Tempest, had vanished about a month ago, even though the Sword King always carried it on his person. This news shocked them all, but Tiny was only surprised for a moment. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he said, I think I know why it disappeared. Tiny proposed a meeting with the Sword King, promising to reveal everything then. His confidence left everyone stunned. Clement was particularly suspicious. He couldn't understand how a mere child would know top-secret information that even Lady Valentina herself was unaware of. He turned to question a knight beside him, who immediately started singing Tiny's praises. He called him an exceptional child who was instrumental in subjugating the Dark Mage. Tiny's skills, he claimed, could even rival a master's. Clement thought his subordinate was exaggerating. Who would believe a kid could be as strong as a master? But then excitement took over. Having someone like that on his team would be a huge advantage. Still, the name Tiny sounded familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere before. A moment later, it clicked. This was the kid who sent the letter from Filler. Even though the name was strange, he was certain the sender was the boy standing right in front of him. On the carriage, Valentina was completely captivated by the endless fields of lilacs. She mentioned that both her parents loved this flower, and that her own name was derived from it. Tiny couldn't help but remember his past life, when the Sword King repeatedly insisted he absolutely hated flowers. It was a critical detail he had to remember. And now, he finally understood the reason behind that secret. His mind started racing. Tiny had to meet him as soon as possible. The Sword King would surely know how to make him stronger. He needed to become an aura master and wipe out the demons in this life. Before long, they finally arrived in Valentino. But before they could even relax, the Sword King's all-too-familiar shout echoed from the distance. With tears and snot running down his face, he rushed towards his daughter, only to be met with a look of pure disgust from Valentina. The Sword King looked completely heartbroken by his beloved daughter's cold shoulder. It was a while before he even noticed Tiny was there, but after just a few words, he launched a surprise attack on Tiny, who quickly neutralized it using his soul power. While the Duke and Valentina stared in shock at the outcome, Tiny calmly suggested they speak in private. They talked in the Duke's study, getting straight to the point. The mysterious disappearance of the treasure, Tempest. The power Tempest held, Tiny explained, was the ability to turn back time. The Duke didn't jump to conclusions, so Tiny carefully explained every single detail. Even though he was just a child, the story Tiny told was so convincing that the Duke had no choice but to believe him. However, his family had a legend that was passed down with the treasure. Tempest is time or opportunity. By sacrificing the life of a hero, it sends that person back to the past. My descendant, be careful when you use it. He never believed the saying before, but through Tiny, he was starting to. Still, he had one doubt. Why didn't his future self come back instead of sending Tiny? The Duke asked, "So what now?" Faced with the tough question, Tiny shot back sarcastically. "If the treasure could be used twice, I would have sent you to the future to ask yourself. How should I know?" Hearing the biting tone, the Sword Saint retorted with equal pettiness. He must have sent some random kid back because he couldn't specify a precise time. Hearing this, Tiny suddenly felt like he'd been completely used by his future self. Still, the Duke had one particular theory. A person could return to the past if their soul was severely damaged, just like Tiny had. He believed this would reveal certain truths. His future self probably guessed he'd return at this exact age. Tiny gritted his teeth. His questions were finally answered, the reason he returned to the day his sister died. But the Duke needed more concrete proof. Tiny thought for a moment, then repeated something the Duke had emphasized in his previous life, that he truly despises flowers. The old man finally burst out laughing, completely believing Tiny's story, and the only explanation for why the family treasure vanished. After all, if his future self sent Tiny back to the past, there had to be a very good reason, but words alone weren't enough. He immediately summoned a knight to test Tiny's abilities. On the way, Tiny, still annoyed, decided to mess with the Duke, circling him and chattering relentlessly. "Don't you want to know what you're like in the future?" But the Duke was all business, only asking about omens of the coming disaster. Anything else about people, even his own family, held no interest for him. Hearing this, Tiny just scoffed. Who had time to worry about the Duke's problems when he had his own neck to save? Besides a few general details, the kid knew next to nothing. The Duke froze for a solid 5 seconds. Then, a desperate roar. Why was the person he painstakingly sent back in time just a complete musclehead? Furious, he grabbed the boy's arm, demanding he list every detail or face a serious beating. But Tiny could only list a few things, which was nowhere near enough to satisfy the old man. The good news? Some of his intel was useful, like the arrival of a saintess and a hero. He planned to start training them now. Suddenly, Tiny gave a nervous laugh. It took him a moment to finally admit that the great hero the Duke was waiting for was currently 0 years old. That single comment snapped the Duke's last thread of sanity. He completely lost it. He began to seriously question if his future self went mad to send such a useless kid back here. He turned and screamed at his butler, telling him to summon Dracula instead of the knight. Tell him someone needs to be taught a lesson. A moment later, Vice Captain Dracula Iron, a powerful high-level 5 knight, stood before Tiny. Dracula was ordered by the frantic Duke to discipline the kid in front of him, much to his own confusion. Turns out this huge, muscular man was a total overthinker with a surprisingly fragile soul. He started questioning what he'd done wrong to deserve this, but the Duke immediately noticed his hesitation. He instantly snapped Dracula back to reality, ordering him to observe properly and fight with everything he had. This situation was critical. But honestly, the Duke was being unfair. pitting a fully armored warrior against a total beginner. Worse, this armored warrior was eager, ready to fight without holding back. Dracula observed Tiny with a serious gaze. He was shocked that a kid like this was already a level 2. The Duke then gave Dracula the terms of the fight. All he had to do was keep Tiny alive. Beyond that, he didn't care how Dracula fought. As for Tiny, if he could land a single scratch on Dracula, it would be his victory. The two of them took their stances, ready for battle. The Duke watched from the side, deeply impressed. He felt that Tiny was a true genius. He could see how the boy controlled his own mana, but that wasn't enough. The Duke needed Tiny to show him much more. Only then could he fully trust the decision his future self had made. Tiny summoned his Moonwolf and charged straight at Dracula. Seeing this display, the knight slightly underestimated Tiny's true capabilities. He swung his hammer at the boy, but Tiny dodged it cleanly, even landing a kick on his shoulder that did absolutely nothing. It seemed Dracula was a master of both offense and defense. Fired up, he swung his hammer again. The order was just not to kill him, right? Crippling him a little should be fine. He could do that. He swung his hammer again and again with terrifying speed and flexibility. He wielded the massive hammer like a sword, then used it as a shield with perfect skill. Tiny couldn't even find an opening to counterattack. Dracula's speed was overwhelming. Right now, all Tiny could do was dodge, and dodge some more. Standing to the side, the Duke grew impatient, watching their game of cat and mouse, shouting at Dracula to get serious. He just wanted the knight to pressure Tiny, to force out his hidden potential. Who would have thought he'd use his fighting soul to deal with a 10-year-old child? What an absolute madman. Nobody was ready for this. Not even the Duke, who desperately screamed for Dracula to stop. He barely shouted the name when another madman, Tiny, rushed forward to meet the attack head-on. Whether Tiny is even alive after this, we'll find out soon. A wicked smile spread across his face as he charged right at Dracula's hammer. He was sent flying onto his back, completely stunning both the knight and Duke Valentina. The two of them rushed toward him in a panic. Not understanding the boy's actions, Dracula watched as Tiny pointed to the cut on his cheek and happily declared victory. It turns out, in that split second, Tiny had thrown his weapon right at him, the blade just barely grazing his face. Valentina was furious that reckless move could have cost Tiny his life. But the boy just pushed himself up with a grin. He pointed out that he was still alive, and more importantly, he'd won their bet. He's always been a reckless gambler, because if he wasn't, a street rat like him would never get anywhere in life. He has to win. No matter the cost, that's how he survives. That display was enough to satisfy Duke Valentina. He was finally convinced that Tiny was a risk worth taking. The Duke agreed to uphold his end of the bargain. Tiny smiled, victorious, then suddenly collapsed to the ground. When Tiny came to, he was in a strange room with the Duke waiting for him. They had some things to discuss. He'd been unconscious for half a day since their duel. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in. "I just finished healing him. And you're already dragging him off somewhere?" The Duke quickly pointed at Tiny, trying to explain the situation to Chloe. Tiny apologized for making her worry. The Duke, looking sickened, interrupted. "What's with all this flirting? You're still wet behind the ears and you're already hitting on girls." But Tiny was confused. Why did the Duke say he'd saved his daughter? Because in this timeline, the encounter with the Dark Mage and her defeat never actually happened. Chloe had no clue what they were talking about. The Duke simply told her to focus on her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Biting her lip, she quietly returned to her room. What the Duke needed to tell Tiny was critical. Very few people could ever know that he had traveled back in time, especially the priests. They could never find out about the manipulation of time and space. Time is the fabric of fate, woven by the creators. It's something even the goddess of life is forbidden to touch. For a mere mortal to interfere with that flow is considered a grave insult to the divine powers. And that is precisely why Duke Valentina's family has always concealed this forbidden knowledge. Tiny asked, "Isn't the goddess one of the creators?" But any official text mentioning that has long been erased. It's not even in the Holy Scriptures, so only a select few know the truth. This made Tiny determined to make the so-called servants of God stronger than ever, using all the knowledge he'd brought back from the future. But before that, he wanted the Duke to deliver on his promise. The Duke was furious, but a deal was a deal. He would teach Tiny the signature skill of the Valentina family head, a power known simply as gravity, only to find that Tiny was already fast asleep and snoring loudly. Duke Valentina was absolutely livid. He smacked a fresh lump onto the boy's head before explaining that their family's secret arts are split into 4 parts. Mana control, a unique swordsmanship blending offense and defense, and the ability to absorb attributes starting at level 3. Finally, there's aura absorption, which unlocks at level 7. But since Tiny used a hammer, he wouldn't need to learn the specific sword forms. Tiny considered this. If he mastered the Valentina family's techniques, His own style of attack and defense would become nearly perfect, but the true secret of their family arts was the ability to absorb attributes and aura. Duke Valentina planned on teaching Tiny the attribute absorption skill. Tiny wondered why he wouldn't teach him the defensive stances. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group of shadowy figures discussed the death of Irina. She was meant to be their sharpest weapon against Elbenham. They never should have lost her so easily. They suspected a kid from the Morse family was responsible and needed to investigate him, but they had to make sure the Empire didn't catch their trail. Besides, Heron's mission was still their top priority. Back with Tiny, he was completely wiped out from training. But after struggling for a while, he finally understood the Duke's point. He could absorb any attribute he chose. Once he hit level 3, he would pick storm magic just like he did last time. The Duke figured this all out when Tiny collapsed during their duel, and he had to carry him back. Even in a child's body, Tiny was somehow heavier than a fully armored knight. He had created his own mana absorption system. It was making his body unnaturally dense. The Duke conveniently left out the part about wearing incredibly heavy armor in a past life. In other words, a heavier body is a major disadvantage. But with the gravity skill, someone with that attribute can actually become much faster and stronger. The more Tiny heard, the more intrigued he became. But he had one last thing to say. What was he talking about? The Duke was completely stunned, trying to explain it to the boy once more. And so it went, one asking and the other answering, with Tiny's simple curiosity driving the Duke absolutely insane. "Why do you make things so complicated?" he raged, flying high into the air and just dropping the boy from the clouds. He lets him plummet, telling him to feel the gravity of his own body. Tiny quickly activates his iron skin skill. He summons Moonwolf to save himself. Boy and Wolf end up flattened together. Duke Valentina stands over him and asks, does he feel the majesty of gravity now? Can he control it yet? The questions leave Tiny terrified and speechless. And so, they did it again and again. After being dropped from the sky countless times, Tiny finally starts to understand. Is this really how you become an expert? Chloe is absolutely sick with worry for Tiny. She grits her teeth, furious. "You call dropping someone from that height training?" she demands, asking Valentina if her coming-of-age ceremony isn't keeping her busy. For her, it's just a few simple rituals she needs to perform. Tiny tries to comfort her, saying she'll definitely do great. He can tell she's incredibly anxious, but he figures they're family now, so it's okay for him to notice these things. Tiny suddenly bursts out laughing at what Chloe said, but then she tells him Knight Dracula is looking for him. Apparently, word got out. The word that he'd reached the level of a master. Tiny plays it cool, asking why he was called here with a few other people. Dracula sets down his massive hammer, a smile on his face. How about a battle for atonement? Tiny is stunned he'd just disarm himself like that. Could this be about their last fight? Dracula admits he never expected to lose his cool in front of a mere kid. It wasn't very knight-like of him. He lets out a huge laugh, telling Tiny to come at him with everything he has to master his new power. Tiny doesn't hesitate for a second, rushing straight for him. One attack is all it takes for Dracula to realize this kid is on another level. He's nothing like the boy from a week ago. One hit, then another, and another. Dracula struggles to parry each blow. Tiny points his blade right at the knight's throat. But Dracula just raises a fist, totally confident in his own power. A serious injury could be caused by just a grazing blow. Weapon clashes against bare hand, sparks fly, and the impact throws them both back. Dracula can't figure out why that mace is so unbelievably hard and heavy. And once again, Tiny is charging right at him. He's gotten faster. Way faster. The knight raises his shield, trying to avoid hitting the men he brought along. Don't be surprised by this speed. It looks like Dracula doesn't have to hold back against the boy anymore. Not one bit. Tiny fires back with confidence, saying he won't be holding back either. And with that, the real battle finally begins. The two of them charge at each other. He finally understands Valentina's lesson. Be lighter on the swing, and heavier on the impact. He swings it toward Dracula's men. Once his senses are engraved into his mana, it's time to activate his skill. Tiny's first combat skill. Lightning strike. Smoke billows, the ground shatters, and Dracula is thrown to the dirt. He just laughs in Tiny's face. Not bad, kid. You passed. Welcome to the Blue Wings. But Tiny has no intention of joining any Knight Order. The knight's face goes pale with shock. The scene changes, and now Tiny is in Duke Valentina's room. The Duke believes if Tiny plans to travel the world, it's better not to join any single organization or faction. He turns to look outside, a proud smile on his face, telling Tiny he did better than expected. But all Tiny remembers is the training. He grits his teeth in anger, but he can't do a thing about it. The Duke then announces that preparations for the first calamity are almost complete. He's going to craft a holy hammer for Tiny. These holy relics are semi-permanent enchanted weapons, and their value varies wildly. But even the weakest is worth a knight's salary for several years. The only problem? Crafting it will take a few months. It's a gift meant for Dracula, for his long service to the family, forged at Valentina's very best smithy, Rendon's hammer. Tiny is currently talking to the master dwarven smith, Rendon, about adjusting it to fit a child like him. The smith shouts in fury, saying he'd rather break the contract and pay the penalty. How dare he treat his creation like a child's toy? But Tiny once said that a master dwarven smith always wants to create a weapon that perfectly suits its owner, even if it means taking a loss. And he gives a wicked little smirk. It's time to prove his own strength. He's stronger than a transcendent class knight. The old smith is completely shocked by this claim. A master at this age? He uses the dwarven ability, the eyes of judgment, and stares intently at Tiny. This power lets him distinguish truth from lies by sensing emotional waves. And he finally decides to believe him, agreeing to show him the weapon. He steps outside holding a hammer, but it hasn't been refined yet. It has self-healing and can amplify reflective force. The defensive magic also needs to be fixed. A holy relic like a warhammer isn't exactly a common weapon. That's because it isn't a mainstream choice. Turns out, the old smith has another holy warhammer. It's just a chunk of compressed black iron. It's engraved with runes that amplify its weight. Tiny's eyes light up with excitement. He wants to see that one, so the smith brings it out. It's over 100 kilograms, but Tiny lifts it with ease. He then happily smashes it into the ground. He hugs it like a pet, looking like a total creep. It's just like the Norton hammer he used in his past life. He asks the dwarf, Random, to adjust the handle so he can use it. The hammer's name is Don Took. He returns to the Duke. The Duke figures Dracula will be thrilled. The adjustments will take about 2 weeks, giving Tiny time to train. He uses an old Eastern proverb, saying he wouldn't even dare dream of being a saint, all because of his innocent looks. That's why he prefers to use Eastern expressions. Hearing this, the Duke just laughs and continues the conversation. 2 weeks means he'll be leaving after Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony, but the Duke is deeply worried about her engagement. Her fiancé will die on their wedding day. In the summer of next year, every single member of the Aslan royal family will die. It is known as the Second Calamity. The Red Empire will begin to collapse, and the princess, branded the royal family's widow, will be called the Unfortunate Queen. Duke Valencia is certain he can prevent it. The only thing Tiny can tell him is that the 2 princes suspected of the crime also die. Even the Duke from his past life couldn't uncover the truth, and they had no one who could provide reliable information. And Chloe, a person of immense talent, even if the outside world doesn't see it yet, one day she will be the one to clean up the entire mess this empire has made. He wants to stop this fate for his daughter's sake, but Tiny won't interfere. He'll save Chloe his own way. The Duke suddenly smacks him for daring to use his daughter's name so casually. Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony is close. Far more guests arrived for Chloe's ceremony than Duke Valencia had anticipated. James Freewell, Grand Master of the Knight's Blue Potion Division, was among them. He had promised to do everything in his power to ensure the ceremony's success. The Benricti family sent their 3rd son, a man infamous for being an absolute scumbag, and from one of the most powerful families in the whole empire. They're also a rival house to the Valencia family. The Duke tells James to go warn the man off, but in reality, he had already prepared a little gift for him. Suddenly, the Duke asks if James is hiding some sort of illness. He just warns him, not to work himself to death for the ceremony, but for James, this is simply his duty. The Duke then asks if he's really not considering marriage. James immediately starts complaining that the Duke promised not to bring it up again. He just feels that Duke Valencia is acting very strange today. Maybe he's just on edge, worrying about his daughter's big day. After James leaves, the Duke is lost in thought. James inherited his current position from his late father after the man passed away, but Tiny had never heard of him, especially a master-level practitioner. If he'd seen him, he would have definitely known who he was. The Duke guesses he probably won't be an ally in the future, but he doesn't seem to be sick in the slightest. And with no plans to marry, that just doesn't seem possible. A 6-circle mana user dying so easily on the battlefield? This has to be because of the Second Calamity. Meanwhile, a training Tiny is also thinking about James. There's a high probability he will die somewhere around the day of Chloe's wedding. Chloe herself then appears, making him worry if it's safe for her to be out. So many important figures have already arrived. She just laughs it off, saying she gets to hear interesting gossip and meet Moonwolf. Tiny gets the hint and summons Moonwolf to play with Chloe. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. It's Tibron von Doctor. The guy is a ridiculously smooth talker, asking for a moment of her time while winking non-stop. Does this guy think he's handsome or something? Tiny is furious. Did he just ask an underage girl out on a date? Vivian quickly steps in front of Chloe, shielding her. He sneers at her, calling her just a knight, just some woman who dared to interfere while he was talking. He then calls for his personal bodyguard. The two sides start to face off. Even Moonwolf is seething with anger. But Tiny just puts on a sly grin and approaches Chloe. In a sickly sweet voice, he asks who these weird men are. Tiburon orders his guard to handle him. Tiny immediately dashes forward and slugs him. After dealing with the master, it's the guard's turn. Two grown men, taken down by a single kid. Utterly pathetic. Graham is sent flying like a balloon, blood gushing from his nose. He can't understand how this happened, recalling Duke Elon von Roper's orders. Take Tiburon to the princess. We will orchestrate a scandal within Valencia. Tiburon will be exiled from the Roper family soon anyway. Graham felt that something was wrong, but Duke Elon had just ordered him to cooperate and pretend to know nothing. His train of thought ends the moment his face meets the dirt. Baron Nasa. He and his friend watch the free action flick from above, praising Tiny nonstop. Nasa just roars with laughter. He mused that Duke Valencia was apparently raising some kind of monster. Then, the talk turned to Duke Elon von Roper. Nasa's friend asked if that old snake was really planning to oppose the royal family. They figured the goal was to stop Valencia from building ties with the royals. Nasa moved to deal with them, but his friend held him back. The Valencia brothers adore their youngest sister more than anything, and the looks on their faces right now could make a child scream in terror. In his office, Valentina informs Tiny that the doctor has officially banished Tibro. Tiny, too busy munching on pastries to really care, just mumbles, "That's good." Valentina slams the table, roaring, "Good?" He smashes the plate so hard that food flies everywhere, completely startling Tiny. A direct attack on snack time. Valentina explodes, pointing at him. "You were just lucky this time, don't be so reckless. That bastard deserved a much harder beating. How dare he harass my daughter?" Valentina fumes. Tiny walks out utterly confused. Wasn't this the same guy who told him not to be hot-headed? Men are confusing creatures. Suddenly, he hears a commotion and turns to see two of Valentina's young masters charging straight for him. They come in at lightning speed, yelling, "How dare you steal Chloe from us?" Tiny just shoulder checks one, sending him tumbling. The other guy's jaw drops. A high-level master sent flying by some kid? He immediately asks, "Are you Tiny?" The one who fell sits up instantly. "The kid who fought Dracula?" Tiny just scratches his head humbly. "Yeah, we had a small fight, but he went easy on me," he adds. The two boys' attitudes do a complete 180, showering him with praise before running off to find Tibro. Tiny is left standing there, just dumbfounded. What is with these guys? He mutters, walking away while cursing under his breath. This damn Aslan royal family. Precious bloodline of the Golden Dragon, my butt. Yeah, our main character can be seriously foul-mouthed. Baron Nasa's laugh suddenly rings out. "You should be careful saying things like that, kid." Right then, Tiny looks as prickly as a durian. "Who are you?" Tiny asks, immediately sensing that Nasa's face is a fake, disguised with magic. Nasa introduces himself. "I heard a rumor that you knocked out a knight, so I just had to meet you. I'd like to treat you to a meal to celebrate our new friendship. What do you say?" Tiny isn't a fan, but remembering Valentina's advice, he decides to be patient. But Nasa's mouth runs way ahead of his brain. "I hear you're close with the lady. Could I possibly meet her?" Before he even finishes, it happens. A clean backhand from Tiny sends the man flying. Tiny freezes, realizing, damn it, I was supposed to be patient and not hit anyone. He hadn't realized his slap was that strong. Nasa smacks hard against the wall. Seeing this, Nasa's friend's heart practically breaks with rage. He explodes with fury, drawing his sword on Tiny, his face twisting into a demonic scowl. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." Tiny grits his teeth, barely managing to block the sword strike. He realizes the man is using mana to dominate the space around them. Is he challenger rank? Veins pop on the man's forehead as he snarls. "First, I'm going to cut off that disrespectful hand of yours." Tiny's armor is about to shatter when Nguyen Lang suddenly materializes behind the attacker. The man is quick though, nimbly dodging the surprise attack. A wolf formed from pure mana. "You're a spirit summoner?" Tiny seizes the opportunity, throwing a punch right at his face. But his head is like a rock. Tiny's punch has absolutely no effect. The man just grabs Tiny's shirt and hurls him into the air. He swings his sword down, but Nguyen Lang intercepts the attack just in time, sending both of them flying backward. The man furiously raises his sword for a final blow when Nasa suddenly screams, "Stop!" The scene cuts, and Janes is now sitting across from Tiny. "I didn't think we'd meet again under these circumstances." He tells Tiny he'll be spared, so the incident is officially dropped. "But remember this," he warns. "The Valentina estate is not your playground." Tiny can't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This guy is terrifying, there's no arguing back. So he just meekly replies, I understand. He then asks Janes, that man named Landry, who is he? Janes just smiles, giving nothing away. That's still a secret. Tiny persists, asking, is he connected to the royal family? Janes stares hard at Tiny. Don't tell anyone I told you, okay, little guy? Not that Tiny is the type to gossip anyway. 1 week later, on the momentous day of the coming-of-age ceremony, Jane stands proudly before the party. My princess, my little sister, Chloe, I will make today the most wonderful day of your life. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere in the crowd cuts in. This is so damn good. Of course, it's Tiny, happily gnawing on a chicken leg. This guy really knows how to kill a dramatic mood. As he's eating, Nasa approaches him. Tiny knows better and quickly apologizes for his earlier actions. But Nasa just keeps on grinning. If I'm disrespectful again, you can hit me again. No one else ever does that for me, he adds. Tiny is left completely speechless. Is this guy some kind of pervert? And now, let us welcome the star of our show today, Chloe Von Valentina, who will enter with her family. Chloe enters, her smile as beautiful and radiant as the sun. Nasa stares, absolutely mesmerized. Incredible. Truly beautiful. He's completely captivated by Chloe's beauty. I mean, who wouldn't be? Seeing this, however, Tiny starts to feel a pang of jealousy. Everyone is staring at Chloe, whispering, can someone that beautiful be real? The princess truly is the goddess of Valentina, but Chloe herself looks anything but happy. Her face is full of sorrow. If I can get through today, everything will change, won't it? She thinks. I wish you'll always be happy in this life, Tiny thinks to himself. He summons an adorable puppy, which licks Chloe's face and makes her smile. Nguyen Lang affectionately rubs up against Chloe. Valentina looks on with a critical eye. Is this a circus? Hey, even magical beasts have feelings. Hearing that comment, Nguyen Lang immediately transforms into its much larger, way cooler looking form. And through it all, Nasa just keeps on smiling. Is that the spirit beast's true form? A man sarcastically thanks him for the show. But Tiny just glares, clearly annoyed. What the hell is there to be thankful for? He warns the man that if he tries anything weird again, he'll get another slap to the face. Chloe sits on a high-backed chair while Valentina places a bracelet on her, thankful that she's grown up safely. He turns to the crowd, making a grand announcement for Chloe's consort, his beloved daughter's future husband. With a single finger, Valentina conjures a brilliant golden light. Everyone watches, captivated by the magical projection. A young man appears inside and begins to speak. He announces that he is Bradley Van Aslan, and he is deeply grateful to become the fiancé of the goddess of Valentina. He expresses his regret for not attending the ceremony in person. The crowd is stunned, they can't believe it's the crown prince. Tiny sees their shocked faces and thinks to himself, he's just the crown prince who died a pointless death before. Then Nasa speaks up. Finally, it's my turn. Tiny quickly grabs his wrist to stop him. I don't think you should go up there. Nasa just ruffles his spiky hair in response. No need to be so wary of me, Nasa says. Just read my name backwards. And then it hits Tiny. Nasa is Aslan, which means he slapped the crown prince. He is so dead. Before he can recover, Janes is suddenly beside him asking what he's thinking. Tiny stammers a lie about it being too hot. Janes, seeing right through him, reassures him not to worry, His Highness has already forgiven him. And even if he hadn't, he'd still be safe in Valentina's territory. Tiny considers this, of course. The prince needs an alliance. Janes holds up a single finger, delivering a message from their lord. Everything is ready. After the ceremony, Tiny meets with Valentina. The Duke thanks him for the spirit beast display, saying it calmed Chloe's nerves. Tiny offers a smug smile. It was nothing, Tiny says. Is everything ready? Valentina's face grows tense. Yes, but honestly, I still find it hard to believe. Because the Kraken is no ordinary monster. Tiny looks over a document, stating they must investigate this thoroughly. What about the seal? Valentina crosses his arms, confirming it's been prepared. He tells Tiny to visit the forge tomorrow, so he does. The blacksmith presents his finished weapon. It can amplify weight, impact force, and even has a self-repair function. He's adjusted everything perfectly to suit Tiny's mana. Tiny picks it up, delighted, thinking it will be quite useful. The weapon's shape is definitely strange. Tiny gives it a powerful test swing, and absolutely loves it. It's even better than he'd expected. He hops on the back of his moonwolf, taking off at blinding speed beneath the full moon. Riding under the bright moon, huh? This is when you're strongest, right, Moonwolf? Let's go to the port city of Inasian. Meanwhile, in a dark basement lit by faint candlelight, a mysterious group in black cloaks receives the news. They know Tiny is heading for Inasan, the port city near Karan. They plan to use this opportunity to eliminate him, sending out their purifiers. As Tiny enters the forest, a group of men block his path. He looks them over with utter contempt. Who are these scumbags? They scowl back. Heard you were some kind of expert? You arrogantly think you can face the 5 of us with just one spirit beast? Let us Dark Knights teach you a lesson, one of them shouts, firing an arrow. Tiny just casually bats it aside with one hand. Their jaws drop, but they dismiss it as some cheap trick. Shaking it off, they all charge in at once. Tiny raises his weapon and smashes one of them before he can react. He then rests the weapon coolly on his shoulder. With an ice-cold glare, he calls them insects, no different from the dark guilds. The other 4 look absolutely terrified. They immediately turn and run for their lives, but Tiny isn't about to let them get away that easily. He lifts his weapon and slams it into the ground with immense force. The earth shatters, burying the thugs under stone and debris. Tiny proudly admires his new weapon. He'll probably be able to use this right up until he's fully grown. He walks toward the fallen men, wondering how they knew his route. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the woods. He's instantly on guard as a figure emerges, a 2-headed ogre, a literal giant with 2 heads. Its 4 eyes glow a menacing red, a truly grotesque sight. For the first time, Tiny feels a bit of worry, unsure how to handle this. Monsters are classified based on the combat power needed to beat them. For example, when you face a tier 5 monster, you need a 5th circle mage, a master of mana, or a sorcerer with expert swordsmanship just to fight it. That's what it takes to defeat one. And Tiny is just standing there, completely frozen. A tier 5 monster shouldn't be in a place like this. He and his Moonwolf turn and make a run for it as a voice rings out, ordering his elimination. The commander wanted that monster to smash Tiny to bits, making sure he could never interfere with his organization again. Tiny saw right through the ringleader's cruel intentions. He glared back, ordering his Moonwolf to unleash its full power and attack its target, the monster. But the commander wasn't about to let Tiny succeed that easily. He made the violent beast land a series of brutal, agonizing blows. He's just trash getting in our way. Just crush him until there's nothing left. And just like that, the ground around them became a grim, violent battlefield. Everything was stained crimson. Tiny was knocked down hard, getting up to face the creature with pure fear. The monster had entered a berserk state. Before he could even fully stand, it went ballistic again, charging right back to finish the job. The problem with this thing was its super regeneration and the raw power of a level 51 beast. But Tiny noticed its rage had a limit. If he timed it right, it wouldn't last forever. Still, the attacks came in a relentless barrage, and he was growing tired of just dodging. Then another problem hit him. Its breath was poisonous. Tiny considered forming a mana shield, but he never got the chance to finish the plan. The monster continued its assault of painful strikes, convinced it could end him right there and then. But Tiny was faster. He seized the perfect opening, aiming for the exact point he needed to strike to take that grotesque monster down. Knowing this was his chance, he poured every ounce of his strength into the blow. This would hurt, but damn it, it regenerated again. How was anyone supposed to fight this? It was beyond frustrating. He had to admit, this thing was insanely strong. The enemy leader just stood back, smirking with arrogant contempt. How long can a little brat like you run? It's over for you, Tiny. Gasps of shock. The reinforcements. It's the Sword Emperor? Duke Valentina covered his eyes, muttering, "My apologies, sir." A man with red hair approached Tiny, saying, "We don't serve drinks to children here." He was actually treating him like a kid. Tiny's eyes flared with a blue light, like LEDs, as he stared daggers at the man. The man's face wasn't a disguise, and he couldn't sense any magic. The people sitting around just laughed, mocking Tiny. This isn't a place for kids. Suddenly, a massive Moonwolf appeared, scaring the absolute daylights out of the 2 men. Tiny, meanwhile, looked small but fierce, his chin held high. "There is no way I'm letting this slide." The red-haired man smirked, placing a hand on his chest and bowing deeply. "My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Please, follow me." In a private room, Tiny presented a silver badge from the Duke. It was for Valentina's secret organization, the Black Wing. The man introduced himself. "I am Jay, leader of the Black Wing." Tiny crossed his arms like a boss, asking, "If you're the leader, you must be a swordsman, right? But I can't feel even a shred of mana coming from you. How are you hiding your true strength?" Jay's answer left Tiny utterly speechless. "I'm not an awakened." Jay swiped his face and instantly transformed into Valentina. Sometimes, being an awakened makes hiding your identity, or wearing a disguise, much harder. Isn't that right? The look on his face screamed surprise. Tiny's jaw hit the floor, wide open. So it was all just a disguise? Jay waved a hand and his original face returned. "That's right. Wow." It was like watching a magic trick. Tiny was still struggling to process it all. But isn't doing something like that incredibly dangerous? Jay flashed a wicked grin. That's precisely what makes this line of work so interesting. This guy had some weird hobbies. But then, Jay's demeanor turned serious. He revealed that Gail Anderson had been missing for 2 weeks, vanishing on the day he was meant to return. There's been no contact since. Tiny frowned, a sinking feeling in his gut. So you're saying this difficult job is for me? Jay held up a new badge. We've already prepared a plan B. I suggest you get acquainted with your new identity. Tiny took the badge, a grin spreading across his face. Looks like the Sword Emperor prepared his backup quite thoroughly, huh? Find information on someone named Huso. He's a devil worshipper, the one responsible for the disaster in Quran. As they spoke, a loud banging erupted from the door. Boss, get out here, quick. Jay's expression became tense. The big fish has arrived. Tiny prepared for the worst, but the big fish turned out to be just a group of customers. Jay immediately started serving them their food. And here Jay's dramatic face had Tiny thinking it was something serious. 2 days later, Tiny arrived at the Flashin' ship. He simply flashed the badge, and the ticket collector was so blinded by its brilliant aura that he immediately ushered Tiny aboard. The moment he stepped on deck, he froze. Why could he feel magical power on this ship? He scanned his surroundings, suddenly on high alert. There was dark energy on this vessel, and it wasn't coming from just one person. Could they be planning to turn this place into a sacrificial altar? Our hero was seriously overthinking things. A man with bright yellow hair snuck up behind Tiny, pulling a knife, but Tiny quickly snapped his wrist. Blood sprayed everywhere. The crowd screamed in horror, yelling at Tiny to let the man go. Tiny didn't even care. He kicked the knife into the air, spun it around, and plunged it straight into the attacker's chest. The blonde guy spits blood and hits the deck. Then this grim, dark energy starts pouring out of him, absolutely terrifying. Everyone on the ship immediately plugs their noses. The stench is unbearable. That guy is one of those evil cultists. A man steps forward to thank Tiny for taking out the cultist, saying, "According to procedure." But Tiny just grins, looking a little unhinged. "Procedure? You mean like this?" Tiny suddenly slams the man into another guy, and just like that, they're both spitting up blood. Tiny tossed the men on the ship aside like they were nothing. The others scrambled away in absolute terror. They saw a killer. But one man looked back and realized the truth. His victims were all members of an evil cult. An old man with a thick beard climbed down, his eyes widening at the chaotic scene. What in the world happened here? But the second he saw Tiny, his entire attitude shifted. "My apologies, sir. We'll need your cooperation with our investigation." Tiny just gave him a twisted smirk. "Nice little acting performance you put on back there." With one swift slash, he sent the old man flying into the ship's railing. Next, he headed for the palace, where a report was being given to King Emmer Van Karen. The 5 sailors were low-level magic soldiers, while 2 officers were master class. Their leader was a terrifying brother-class magic soldier. Hundreds of living people and thousands of the dead had been offered as sacrifices to demons. Tiny's face contorted with rage. They're like parasites feeding on humanity. The king's eyes filled with sorrow, having found no trace of them for 35 long years. "We grew complacent. Thanks to you, fewer have become victims. I hear your spirit beast is an expert at tracking these cultists. Could you perhaps show me this spirit beast?" the king asked. His subordinate immediately tried to object. "Even if he is an elf, that's far too dangerous, your majesty." But Tiny just summoned Moonwolf, looking impossibly cool. "I'd be happy to, if you wish." The king was clearly impressed. He then ordered his guards to leave for a private conversation. Once they were alone, the king got straight to the point. "You lied about being an elf, didn't you? I want to know your real reason for coming here." Tiny was genuinely shocked, wondering where his act had gone wrong. He thought he was so convincing, but the king saw right through him. The fatal flaw? It's a known fact that elven blood and black hair simply cannot coexist. Caught. Tiny had no choice but to bow his head. "I apologize for the deception. I'm hunting members of the demon cult. I'm trying to stop them from stealing the holy relics and causing a catastrophe in Quran." The king looked at him with an all-knowing gaze. "You must be from the Imperial Kingdom then." Tiny was floored. "How did you know?" The king was ready with an answer. He explained that Quran is a neutral country, but it operates more like a federation, and trusting the empire is difficult. "And isn't that precisely why you hid your identity, even though your intentions are clearly good? I believe I can trust you. You are, after all, a beast tamer with a pure soul." Inside, Tiny was seriously impressed. The king of Quran was known as the Wise King, but his next comment made Tiny's admiration vanish. "So much for avoiding stereotypes. I guess there are all kinds of wise kings." Tiny held up one finger. "In that case, may I ask you for a favor? Let me join the Holy Relic Protection Team. I will solve the disaster in Quran." The king saw the unwavering determination burning in his eyes. Very well. The king granted his request, handing Tiny a royal badge. In the name of the Quran royal family, I hereby appoint Tiny von Moss as a knight under my direct command. You are assigned to the 5th Holy Relic Protection Team. Tiny knelt to receive the badge and sword, touching the insignia on his chest. This was the first time in his life he'd ever been made a knight. Just as the king turned, Tiny reported one more thing. The man behind this is named Huso. I heard it's a name used by beastmen and orcs. Do you know anything about him? The king's eyes went wide in pure shock. Is that information accurate? The king's reaction was strange, but Tiny answered. I got the information from a dark mage. After hearing that, the king simply dismissed him. Elsewhere, that same dark mage raised his scepter, beginning an incantation. A massive, blue magic circle appeared. Inside lay a monstrous creature, dormant. A mysterious figure slowly approached it. That kid, he can pass through the barrier. Things won't go your way for much longer. Meanwhile, Tiny arrived at the training grounds. The knights stared in disbelief. This is the guy who took out the demon cultists? He looks about as threatening as a chewed-up lollipop. Mason, a member of the 5th team, spoke up. Treat the new kid well. Don't you dare underestimate him just because of how he looks. He became a knight without going through any of the hardships we did, and now he even has the authority to command us. That did it. The glares turned murderous. One knight stepped up to bully him, but Tiny simply summoned Moonwolf, and suddenly no one dared to move a muscle. The chief instructor, Chu, approached with a wide, pageant winner smile. It's a genuine honor to meet you, he said. Tiny replied politely. The pleasure is all mine. Internally, though, he was judging. Just master level? This guy's too weak to be an instructor. Ignoring the disrespect, Chu stared intently at Tiny. Tell me, he asked, are you interested in the holy relics? Tiny's hand drifted toward his sword. And what if I am? He already suspected this man was involved in the Quran disaster, but instead of a fight, Chu's face lit up with a comical, sparkly effect. Kid, you have come to the exact right place. Chu then dumped a huge pile of books onto the table, saying the deeper he understood them, the more his perspective would change. He then launched into reading from one book after another, a total history nerd. All Tiny could do was stare back with a completely blank expression, so that's why he couldn't sense a single drop of magic from the old man. He had been completely mistaken. Truman finished reading the story to Tiny, who had just woken up from a nap. He snapped the book shut with a loud pop. You know what they say, seeing is believing, right? Follow me. I'll show you what a real holy relic looks like. Truman led Tiny deep into the castle's center and asked him, So your name is Teeny? Wrong. It's Tiny, old man. Do you know why everyone considers the Holy Relic Guard a useless job? Tiny answered with his hands on his hips. Because it's just a symbol. Truman just smirked while opening the massive door, saying there's actually a much simpler reason than that. The moment they stepped inside, Tiny's eyes went wide. The Holy Relic, Humanitas, was colossal and shimmering with power. Truman explained, it's because the relic needs no one to protect it. It just floats there, defying gravity, and legend says that anyone unworthy can't even lay a finger on it. So, the big question was, is young Tiny worthy enough to touch the sacred artifact? Without hesitating, Tiny reached out his hand. A brilliant blue light immediately enveloped him. This was a level 7 holy relic. The light was purer than anything in existence, pulsing with a power that felt like it wasn't from this world at all. He could feel it speaking to him. Was he the only one hearing this shield's voice? He wondered aloud if it was due to his high mana sensitivity. This light. The shield itself is the holy relic? And it's moving? Truman was so shocked he started to stammer. He asked, Are you communicating with the relic? Outside, Truman couldn't stop praising Tiny's incredible talent, and Tiny's opinion of the old man began to shift. This guard was proud of his job, totally unlike the other lazy soldiers. But then, Truman's face darkened when he saw a gray symbol of the Royal Knights approaching. What are you doing here? Symbol sneered at Tiny, immediately drawing his sword and charging right at him. But Tiny just casually grabbed him and slammed him onto the ground so fast he didn't know what hit him. Noticing Truman's stare, Tiny decided to put on a little show. He bowed his head respectfully, saying, Thank you for the wonderful match, sir. Watching from above, a man smirked. This new recruit was definitely interesting. Meanwhile, another knight pointed his sword straight at Tiny. He announced, I am Robert Dumbledore of the Royal Knights. Is it true you defeated Greg? Let's see what you've got. Tiny didn't even let him finish. He leaped forward and slammed a fist right into the knight's arrogant face as the others moved in. They all claimed to be from the elite Royal Knights, but Tiny dislocated every single one of their jaws with a single blow. A blonde-haired knight's face twisted in rage. I am Rand Legrantes, commander of the Royal Knights, and I am officially challenging you to a duel. Tiny just flicked him away with his weapon. At least you're better than the rest. I fought you, now it's your turn to answer my questions. Do you know a man named Huso? Grantis shook his head desperately, saying he had no idea. Tiny pressed on. So no one here knows who Huso is? Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed. I never thought I'd see someone defeat Jandoff with just one hand. Tiny demanded to know who he was. The man introduced himself. I am Liam Peterson, Swordmaster of the Royal Knights. The name hit Tiny like a lightning bolt. He immediately bowed low. Forgive my disrespect, sir. But Peterson was surprisingly humble. No need for that, son. How about a match with this old man? In return, I can offer you some information about Huso, a legendary swordmaster offering a one-on-one duel for the exact information he needed. Tiny would have to be an idiot to refuse. Peterson declared, I'll go easy on you, kid, but you better come at me with everything you've got. Tiny soared into the air and brought his weapon crashing down. The impact was so massive it cracked the very ground beneath them. He then kicked at Peterson's leg, sensing his armor had Earth-type properties. He leaped back. Okay, you and I are about to see what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Peterson knelt slightly. I take it back. I'm not holding anything back. He vanished, reappearing in front of Tiny with a devastatingly powerful slash. Tiny barely managed to parry it, sending the blade wide. Tiny's movements became a blur, a phantom that the swordmaster couldn't track. Peterson admitted, the title of geniuses doesn't do you justice. You're a monster. Tiny just smiled, thanked him, and swung his weapon down again. In response, Peterson stomped his foot on the ground. This is enough. The entire area shook like an earthquake, throwing Tiny completely off balance. Peterson seized the opportunity and swung his sword, but Tiny's reflexes were insane, and he managed to block the blow just in time. He was sent flying, digging his weapon into the ground to stop his momentum, panting heavily. Peterson wiped sweat from his brow and chuckled. Now that was a new experience for this old man. I'll give you the information I promised. And now, Tiny stands inside the palace. He glares at the man before him, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. That man is Huso. The intel from Liam Peterson had paid off, after what had been one of the most intense fights of his life. As promised for giving him such a meaningful battle, the Swordmaster had given Tiny the lead he desperately needed. He told him about a man named Littman, a member of the Royal Knights who took orders directly, and only, from the king himself. At first, Tiny thought Littman must be Huso, but that wasn't the case. According to Liam, Littman had traveled extensively. Because of that, there was a good chance he knew Huso. Liam promised to arrange a meeting, but just then, a panicked guard rushed towards Tiny with urgent news. The king was looking for him. Arriving at the throne room, Tiny saw a man named Littman, an expert from the 6 Eastern Territories. Our hero was stunned. He couldn't believe it. They had actually managed to find him. This was the very man Liam had mentioned. Littman cheerfully greeted Tiny, the infamous slayer of the heretic cult. Playing along, Tiny acted shy and returned the greeting. He shot a look over at King Emo, who seemed completely clueless. Why was Tiny looking at him like that? Tiny felt an overwhelming urge to just leap over and punch the king. If he wanted him to act, he should have at least given him a signal. Littman's voice broke the heavy silence. Startled, Tiny began to stammer, I think I might be from the 6 Eastern Territories. So when the king asked what he desired, Tiny simply replied that he wanted to visit there once. Littman smiled, clearly happy with this answer. He began boasting that for the past decade, every new route he found had earned him some seriously handsome rewards. But King Emo suddenly cut in, telling Tiny not to head east just yet. He still had a promise to keep. He had to uproot the demon cultists before leaving this place. And Tiny, a man of his word, would definitely see it through. But a sense of suspicion towards Littman began to creep in. Using his special sight on him, he discovered he was completely normal. Then suddenly, Moonwolf started growling, a primal reaction to the man, like a magic beast sensing something wrong with a human. The king wanted Littman to help Tiny wipe out the cult, ordering him to postpone the mission to find Galady. The immediate threat was priority number 1. He was the best man the king could dispatch on such short notice. Littman could only put on a helpless expression. He had to obey. Tiny stood to the side, observing him. This man had zero magic, yet he was certain this was the Hutzel. Soon, only Tiny and King Emo were left in the room. He informed the king that Littman wasn't a cultist. Tiny wondered why the king hadn't warned him, but he had no choice due to a mana oath. A mana oath is a vicious vow bound by magic. Breaking it triggers a catastrophic chain reaction in the Oathbreaker's mana circuits. A simple 3-ring oath would only cause a minor backlash. But it's a huge burden if that person doesn't have long to live. Tiny didn't get it. Littman had been loyal for decades, yet this was only the second time the king had met with him personally. It's because they both share the blood of Quran, which grants them visions at a certain age, a dream where a holy relic is lost, destroying the capital. That dream kept repeating itself. But then, Tiny appeared in the vision and declared that the holy relic was already gone. Tiny was absolutely floored by this revelation. He slapped his chest, feeling a sudden premonition the Hutzul had just left the palace. Moonwolf carried Tiny, racing urgently through the night. He thought to himself that not even his companion could sense any magic from the man. So what if the real Hutzul was somewhere else? Now he had a clear answer. He just needed to gather more evidence. Near the coast, a group of men loaded cargo onto a ship, telling each other to move gently. But then, a cloaked Litman appeared out of nowhere. The men called him Hutzul. They were shocked to see him so early. He looked absolutely furious. He told them the king had placed a tracker on him. Enraged, he ordered them to prepare to set sail immediately. Suddenly, the ship erupted in a massive explosion, smoke billowing high. And on the deck, a small but impossibly cool figure appeared. It was none other than our boy, Tiny. He flashed a grin. "What are you all doing, sneaking around so late at night? You heretic cultists." He leaped down, thrusting his hammer straight at them. "Now, does anyone want to experience eternal rest?" They began to back away in fear. But Litman just urged his men on. He might be a follower of a god, but he's just one high-level master. He has to be exhausted after all those battles. Their group's plan was to restore their mana. At last, Litman revealed his true scheme, his confidence overflowing. "I'll take care of you myself." The two rushed at each other, one massive figure clashing with a small one, but Litman's powerful blows were effortlessly blocked by Tiny. He then summoned Moonwolf, who lunged forward, tearing off a piece of his cloak. It left a bloody gash on his body. Litman roared that he would rip Moonwolf to shreds right in front of Tiny. With that, he took a stance and lunged at Moonwolf, swinging his sword in a brutal arc. The beast roared in agony. Litman was sure that blow would have been fatal, but the wolf survived and was immediately unsummoned. He figured it out a trick to minimize mana use. He was only regenerating the injured parts. Litman swore he would kill Tiny tonight. His cronies charged forward like a pack of apes. One by one, they were all beaten to a pulp. Litman sneered. "It seems the king already told you about me." Tiny remembered the king's words. The Beastmen tribes usually inherit the power of their ancestral lands, but sometimes, within the tribe, a mutant is born. However, the Beastmen kill these children instantly, as they remind them of the ancient mermaid tribe that once rebelled against the holy god. The king had met one such mutant, a person who had been saved by someone else, and now he hides his identity to survive far from his homeland, because I have need of his unique abilities. And so, he'd sworn on his mana to hide the man's identity. Litman slowly approached the water's edge. Suddenly, pillars of seawater shot up, completely surrounding him. He was a killer whale, something Tiny's mind couldn't even process. How could they possibly fight on the open sea? Litman, a killer whale, was fighting like an absolute madman. He commanded the water, sending a powerful torrent crashing towards Tiny. The Moonwolf carrying him barely managed to dodge. Again, he manipulated the water, launching another attack. This time, a massive block of water materialized right above Tiny's head. In this aquatic environment, Litman's soul weapon was massively amplified. He was confident this was the end of the fight, but to his shock, Tiny was completely unharmed. He charged forward, thrusting his hammer straight for Litman's face. Litman blocked with his twin swords, realizing the kid's healing ability was no joke. This fight just got a lot more annoying. With reinforcements on the way, Litman knew he couldn't drag this out. He dove straight into the sea to make his escape. He surfaced a moment later in his full killer whale form, swimming away with incredible speed. Tiny was furious. There was no way he could chase him across the ocean. But then, the Moonwolf let out a low growl. Tiny remembered it could walk on air. That was one of its powers. With his help, it should be able to use that power right now. The problem was, he had no idea how to help. Before leaving, Litman had taunted him, saying he was only delaying his death. Tiny couldn't figure out what the man was plotting. Meanwhile, Litman found himself inside a hidden cave. A man called the Tide Mage was there, screaming at him to shut up. Litman just laughed contemptuously. Without him, the old man would have already starved. Litman tossed over a bag full of food and asked about the captured octopus. What exactly did the mage plan to do with it? That octopus was a magical treasure his organization had managed to acquire. If he let it escape, it would use its telepathy to call for its mother. But if he killed it, the mother would know instantly. So, it was only a matter of time before Karun was destroyed. Litman threatened the Tide Mage to try harder if he wanted to save his home. He was already planning his revenge, but the Tide Mage wouldn't let him get what he wanted so easily. Back at the palace, Liam reported to the king that all the dock workers were actually demon worshippers. The cargo they were moving contained items used for dark magic rituals. Their total value? About half the entire kingdom's annual budget. The king was stressed. Littman had claimed he would show them how mutants could contribute to the world. He just assumed the man was trying to escape the werewolves who were hunting him. He never imagined Littman was this kind of person. Looking back, he should have seen the signs much sooner. He asked Tiny if there was any way to find the other demon worshippers. Of course, Tiny had a plan. He just needed a little help from the king. Later, Tiny, wrapped in a cloak, went to visit Jay, greeting him warmly. He'd brought a large crate with him. Jay invited him inside, where Tiny explained the entire situation. There was a demon worshipper so skilled that even Tiny had trouble tracking him. These people had no magic, it had to be Littman. He was merely working with the cultists. Some people just chose to do these things, and honestly, Jay was out of ideas. He hadn't expected Tiny to approach him directly. He'd always wanted to show Tiny the true potential of the Black Hand Gang. Tiny asked, "What if you still had a chance?" He then placed an item from the crate on the table. These were the items the king had requested. Jay's mission was to recover all the remaining holy relics they'd left behind. If he was truly the head of the Black Hand, he must have a master of tracking magic on his team. It was time for Jay's Black Hand to shine. He brought in a magic expert to appraise the holy relics Tiny had brought. Tiny laid out more relics as he explained the situation, but the expert warned it might be extremely difficult. Tiny's jaw dropped. Turns out, Jay's Black Hand had tried this before, but the cultists were meticulous, erasing every single trace and clue. Tiny slapped his forehead. "You're kidding me. Is all this back-breaking work being dumped on us?" But there was still one other way. The shipment of cultist goods that he'd given to Jay, it contained quite a few of their items. This wasn't the kind of quantity they would fight to the death for. If Karun was preparing to be burned for good, they'd be picky. But materials were different. It takes a minimum of 3 and up to 10 ingredients to craft a single magic item. They would try to find items that wouldn't get them discovered, and gathering that many raw materials would take forever. But what if a single shop was selling all the necessary ingredients? They'd all buy from the same place to save time. Tiny was completely amazed. This was exactly why he'd put his trust in Jay. Just then, a waiter arrived with a dish called Gambi Innocent Chicken. Jay urged him to try a piece. With a gloomy look, Tiny reluctantly took a bite. The flavor exploded. It was absolutely irresistible. Jay figured he should just make a career out of this hunting down demons and monsters. 2 months later, his new business gets some customers. A group of dark cultists. They had clearly scoped out the shop before arriving, and the owner was none other than our guy, Jay. They handed him a list of ingredients. A list that he and Tiny had already spent a long time preparing for. Then, another cultist appeared, his face completely devoid of emotion. This new arrival was their elder. A dark, unspeakable aura radiated from him. He sneered at his followers for their excuses and failures, then turned them all into dried-out corpses that crumbled to dust. He stalked over to Jay, saying he found the timing of all this just a little too convenient. Then he lunged. Jay threw his arms up to block, letting out a raw scream of agony. When Jay woke up, he saw Tiny's worried face hovering over him. He was a mess, exhausted, and with his clothes torn to shreds. Tiny asked him what happened. He told him he'd gotten lucky. The elder, whose name was May, had realized Jay couldn't use mana right after he attacked. Feeling bad about attacking a normal person, May decided he'd buy the ingredients after all, tossing a bag of coins on the table. He'd pay in full, but Jay would have to make a few more deliveries, and he gave Jay a chilling warning. "Speak a word of this, and things will not end well." Jay felt insanely lucky that he wasn't actually someone who had awakened their mana. Tiny was baffled the guy just left. It was obvious May was confident he could kill Jay whenever he wanted. Just like before, his arrogance made him completely dismiss Jay as a non-mana user, even leaving him with a business deal. Now, the plan was to call in 3 mages who were experts at tracking, but Jay felt it was far too dangerous. This guy was on par with a level 7 mage, but Tiny was determined to see it through. A month later, Tiny went to check on the movements of the evil cult members. He suspected they were planning a huge ritual on a nearby island in a few days. He and the Shadow Guild would take care of it. The royal family would be sending aid soon. Plus, the local lord was dispatching reinforcements. A man named Truman appeared, asking Tiny to dinner, but he refused. A few days later, the day of the operation arrived. A few low-level knights entered the room containing the holy relic, only to find Tiny already waiting for them. He knew they were up to something shady. The real shock, however, was seeing Truman among them. Tiny never thought the commander of the knights, Truman, would be here. Truman's lackeys immediately piped up, saying Tiny was just an outsider. What right did he have to slander their leader? After all, Truman had trained countless knights and brought discipline to the order. Why would a man like that be stuck guarding relics? Truman himself had once been a member of the knightly order, but after seeing how brilliant his colleagues were, he knew his own time in the spotlight was over. He tried to earn merit by becoming a teacher, training young knights, but he got no glory. All he got was a mountain of debt. The man was absolutely crushed. It was just so unfair. Even the king didn't seem to care in the slightest. During that time, Littman was the only person who offered to help him. He was just like Truman, discriminated against because of his background. He offered Truman a new world of enlightenment, not just mindless strength. Then the old man roared, declaring that his ambition was to create a brand new kingdom. But to Tiny, this was just plain ridiculous. Create a new kingdom? By siding with a bunch of evil cultists? But it was too late for Truman to back down. He ordered his men to capture Tiny. A cruel, deadly smile crept across Tiny's face. What happened next was a blur of fists. In an instant, the weak soldiers were all taken down, much to Truman's dismay. All they could do was groan in pain on the floor. Truman then reached into a pouch at his side, pulled something out, and hurled it at Tiny. But Tiny shattered it with his hammer. The object burst, spilling red liquid on the floor and releasing a strange mist. From inside the orb's remains, something horrible began to emerge. A hand suddenly shot up from the puddle. It was followed by the ghastly form of a drooling demon. It let out a terrifying roar, catching even Truman by surprise. The demon grabbed Truman without mercy, crushing him like an orange and drinking his blood. Tiny didn't hesitate, rushing forward to strike its arm. Truman fell to the ground with his arm severed. Tiny demanded to know where he got that monstrosity. Turns out, it was a gift from Littman. The monster then noticed the holy relic. It tried to charge forward, but Tiny was never going to let that happen. He lunged with his warhammer once again, striking the demon's waist. He figured one good hit would be enough, but it just let out a bizarre sound and flew right towards the relic, much to Tiny's complete surprise. Elsewhere, countless dead bodies lay scattered about. The other person asked Jay if he could tell what kind of magic this was. He confirmed this was a powerful form of concealment magic. Then, he began to sprinkle a strange dust around the scene. He figured the real target must be Karen. But Tiny was in a tough spot. This demon, Freezer, was determined to follow its orders to the death. Tiny refused to let it near the holy relic, smashing his warhammer straight into its head. The impact drove the demon into the ground, trapping it. Deciding to end things, Tiny flew into the air and brought down a final, devastating blow. At last, the monster was gone. That demon was surprisingly difficult to handle. It could move freely inside the temple, all thanks to those damn demon-worshipping cultists. They were using a much higher level of magic than he'd anticipated. But just then, he realized the old man, Truman, had vanished. Tiny and Moonwolf immediately went to find him. Unbelievable. After all that, the guy just ran off. He followed the blood trail, determined not to let him get away. Meanwhile, down in the sewers, old Truman was in deep trouble. A strange blue gate glowed before him, but the power of the monster guarding it was absolutely terrifying. Truman was at his limit, and even Tiny wasn't sure he could win this one. Was this really what the old man had wanted? He'd sacrificed his own men for an impossible dream, and now even the sanctuary that once brought him comfort had betrayed him. Perhaps this was the end. But then, a sudden appearance. Tiny was here, leaving Truman completely stunned. He'd actually found the secret chamber where Truman was hiding. To think he'd built a hidden path right under the Capitol. Facing Tiny's questions, Truman admitted he didn't know much himself. There was just one small thing. He told him to remember the name Shock, and then he collapsed. The old man had finally reached his breaking point. If he hadn't sided with those demon worshippers, his fate might have been different. Suddenly, Moonwolf sensed something, a powerful flow of mana from behind the door. Without a second thought, Tiny charged straight inside. He found the body of the sorcerer, Cold Sea. So the mana Moonwolf sensed, it was coming from the octopus, the giant octopus. Flashes of memory appeared even in death. The sorcerer Cold Sea had tried to protect Karan. Tiny felt a monstrous presence closing in. With that much power, it had to be on the same level as Gluttony. Time was running out. With 2 seals remaining, he began pouring his mana inside. The first seal deactivated. The king panicked, recognizing Gaio's writing in the sky. Just then, his son burst in, yelling that something terrible was happening. A massive tidal wave was heading straight for them. He begged his father to issue the highest level warning, knowing a normal evacuation wasn't enough. The king feared that if it was the giant octopus, the Kraken, then not even the power of the sanctuary could stop it. Just as he was about to give up, Tiny appeared with all the presence of a hero, carrying the body of the great sorcerer, Cold Sea. Anderson was the one who fought for Karan until the very end. He only died because he fell into a trap set by the cultists. Those 7 bastards may have destroyed Karan's final pillar, causing the crown prince untold grief. But even so, Anderson, worried for the kingdom, left behind one last thing, a shield that could save Karan. The king, however, still believed it was hopeless, citing the limits of their magical barrier. The sanctuary could stop monsters, sure, but against a masterclass magical beast like the giant octopus, it didn't stand a chance. Tiny, however, insisted that the sanctuary would still be effective. He told the king to remember the promise from the Age of Legends. The sanctuary was a treasure passed down from ancient times, and everything created by the gods is bound by their will, including the monsters. The giant octopus was a monster from that legendary era, created by the gods themselves. If it remembered the promise, then even it could not break the divine barrier. Finally convinced, the king ordered the people to evacuate to the palace. He then summoned every mage who could help stop the tsunami, determined to leave no one behind. But then a soldier arrived with terrible news. Every single ship in the harbor had already been destroyed. Elsewhere, the wicked cultists had made their move, cutting off every escape route. Their leader was furious to learn that a knight had gotten through the wall. It seemed the royal family was finally onto them. He ordered his reserve soldiers to move out and buy them more time. Without the Stonewall Knights in the way, this would be so much easier. Karan would be helpless against the coming wave. The royal mages would wear themselves out stopping the tsunami. That's when they would unleash the full disaster of the sea, wiping everyone out. 2 days later, everyone was exhausted from holding back the relentless wave. Suddenly, Tiny cried out, collapsing in pain. He could feel it. Something had arrived. The ruler of the deep, the creature that would decide Karan's fate. The giant octopus appeared, attacking the civilian shelters directly. Tiny walked toward the king, carrying a large bag. This was the legacy Anderson had left behind. He then summoned Moonwolf and departed. He recalled Anderson's final words, hoping the king could forgive his disloyal servant for forcing an old man to bury the young. He begs the king to have faith, promising he will fight to the very end for his majesty and the kingdom. We cut to Silver Wolf and Tiny, hauling a giant baby octopus through the air. Suddenly, a massive tentacle appears right over Tiny's head, but the distance is huge. Silver Wolf gives him a hint on how he might be able to fly. He tries again, and this time, by linking their powers, he gets it. Now, the two of them are soaring freely through the sky. Tiny closes in on the massive monster. Its eyes suddenly bulge wide, and it lets out an ear-splitting screech. The blast sends Tiny and Silver Wolf flying back. Does it really think he killed its kid? Thinking this, he charges in for another approach. He projects an image of the real culprits onto the baby kraken, solid proof for its giant mother. It might not be as smart as the legends claim, but it can definitely recognize who murdered its offspring. Tiny uses his spur to knock the baby kraken, sending it flying fast towards its parent. Slowly, the little one drifts closer to its mother. A blue light and a magic circle appear, but the moment it touches the mother kraken, she goes into an even greater rage. The aura exploding from it blasts Tiny backwards. Then comes a surprise attack, launching both him and Silver Wolf high into the air. Is it all for nothing? Suddenly, a voice tells him to relax his body. It's the Grandmaster, Jenna, catching him in mid-air. Tiny asks if he should even be here, questioning him about his duties. Jenna simply states the Emperor himself ordered him to come, but if he gets involved in Karan's affairs, it could spark a political nightmare. Good thing he's in disguise, so it shouldn't be a problem. He's a knight who, despite his youth, has already reached the Challenger rank, wielding both Silver Light and Freezing Wind mana. And just like that, the Kraken has finally calmed down. Who knows if there's a special reason, but whatever works. Suddenly, Tiny spots them the bodies of countless cultists. He realizes the Kraken's last attack was aimed at them, and for a second, he's thrilled. But reality comes as a slap to the face. The Kraken is still furious. But wait, there aren't any cultists around here. Whatever the motive is, they need more information. Tiny turns to Jenna, asking about the status of the magic ritual. It's a complex magic circle meant to seal away mana, which Jenna has nearly destroyed. That's when Tiny spots the holy relic. Tiny activates his and Silver Wolf's joint skill, and a wolf's eye materializes. With it, he can finally see the cultists' exact location. With that, Tiny decides to ignore the Kraken and head straight for them. The cultists are clearly hunting for the holy relic, and their priority is to protect it. The giant octopus Kraken is still invading the city, sending the citizens into a complete panic. Back at the tower, the soldiers guarding the relic feel perfectly safe. After all, the relic itself is what's protecting the entire area. But then, they realize someone has slipped inside. Instantly, they're on high alert. So much for that invisibility spell, it was totally useless. The barrier must be what's making this so tough. But even inside, the cultist is confident he can crush these insects with ease. Hey, he declares he'll strip them of their power by force. A blast of purple light erupts, sending all the soldiers flying. Back with Tiny, they're just 1 minute from the holy relic. but an army of cultists blocks their path, radiating pure killing intent. Jenna tells Tiny to leave them to him. He moves like a blur, a flash of lightning. In an instant, every single one is down. These guys are clearly on another level. Their speed is insane. Jenna asks Tiny if a cultist should even be able to touch the relic. Normally, they shouldn't even get near it. This raises a scary question. What if they aren't actually cultists at all? He's seen an exception to the rule before, and he has a very bad feeling about this. With this much chaos, the worst-case scenario has probably already happened. On their way, they run into Liam, who is just as clueless. Just when they thought things were calming down, the octopus suddenly strikes. Luckily, they manage to dodge. But what they see next makes Tiny's blood boil. A high-ranking cultist is holding the relic's core. No wonder the Spirit Domain's covenant was broken. This is it, the absolute worst-case scenario. The cultist just flashes a demonic smile, finding the whole situation amusing. He then declares he's going to finish them all right here, and with that, he unleashes his Black Thunder technique. A powerful bolt of dark lightning streaks right toward them. Seeing Tiny in danger, Jenna and Liam jump in to block the attack. But this dark mage is on another level. They can't hold out long. Tiny uses the opening to go after the one holding the relic's core, but the guy isn't going down easy. Once again, Jenna rushes in to block. He launches a reckless, head-on attack. In a flash, his ultimate skill, Song of the Ice Sword, bats away the dark lightning. Model. He couldn't disobey his master. As Liam and Jenna prepared to risk their lives, Tiny spotted an opening and charged straight in. And that's all for this video, which covers the summary for part 1 of the series. If you have any thoughts on the story, be sure to leave them down in the comments section. And don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more awesome videos. Until then, take care and see you next time. The wizard openly mocked the two knights. But as challenger-class warriors, they wasted no time on words, immediately powering up for battle. "Let's see what you can do," the wizard said with a sly grin, unleashing his dark lightning. Countless tendrils of purple energy erupted from the ground, lashing out at them. This dark power swarmed the two knights. It targeted Sir Liam first, who gritted his teeth to resist, probably wanting to yell about someone picking on an old man. But with his vast combat experience, the old knight's strength won out. He gripped his sword tightly. A soft light began to envelop the blade. Suddenly, the dark lightning he'd scattered to the ground started to morph into something else and hop around. It tried to launch a surprise attack from behind, but Liam had already sensed it. He swung his sword, easily slicing it into 4 pieces. After that, he sent a powerful slash hurtling straight towards the wizard. The wizard just let out a twisted laugh at the display of power. He simply raised one finger, conjuring a wave of energy. Not bad. But then, he pointed that finger violently at the ground. It completely shattered Sir Liam's attack. Useless. The knight was horrified that single attack held years of his life's work. The wizard cackled with delight. Did you really think it would be that easy? But he was too focused to notice a blue vortex rapidly approaching him from behind. It wasn't until he felt the shift in energy that he suddenly spun around. Wait, what is this power? But by the time he noticed, it was already too late. Knight Janes was right on top of him, ready to strike. He immediately swung his sword with all his might, and the energy exploded into a massive blue tornado. The tornado completely swallowed the wizard. It grew larger and larger, spinning furiously in one spot. After it vanished, only a cool breeze remained. As Janes stood admiring his work, Sir Liam rushed over to his side. "Looks like things are a lot easier with you around," he exclaimed, running over with his sword while showering Janes with praise. "I never thought I'd have a friend like you." "Friend, my butt." Janes wanted to shout, but after a moment, he just sighed. He decided to accept it. "A friend, huh? I guess that's not wrong." A voice suddenly cut their conversation short. Both ice and wind. Both of them looked up at the sky, absolutely stunned. Janes couldn't believe his eyes. What? It was the wizard. The guy was harder to kill than a cockroach, floating in the sky and looking down on them with a provocative sneer. "I know who you are now. You must have a lot of free time to be wandering around out here." Valentina's little dog. Liam flinched at the familiar name Valentina. At this point, Jane stopped hiding it. "Well, I guess my cover is blown." The wizard laughed with pure contempt as he gathered power in the palm of his hand. "You went to all the trouble of coming here, so I'll be the one to eliminate you myself." The two knights braced themselves, ready for anything. The small spark of energy from before had ballooned into a colossal sphere of power in his hand. A massive ball of dark lightning lit up the entire area. He gently turned his palm down and, in a soft, loving voice, said, "Now die." The wizard's dark power shot downwards like a meteor. Both knights were sweating bullets. There was no blocking this. That dark energy formed a massive vortex. It rushed towards them. If you can't block it, you dodge it. Without a single word, Both knights leaped in opposite directions. The sphere of energy slammed into the cliffside with a massive boom. The shockwave alone sent Janes flying 80 meters away. This was getting way too dangerous. He immediately looked back at the wizard. Even though things were moving fast, he already had a plan. Before he attacks again, I have to. But then his attention was suddenly ripped away. Something huge and dark was now blocking his path. He threw up his arms to block, his first instinct to protect his face. His eyes went wide. Wait a minute, this wasn't in the contract. The creature's tail suddenly whipped sideways with incredible force, and Janes was gone. The wizard was too focused on his other prey. He was so preoccupied with the escape that he didn't sense someone closing in from behind him. A voice rang out, making him freeze on the spot. Tiny and his pet had finally caught up. Tiny reached out his hand and yelled, "Gotcha!" But he was much quicker than Tiny expected. Just as he was about to be caught, he managed to escape. The guy would rather kill himself than be captured. Tiny could only curse under his breath. "That bastard!" The man surfaced from the water, yelling, "You fool!" That's when Tiny recognized him. It was Huso. Huso looked at him with contempt. Only an idiot would try to fight me underwater. But Tiny didn't back down. "Oh, really? You're the best. You win." Huso was clearly confused. "What? You think you're the only one who can dive in?" In that instant, Nguyen Lang leaped into the water right after him, but this time was different. He clung tightly to his companion, Nguyen Lang, as it dove like an arrow straight into the ocean. The drowner was waiting below, taunting them to come down and play. With both hands, he began summoning massive waves. "Just try me." The waves swelled into monstrous whirlpools, churning violently, waiting to drag them under. They were ready to swallow him whole. Tani rode his mount, pointing toward the fray as the drowner drew his twin blades. Huso stood firm on the water, taunting him. "The sea will be your grave." But he refused to fight Tiny head-on. Instead, he whipped up tornadoes to block Tiny's path. But this kind of child's play meant absolutely nothing to him. A confident smirk flashed across Tiny's face before he dove straight into the cyclone to battle Huso directly. Seeing this seemingly suicidal act, Huso just scoffed. What a fool, but he was dead wrong. A voice shot back. "Over here, you idiot." Huso looked to the sky, completely baffled. What? The sight before his eyes was something he truly had to see to believe. Tiny was riding his moonwolf, circling high above. Floating? Huso seethed with rage, watching him grow stronger by the second. Damn it! He'd powered up that fast. Huso's turn was over. Now, it was time for Tiny to strike. He gripped his weapon and dove, shouting, "My turn!" Huso, completely enraged, could only swing wildly as they traded insults. On his moonwolf, Tiny skillfully dodged one attack after another. One slip, and he'd be swallowed by the waves below. The moonwolf's landing was so powerful it shook the entire surface of the sea, sending water flying everywhere. It almost plunged them under. Huso scrambled to the side, instantly trying to create some distance between them. He never, ever expected to face someone so damn reckless. His eyes darted to the sealed artifact in his hand. With that, Huso dove deep beneath the waves, and in a flash, he transformed into a ferocious shark. With the holy artifact clamped in his jaws, he decided to bolt. Out of 36 strategies, running was his best option. But Tiny was right on his tail, diving in with the moonwolf. "Going somewhere?" he yelled, landing a solid punch. Right in the gut. The blow sent the shark's eyes rolling white. It finally spat out the artifact, and Tiny snatched it with ease. "This is mine now, you mutt." Getting the prize back made him grin from ear to ear. Huso burst from the water, his face a mask of fury. "I will not forgive that brat." He was about to retreat in his new form, but Tiny's voice stopped him cold. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Tiny had already soared high into the sky, weapon raised for the finishing blow. You have to see a job through, right? Thunder's descent. Just as its name implied, the slash came down like a judgment from heaven. It slammed into the shark's head, caving it deep into its body. Huso coughed up blood, convulsed, and his massive body crashed down hard. He lost consciousness and sank into the depths. Tiny, holding the artifact, scratched his head and let out a sigh of relief. Close call. Time to go. He was about to head back for some tea when a giant, original recipe takoyaki blocked his path home. It also casually destroyed a few nearby mountains. Tiny stared in absolute shock, wondering why the hell it was coming for him. At this rate, he couldn't protect the artifact. And more importantly, the entire nation of Quran would be wiped out. Tiny clenched his fists as he stared at the monster. He decided right then he had to stop this kraken. The closer it got, the bigger the shockwaves. Tiny had to shield his face from the pressure. The evil aura was too strong. His head felt like it would split open. No choice. He had to undo the seal, the charm that was sealing the lantern. He raised it high, yelling, "Sacred beast, stop your attack." He moved closer to make the artifact more effective. The closer he got, the stronger it would be. "The innocent have suffered enough." A horrifying voice boomed back, "I do not care." Tiny aimed the light upward. He flinched. The giant squid was radiating a cruel, menacing aura intended to intimidate him. To cleanse this world of evil, sacrifices must be made. He was pushed back by the sheer force of its presence as it continued. Also, the holy artifact is no longer in Quran. Furious, it swung a thick, meaty tentacle toward a nearby village. People were just living their lives in peace, and suddenly a giant tentacle appeared from the sky. To top it off, it could talk. "So, even if I kill a few residents, I'm not breaking any promise." Tiny screamed in desperation. "No, stop it." It continued to ignore his words. Even as he screamed over and over, "I said stop, you damn squid." It glanced down at him as if he were nothing but a bug. "You are the one holding the holy artifact?" Its terrifying eyes widened in rage. "Are you asking me to forget the pain of losing my child?" It roared in agony. The force it gave off grew stronger and stronger, making it impossible for Tiny to stay balanced on his moonwolf. The pressure was crushing him. The force was so great it made Tiny cough up blood. This was its rage, but it was something much deeper than just anger. Its massive body blocked the sun, causing the sea to fall strangely silent. He could feel a profound sadness, one far greater than its rage. Despite the blood pouring from his mouth, Tiny struggled to sit up, determined to reason with it. "I will bring the ones who killed your child here," he managed to choke out through the pain. Then Tiny stood tall, raising the lantern high like a sacred oath. "Please, just stop and trust me." Its massive tentacles twitched. It lunged toward him, its voice thundering, "You are not nearly strong enough, you little artifact keeper." Tiny began to sweat profusely, but he answered with absolute resolve, "I know. But I will find a way." And for some reason, the creature actually believed him. Even without guarantees, Tiny made a surprising choice. "Fine, you'll have my support." What in the world? The city was now just a chaotic pile of rubble. James gripped his sword, still reeling from the aftershock. The knight, Liam, knelt beside him to offer a hand. "You're awake?" James waved him off. "I'm fine." Though his voice trembled, Liam was just relieved to see him standing. "Thank goodness." James simply rubbed his orange hair. "Remembering the chaos," James muttered. "I really thought I was a goner for sure." Seeing him so drained, Liam offered some good news. "Here's the good news." He pointed towards a massive tentacle, writhing on the ground. "Look. That dark sorcerer they were just fighting is completely pinned down, crushed by a giant tentacle. Down on the ground, the sorcerer struggled up, his face twisted with pure rage. "Why is my luck so damn bad?" he grumbled. He glanced up, seeing an orange-haired and a white-haired knight, swords drawn, staring daggers right back at him. Those two still refused to give up. He pushed himself up, channeling power into his left arm as energy surged through him. Then, he unleashed it in a massive explosion of power. James and Liam were forced to squint against the blinding light. Waves of dark energy pulsed outward from his body in expanding circles. James yelled to his companion, "Move! Get back! He's trying to spread it out." The sorcerer had clearly lost his mind, snarling as he manipulated the dark energy. "I will burn you to cinders in this pure darkness," he screamed, revealing one half of his heavily scarred face. All James and Liam could do was raise their swords defensively, watching as he grew more unhinged and terrifying by the second. On an unspoken signal, they both turned and ran. Seeing them flee, the mage sneered, "What a bunch of pathetic knights." "That's right, run, you pathetic failures," he gloated, completely oblivious to the danger lurking right above his head. A gigantic tentacle came crashing down. A massive boom sent dirt flying as he was crushed nearly to death underneath it. He screamed in pure agony. The monster swatted him once, then casually lifted the tentacle again. He was slammed so deep into the ground he couldn't get up. He suddenly realized this was no coincidence, it was targeting him. Before he could even process it, another tentacle slammed right into his back. A direct hit. The blow sent him flying sideways. The kraken smacked him into a nearby building, shattering a corner of the wall. The impact against the wall knocked him out cold. Liam watched in utter confusion. Is that kraken attacking a dark cultist? How is that possible? The massive kraken loomed over the port, its blood-red eyes filled with pure hatred, staring down the sorcerer. Its aura alone was terrifying. The dark aura was overwhelming. He screamed in pain, writhing on the ground. Did it give me internal injuries? James and Liam could only watch the bizarre scene unfold, completely baffled. Suddenly, the creature's strange aura began to spread towards them. Liam shouted for James to run, but he didn't budge. He just stood there, reaching a hand into the dark aura. Liam panicked. "What are you doing?" He realized something. This energy, does it only affect him? He grew bolder, stepping right into the aura, almost holding it in his hands. It isn't harming us. Maybe it only hurts the Kraken's specific target. And that's when it all clicked for him. It looked like Tiny had succeeded after all. The sorcerer's body began to warp and deform, swelling as massive tumors erupted from his skin. He was in agony, unable to breathe, but his spirit refused to break. He slowly raised one hand. This is bad, but don't think I'll die here. Suddenly, green tentacles materialized in the sky above, tearing right through the Kraken's dark aura. Janes and Liam looked up at the sky. What's that sound? A strange green object was appearing. It was a monster shaped like a giant carnivorous flower. It spread its petals wide and lunged right at them, ready to attack. Liam and Janes teamed up to slice cleanly through it, but its many tendrils didn't vanish. The creature swooped right over their heads. The incapacitated sorcerer lying nearby was not spared. With a single bite, a gulp, it swallowed him whole. It devoured him whole, absorbing him for nutrients. It's a man-eater. Liam's face turned completely pale. After finishing its meal, it turned towards the city. Liam instantly knew its plan, and energy flooded his body. You bastard. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, with all his might, a single, clean slash that severed a part of its body. The monster thrashed wildly, sending the blonde-haired Janes flying. Thankfully, both of the knights managed to land safely. No time to rest. They charged back into a life-or-death fight. It can't reach the castle. They moved quickly, positioning themselves before the castle gates. A single strike blasted the doors open, but the scene inside shocked them beyond belief. Hold on. A magic circle had been drawn. And the soldiers, their faces looked all wrong. An entire platoon of soldiers just stared blankly at them, their faces dazed, like they were completely drugged. Die, 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 die. The chant was relentless, an endless cry for death. The soldiers press closer, surrounding Liam and his team. A voice echoes from afar. This is an order from your ruler. A bony hand slams the railing. Of course, it's that damn wizard who just refuses to die. He stalks forward, glaring at them with pure hatred. Because of you, my mission is in ruins, he seethes, shoving open a door on the palace's upper level. Looks like I'm still right on schedule. Try and stop me, you weak, useless knights. He glances down at them, a wicked smile on his face. Janes is confused. A target? But Liam realizes instantly that's the way to the king's chambers. And just like that, he vanishes, leaving a mob of his stone-crazed soldiers staring them down with murderous intent. Liam's blood runs cold. His majesty is in danger. The berserk soldiers charge, swords raised, screaming, "Die! Glory to our master!" Liam turns to Janes. I'll leave a few for you. With the plan set, Liam makes the first move. He smashes the flat of his enormous sword into the gut of the nearest soldier. Liam moves like a storm. A single swing sends the man flying straight into the wall. He's pinned there, completely unable to break free. Janes can practically feel the pain just watching. Is Sir Liam all right? He wonders. But Liam just reassures him. I'm using the flat of the blade, so they won't die. He charges forward again. His top priority is reaching the king. Get out of my way, Liam roars, swinging his blade. The sheer force sends soldiers scattering in every direction. Watching Liam's absolute rampage, Janes thinks to himself, maybe I should go a little easy. Meanwhile, the wizard is inside the room. He's brutally slaughtering the last of the guards. A brave knight uses his final breath, ignoring his own safety. Please, your majesty, run, he begs, as his body turns to stone. The wizard mercilessly throws him to the ground, causing his stone body to shatter into pieces. He walks right past the corpses without a second thought. These flies made me late for my introduction. He cracks his knuckles. In front of royalty, one should give a proper greeting, no? King Karan stands with the last mage left in the castle, who is desperately trying to protect his king. The moment King Karan sees him, he shouts, "You're the one behind all of this." The wizard casually admits it. That's right, you guessed correctly. Then, he unleashes all the dark power he's been storing up. He screams, "As a reward, I'll wipe the Karan bloodline from existence tonight." But a voice suddenly calls out from behind. It startles him, making him spin around. Before you do that, you should disappear first. Janes suddenly appears, striking from midair, sword in hand. The wizard turns to block the attack. Bold of you to follow me here, but your attack is useless. While he's distracted with Janes, Liam closes in from behind with his sword drawn. Liam lands a deep gash in his back, sending him stumbling in pain. Liam, Janes, and the last guard quickly form a defensive line, protecting King Karan. Liam immediately apologizes. "We are late, your majesty. We just got here." King Karan's face lights up with relief. Liam, I'm glad you're all right. This touching reunion only infuriates the wizard. Don't make me laugh. You two just showed up to add 2 more bodies to the pile. That slash to the back didn't stop him, in fact. It just made him more arrogant and powerful. He summons 2 orbs of energy into his hands. He floats into the air, looking down on them. He slowly merges the 2 orbs, as if playing with a toy. Watch closely. I'm only doing this once. I am death incarnate. He slams the massive orb down, sending it hurtling toward them. Liam stares at the overwhelming power, his fear mounting. He's this strong? Even Janes is sweating bullets beside him, but as a knight, Liam knows he cannot retreat. In a split second, he makes a critical decision. No, if I dodge, the king will be hit. There's only one way. He grabs the nearby Janes by his clothes, apologizing as he does. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He pulls a completely bewildered Janes, who has no idea what's happening. What the? Liam shoves him into position. As if fearing he might run, he even turns part of Janes's shoulder to stone, locking his own hand to it. I must protect his majesty at all costs. Poor Janes, so willing to sacrifice himself for the cause. And now he's being used as a human shield. They stand frozen as 2 purple tornadoes rush toward them. A memory from 8,000 years ago flashes back. A time when Liam was just a rookie, having newly received his knighthood. King Karan placed a hand on his shoulder. He spoke from the heart. You are a royal knight now. You must protect Karan. I'm putting my faith in you. Liam. The king's words have haunted him to this day, even as he takes the full brunt of the wizard's attack. And yet, he still doesn't fall. Janes, used as a shield, is sprawled on the ground, taking in the devastation. Liam couldn't stop blaming himself. He was too passive. He should have fought harder. A noble knight, living such a meaningless life? Something was clearly off about him today. Suddenly, a voice snaps him back to reality, dark magic preying on his weakest thoughts. King Karan places a hand on his shoulder, steadying him. Liam, don't give up. Karan's power flows into his body, a calming energy to reassure the reckless knight. He tells him that perseverance is what truly matters most. It was all a mind-bending illusion. Liam immediately snaps to his feet. Your Majesty, don't overexert yourself. But the king waves it off. It's nothing. Liam smiles in relief. Thank you, I feel much better now. An angry voice cuts in. Enough of this nonsense. Janes struggles up, using his weapon for support. You're only alive thanks to me. Janes glares at Liam, absolutely furious. Did I come all this way just so you could use me as a shield? Do you have any conscience? I gave you my all, and you threw me to the wolves. He swears he will never forget this betrayal, growling. Don't think I'll just forget this. Liam quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, I will make it up to you. Then, he refocuses on their dangerous situation. But first, they had to defeat their enemy. The sorcerer smirks, surprised. How are you all still alive? Enraged, he gathers power into his palm one more time. How dare you? He unleashes every last drop of energy left in his body. His overwhelming power forces Janes and Liam to put their grudge aside. For now, they're brothers in arms once again. Janes warns his companion, we only get one shot. We have to wipe out his dark magic completely. The sorcerer unleashes crackling bolts of lightning. He screams, this ends now. Janes pours all his energy into his blade, unleashing the Valentia sword style, the second form of his technique. He swings his sword, and it multiplies into a dozen glowing blades. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sends all of them flying forward in one devastating, combined attack. Song of the Raging Storm, a relentless barrage. Each blade carrying the power of the original, hammering the sorcerer's dark core again and again. He struggles to block the assault. Impossible. How can a challenger-class fighter do this? Suddenly, a shimmer of light appears behind him. Sensing the new danger, the sorcerer spins around. Liam is already in position, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, the Royal Knight sword style of Karan. His face is a mask of pure concentration, channeling all his strength, taking perfect aim at the sorcerer. He then hurls his sword with incredible force straight at the ceiling. A perfect throw. The sorcerer is slammed upwards, pinned against the stone. He screams in agony. A massive explosion rocks the chamber, shattering a huge part of the ceiling. The blonde mage stares up, stunned. Did they do it? As that thought crosses their mind, King Karan clutches his chest and slowly collapses. Thank heavens, he murmurs, then passes out. Chaos erupts as his subjects rush toward him screaming, Your Majesty! Liam and the blonde mage hurry to catch the falling king. He's unconscious. Janes, meanwhile, drops to one knee to survey the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, he stands up and curses. Damn it! Liam looks up, confused. What is it? Janes holds up a pale, severed arm for everyone to see. Look, all we did was cut off his arm. He got away. Far away, the sorcerer flees through the air, clutching his bloody stump. As he rushes to escape, a shadow suddenly falls over him. He looks up. It's Tiny. After all this time, he has finally appeared, and with his moonwolf. The sorcerer sneers, Moss's little brat. How are you? But before he can finish, he spots the lantern in Tiny's hand and the smug grin that comes with it. He screams, another sacred relic. The sorcerer watches his entire plan turn to dust and can't stop himself from cursing furiously. He looks at the corpses of his fallen comrades and wonders, why isn't the darkness responding to me anymore? He wraps his wounded arm, thinking angrily, we committed a third of our entire group to this single operation, and I was the one who got seriously injured. Just as he finishes, a brilliant blue light illuminates the entire area. Before him, Tiny creates a transparent cube, isolating their battlefield from the outside world. A dueling barrier. Tiny just holds the lantern aloft, taunting him to come closer. At this point, the sorcerer has nothing left to lose. He decides to go for broke, raising his hand to gather power. I don't care how you got that. He's completely losing his mind. He attacks with savage fury. Now everything becomes meaningless. A blast of energy shoots towards Tiny, but this cheap trick doesn't faze him. Tiny just grins and gives the order to his companion, go, Moonwolf. The wolf lets out a long, joyous howl and charges forward. The two of them charge head-on into his attack. The sorcerer is stunned by Tiny's sheer audacity. You're charging toward me? Tiny grabs the lantern's cord in his teeth, activating iron armor to increase his weight. He leaps off Moonwolf's back, launching himself skyward. Lighter when he jumps, but heavier when he strikes. He rushes forward, hammer in hand, a sly grin aimed at his enemy. Tiny slams his hammer into the barrier with all his might. The sheer force of the impact terrifies the sorcerer trapped inside. So powerful. He stares at the boy in utter disbelief. You really think you can break through this? Tiny just smiles, confirming his fears. He tells the sorcerer he'll just smash his head in. Then he turns and gives the order. Moonwolf. The wolf leaps up instantly, catching the boy on its back. The sorcerer's face goes pale. He sees the attack coming, but he's not fast enough to dodge, and he takes a ton-force hammer blow straight to the gut. The wizard stumbles back, riddled with injuries inside and out, and starts coughing up blood. Tiny realizes it instantly. The sorcerer is way weaker than he was before. Once more, both boy and beast flare up with fighting spirit. But a sudden noise from above makes him jump. The sorcerer just used his dark arts to shatter a corner of the cube. Tiny is stunned. What is this? The sorcerer just gives him a wicked grin in return. From his hand, a cluster of purple light appears, expanding and growing more sinister by the second. He's preparing some kind of dangerous technique, so dangerous that he has to shout, "You made me do this. I will never forgive you for it." His eyes bulge as he grinds his teeth, swearing a vicious oath. Then, half of his left leg suddenly vanishes, and Tiny finally understands what's happening. This is a human sacrifice. A dark purple aura begins to envelop his body, his demonic energy skyrocketing in an instant. Before the aura completely swallows him, he spits out his final words. You worthless brat from Monster. He focuses a sphere of pure energy in his hand. The sorcerer glares, I'm going to burn you to death in the most painful way imaginable. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the orb hurtling down. From such a small sphere, immense power erupts as purple energy tendrils close in on Tiny. When he realizes what it is, he clicks his tongue in frustration. His wide-area shield is useless against this. So, he holds the holy relic out in front of him. Closing his eyes, he focuses, using the abnormality the artifact taught him. Only a Superman can do this. But my soul alliance is light. Suddenly, the light flares so intensely it blinds him, and he can't help but cry out. At that very moment, the sorcerer's attack finally arrives. The two forces collide, creating a massive explosion that slowly fades away. The sorcerer lets out a breath of relief, laughing as he props himself up. It's finally over now, but then comes the plot twist. A hand holding a glowing shield parts the smoke, and the sorcerer's jaw just drops. Impossible. Tiny used the shield to deflect it, leaving him and Moonwolf totally unharmed. He even flashes the sorcerer a wicked grin. The sorcerer suddenly erupts in pure frustration, pointing a finger at him. You're just an expert. But in that moment, Tiny spots a clear opening right under his stomach. An opening he's quick to seize. He charges forward with his hammer, roaring that this is just the beginning. He zips past the sorcerer like the wind, landing another devastating blow. The hit is so powerful it sends the sorcerer flying right out of the cube, flailing as he reaches for the sky. Tiny circles down below, scanning the area, but there's no sign of him anywhere. Success at last. But the wizard is using his power to sneak up right above him. he suddenly grabs Tiny's arm, scaring the absolute daylights out of him. The sorcerer's rage is palpable in his voice. I don't believe this. I will dissect you piece by piece. 1001 plans to kidnap the boy flash through his mind, but Tiny just gives him a treacherous smile. The sorcerer panics. You're laughing at me? And then, from out of nowhere, a kraken appears in the sky, aiming right for him. He screams in shock. Kraken! Abandoning his plan to kidnap the boy, he leaps into the air to escape. Not so fast. Tiny cleverly grabs onto his ankle. And where do you think you're going? The frantic sorcerer shoves him away with his power. Get off me. You're dead either way. But Tiny just provokes him even more. Meaning you're definitely going to die, right? He screams in desperation at the approaching monster. He manages to kick Tiny away, but he can't escape the kraken. He lets out one final scream before the end. The kraken uses just a single tentacle to finish him off for good. Now, all that's left on the ground is a single, withered arm. Meanwhile, Tiny is in a freefall through the open sky. It's only then he realizes he doesn't have enough energy left to summon Moonwolf. A fall from this height could kill him, even with his armor. He screams in defiance. Damn it, I can't die like this. No, but the kraken quickly extends a tentacle to catch him from below. He lands safely on its massive form. Tiny looks around at the kraken, completely bewildered. It uses an energy tendril to set him down safely. It's a bit of a hassle, he thinks, but also warm. He wonders if this is truly demonic energy. Suddenly, the creature speaks. Thank you, sir. My resentment has finally been released. It is all thanks to your help. Tiny gives it a bright smile as the sky above finally begins to clear. The young warrior stands proudly, hammer in hand, and replies, It was nothing. Meanwhile, the Kraken Kingdom makes an announcement. Their kingdom was in grave danger from the invasion of demon worshippers, but a young hero managed to save them all. This young hero crushed the demon worshippers and returned the Kraken to the sea. The king expresses his deepest gratitude, bestowing upon the young hero the title of Radiant Knight. 3 months later, a voice rings out in disbelief. It's like you're a completely different person. Janes could hardly recognize him now. Was this even possible? Tiny no longer had the body of a young boy. He was a tall, ripped, broad-shouldered man. Janes was stunned by his shocking transformation from the slightly immature kid he used to be. In just 3 months, he'd grown up so much. Tiny just grinned, leaning back proudly. That's my achievement, the power of my secret technique, he explained. I focused on my development for a while, but no matter how he explained it, to Janes, it looked like he'd used some kind of VIP hack. Still, the change was absolutely astonishing. Anyway, the area was peaceful. This reminded Tiny of something. I think it's because the coronation is approaching. Janes then remembered, we should attend. It's a major event. So they decided to take a little walk beforehand. The two strolled hand in hand, happy as can be, as Janes told him about his daily life. While Tiny had been resting, the palace had been completely restored. So Tiny took the chance to ask about Janes's health. By the way, Sir Janes, are you sure you're okay to walk around? He asked, referring to the final battle. Janes recalled his difficult recovery. You mean the injuries I got, and the side effects from mana exhaustion after using too much power, right? Ah, yes, he confirmed. I've almost completely recovered. Actually, I wouldn't have been bedridden for so long if Sir Liam hadn't used me as a shield. He remembered being wrapped up like a mummy. Just thinking about being stuck in that bed made his blood boil. He abruptly changed the subject back to the boy. Anyway, what about you, Tiny? Are you okay? What? Janes had heard the stories about how Tiny activated a holy relic with his body, at an expert level, no less, and fought an enemy far beyond his league. That must have put an insane amount of pressure on his body. Tiny hesitated for a moment, then held out his hand to show Janes the power inside him. Well, he admitted, I feel like my will and my actions aren't quite lining up. This immediately set off alarm bells for Janes. So there are side effects, you should rest. But Tiny was still surprisingly carefree. But I'm almost completely recovered. Janes was shocked to hear that. His recovery rate was beyond normal. What? Surely there should be more symptoms, but Tiny decided to hide the full story from him. Actually, because of that, I gained something. I learned the power of the soul. He'd been trying to heal his mana-depleted body by filling the void with his own soul. In doing so, he accidentally acquired this new power. It reacts to mana, but its principles are completely different. Suddenly, 2 slightly different blue lights emanated from his hands. He glanced down at the road, looking for something. His left hand aimed at a small stone, using his power to lift it up. This energy had replaced his depleted mana and stamina. I was able to minimize the after effects this way. He took advantage of the moment Janes looked away, lost in thought. Tiny made the rock fly into the air. Plus, without using mana, I can do this. He then pinched two of his fingers together. The small stone instantly shattered into tiny pieces. He retracted his power with a triumphant look. He never expected a power like this to exist. It was right not to give up until the very end. This power was a brand new ability, it might even be real. The legend of the Aura Master who controls souls. Janes, having finished his thoughts, turned back without any suspicion. It's great that you don't have any problems. So, I want to hear your decision. He reached into his back pocket to grab something. Tiny wondered aloud. Decision? Janes then handed him a letter detailing his next destination. Actually, the Emperor. He wanted us to head to Elvenheim immediately, but I wanted to visit the Imperial capital. I want to attend Valentina's festival. What about you, Tiny? He held the letter, his mind filled with doubt. The moment had finally arrived. The second disaster, the Assyrian royal wedding. He opened the letter, his face twisting with a look of pure anxiety and fear. His reaction left Janes completely confused. Tiny knew that Elvenheim was just an excuse created by the Sword Emperor. After hearing that Janes wouldn't survive the wedding, the Emperor must have wanted to send him away, assigned to something completely unrelated to the second disaster. Right, because if he went to Elvenheim, that's where the third disaster would occur. A girl with green hair was walking through the forest. It was Estina. I have to meet Estina too. But then, he remembered Chloe's smile. From now on, call me Big Sister. Chloe was his savior and a part of his family. He wanted to help her with everything he had. And in the past, even with Janes at the castle, the disaster couldn't be stopped. He doubted they could handle it without him or Janes. Racked with anxiety over what was to come, he instinctively rubbed his temples in frustration. This gesture made Janes a bit worried. Tiny? Suddenly, he turned to him and said, I've made my decision. Janes eagerly awaited his answer. Tiny clutched the letter in his hand, his face filled with resolve. I have to go to the city. Janes broke into a satisfied smile. I like that answer. Meanwhile, a huge crowd gathered to hear the Emperor speak, every single face beaming with pure joy and celebration. The king announced that reconstruction was progressing smoothly, and thanks to Knight Jaden, a warning had been issued about the holy relics and demon worshippers. And so, King Karan boomed to the crowd, we will begin the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry, right now. The entire crowd erupted in a unified cheer. Courtiers and soldiers alike spoke of the prince with nothing but the highest praise. Prince Henry is a man you can trust. A voice suddenly spoke from behind Tani. The king can finally rest easy. It was Liam. Tani was a bit surprised to see him there. Knight Liam, you're here too? The older man simply smiled. Of course, Liam chuckled, squeezing his way toward the front. My apologies for last time, Knight Jaden. But Jaden wasn't one to hold a petty grudge. I owe the royal family a debt, he answered bluntly. So I'm letting it slide. Liam then changed the subject, turning to Tani. Everything went off without a hitch, thanks to you guys. He then leaned in, whispering so only Tani could hear. I've heard there's a reason the Lion of the Great North is known as the Seventh God. Tani flinched. The Seventh God? Liam put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Of course, you're pretty amazing yourself, Knight Tani. While the rest of the crowd buzzed with excitement, Tani was completely lost in his own thoughts. Something felt wrong. The Seventh God? He'd never heard that name in his past life. Tani swallowed hard. Could there be other powerful figures out there besides Jaden? Just then, the ceremony moved on, snapping him back to reality. Now, I will bestow this crown upon you. King Karan began the formal coronation, offering words of guidance. Take good care of our kingdom. Prince Henry replied simply, Thank you, father. With the crown on his head, Henry turned and smiled to his court, stepping down from the podium. I feel both honored and pressured by this great duty, but this was just a lead-in to his true purpose. However, I want to use this occasion to reward Knight Tani. Tani jumped when he heard his name. He had no choice but to step forward, kneeling in a state of complete and utter confusion. A reward? Tani suddenly remembered his earlier request, the right to borrow the sacred relic. Remembering that now was perfect timing, he had an excuse. Your Majesty, I have already received my reward. But Henry wasn't letting him off the hook. He turned to King Karan, signaling, That is not nearly enough for us. Henry raised his hand and ordered, Let them enter. Immediately, knights in full armor marched in, their leader carrying something covered in red. Honestly, with this much ceremony, you'd think they were presenting a marriage proposal. Tani just stood there respectfully, watching the whole bizarre spectacle unfold. Henry continued to explain, We heard your body is growing rapidly, so a suit of armor would become useless. He pointed to the gift. But this is different. This was one of the treasures used by the legendary explorer King of Karan himself. The soldier reverently presented the item with both hands, a glittering necklace, with a pendant holding a 32-carat diamond. It is a mana necklace, Henry announced. Tani was stunned. A gift this precious was unbelievable. You're giving this to me? But Henry's next revelation was even more shocking. To be honest, I wanted to give you the transcendent armor. Tawny's mind was officially blown. Henry just chuckled, holding up a hand. Unfortunately, those are all designated as national treasures. He then proceeded to hype up the necklace, explaining just how incredible this gift really was. But don't worry, this one is amazing too. It contains 6 magic circles. Tawny thought that alone was ridiculously generous. He knew the prince was generous, but this was terrifying. Transcendent armor, a 7th circle possessing godlike power. These were treasures that even the 10 great knights of the 6 continents had only seen once or twice, except for the legendary weapon master. Seeing Tawny hesitate to accept, King Karan stepped in to help his son, speaking up himself. Even if you use up all the mana stored inside it, you don't need to worry. It can store mana for an entire day. At this point, Tawny had no choice but to accept. This is far too much for me, but I will humbly accept it. Henry picked up the necklace, wanting to place it on Tawny himself while offering a few words of his own. Remember us whenever you look at this necklace. Karan will always remember and cheer for you. Instantly, the entire crowd, soldiers, nobles, men and women, young and old, erupted in cheers. Go, Knight of Light, hooray! Then came a round of endless applause. The scene quickly shifted to the next morning in the capital's main town. Jaden was in a great mood. They were all amazing, right? But Tiny was the only one sulking, clutching a necklace as he thought. He suddenly called out to him, "Jaden." With a smile, Jaden turned his head to face him. "What is it?" Tiny held the necklace out to him. "You should keep this." Jaden was shocked. "What? Me?" He flusteredly waved his hands, refusing. This was way too much. But Tiny had his own reasons as he channeled power into his hand. "Right now, I can't use a lot of mana at once. Even if I keep it, I can't use it properly." But that excuse didn't convince Jaden at all. Again, Tiny called out to him, "Jaden." This time he said nothing, just silently offered the necklace with a serious face, forcing him to accept it. Seeing his expression, Jaden could only sigh and give in. "I understand." He reached for it. "Then please, I'll hold it until you're ready." "Thank you." Tiny let out a sigh of relief as he finally accepted. "Good." He handed over the necklace. He really thought the guy was going to refuse. After giving him the item, Tiny turned away, revealing an intensely calculated expression. He needed to make sure Jaden stayed strong. As they walked, Jaden fiddled with the treasure, while Tiny was lost deep in his own thoughts. After all, he had led him to his death in their past life. The two arrived at a clear, empty beach with nothing in sight. Jaden saw this and suggested, "I think we'll have to take a boat from here." But Tiny rejected that idea. "Nope, who do you think you're traveling with? You won't need one." Jaden was startled. "Huh? What were they going to do, swim? In these tough economic times, you needed to be efficient." Tiny pointed to the moonwolf he had just summoned. "Let's save both time and money." The moonwolf zipped across the ocean surface. Tiny was already used to riding this magnificent beast. But Jaden was not. The feeling was indescribable. His face looked like he was dying. Tiny glanced back worriedly. "Are you okay? Do I look okay to you?" Jaden struggled to say. "I'd rather swim." He seriously looked like he wanted to be thrown into the sea. Hearing that, Tiny snapped. "Rather swim? Get rid of that stupid idea right now. We're almost there." But a part of this was his fault. He'd forgotten for a moonwolf master, this was fine. But for anyone else, it must feel like hell. Suddenly, Jaden clapped a hand over his mouth. Oh no. This wasn't looking good at all. Tiny panicked more than he ever had fighting monsters. "Are you all right?" "Nope, not okay at all." The sea creatures might have had a feast, if only Jaden had turned his head to the side instead of throwing up all over him. "Turn your head the other way." They arrived at the port of some small town. The docks were bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, 2 strange creatures stirred up the atmosphere. Everyone was wondering, who are those 2 beggars? It was Tiny and Jaden, one in tattered clothes, the other pale as a sheet. Tiny panted and whispered, "Oh God, damn it." But Jaden's condition wasn't any better. "I thought I was going to die. From here we can rent horses." He fumbled in his pouch, feeling around and around. Suddenly, he gasped, and Tiny had no idea what was going on. "What's wrong?" Instantly, Tiny's mind began racing faster than seeing a pretty girl walk by. He also started patting his own pockets but found nothing. Tiny's fragile heart dropped. "It's gone." Both of them were tearing at their hair. "My wallet is gone." Well, from looking like beggars to being actual beggars. That's when he remembered the scene. "Did we drop it in the sea?" Jaden's spirit immediately crumbled. He fell to his knees, apologizing. "It's my fault. I'm sorry." With money, he was a handsome man with a bright future. Without it, His face was as grim as someone who'd been cheated on, like 8 times. Tiny looked at him with sympathetic eyes, then stood up and pointed towards the horizon to comfort him. "We can always make money." Hearing that, Jaden was just confused. Tiny gave a cunning smile. "Oh, you didn't know?" He pointed towards 2 random thugs bullying a passerby. "This city usually has." He paused mid-sentence. He grinned at them like he wanted to eat them alive. After that came a series of screams, the mournful cries of someone in pain. Night began to fall, and the 2 wandered the city streets. It was probably because this city was so free. At least they had their own warhorses now. Tiny was thrilled, holding the money he'd made. He thought to himself, to think those bastards had money in their pockets. But Jaden was looking at him with concern. "Sir Tiny." His voice trembled with each word. "Your title as the Knight of Light." But Tiny just stared back at him blankly. All of a sudden, he turned his horse around, because using money like this made him feel deeply guilty, even though he had already used the money to buy the horse. Jaden wheeled his mount around. "Are you trying to ruin your own title?" He jumped right over Tiny's head to confront him. No interrogation, no measure of their crimes, just violence. That would just bring chaos to society. But Tiny couldn't care less. All he cared about was that incredible skill. The man's diligence was almost excessive, but Tiny had to admit, it was impressive. Soon enough, the 2 were locked in a spontaneous race. The man was moving 3 times faster than any normal rider. His talent was off the charts. But then, Tiny's expression suddenly turned serious. Remembering faces from his past, he could only hope that bringing Janes along had been the right decision. Just then, Janes caught up to him, reaching out to grab him, but before his hand could make contact, Tiny moved. Using Moonwolf, he launched into the sky, flipped mid-air, and landed safely behind a fuming Janes. Then he got down to business. Or, more accurately, he was giving orders. "Janes, before the ceremony, there are a few things I need to know." The man just assumed he was being crazy again, so he shot back a blunt reply. But Tiny abruptly switched the topic. "Do you know anything about the 2 princes?" Janes answered casually. "Their reputations seem fine, from what I hear. I heard they're quite close with the crown prince." This news hit Tiny hard, because it was completely different from what he knew. What? They're close? He remembered the rumors from his past life, a bloody scene flashing in his mind of a coup where the 2 princes died together. What in the world was happening with the royal family? He couldn't hide the confusion in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the palace, a white dragon was sleeping soundly on the roof of a villa. Inside a cozy room, the young crown prince was resting on his mother's lap. He began to stir slightly, and the woman quickly noticed he was about to wake up. She gently stroked his head, lulling him back to sleep. "Sleep well." A blonde-haired man stood guard behind her. The woman spoke softly, glancing down at the child in her arms. Did the plan fall apart? This elegant woman was the second queen, Katia. A black sphere on the table was connected to an AI. "Yes, we can't give you the details, but..." A man in a black cloak reported to her. "You don't need to worry about the final result." Katia kept stroking the child's head. "I've heard what happened in Quran. I heard it was a miserable failure." The cloaked man stammered, but she cut him off with a sharp rebuke. "We have waited years for this. We spent 3 months preparing just to execute this plan." She glared daggers at him. "And now you're telling me it failed? How much longer should I trust you, fools?" The man gritted his teeth, seething. But he knew her weakness, and he dared to talk back. "Even if you can't trust us, I don't think you're in a position to break the agreement now." Katia's voice dropped. "What?" The man stared intently at the sphere. A twisted smile formed on his face. "But of course, if that were to happen, we would be very disappointed." A nightmarish vision appeared, Katia surrounded by bloody corpses, letting out a crazed, piercing laugh. "I want to kill everyone who carries the disgusting blood of Aslan." He was only reminding her of her own words. "You definitely said that." The color drained from Katia's face. He bowed, but his words were nothing but pure threats. "Think it over carefully. A situation like this doesn't come around often. So, what are you going to do?" Katia's hands trembled, her eyes shot with blood, but she had to yield to the man before her. "Are you sure we will achieve the results we want?" He smirked, having gotten his way. "Of course." Suddenly, the child in her arms woke up. "Mother!" The sphere's screen immediately went black. Katia transformed back into the ideal mother. She helped her son up. "You're awake?" The prince nodded. "You have your classes soon, don't you?" But the boy was silent for a moment. Then he looked away. "Mother, can I not go? I'm only half royal. I don't even have the golden eyes." His words took her by surprise. Katia stroked his head affectionately, and the boy felt a sudden warmth spread through his heart. She smiled gently and said, "Don't make me sad by saying things like that. The very picture of a perfect, doting mother. I only wish for you to continue growing up healthy. just as you have until now." The child's spirit was lifted. Moved by his mother's words, he stood up with firm resolve. "Yes, mother." He rushed forward with a joyful face and declared, "When I grow up and become like my brothers, I'll carry you on my back around the palace 10 times. Seeing her son's excitement return, Katia beamed. "Oh my, so reliable. I believe in you, my prince." They began to play happily together, completely unaware of the silent watchers. Inside the black sphere, a group of figures in dark cloaks sat around a long table. They had observed the entire scene. A voice echoed, "She finally understands. What a foolish woman. No matter how much more we prepare, we cannot stop what is coming." Second elder, grand elder, with him seriously injured and recovering, their work is far from over as a man begins speaking with Katia. He clenches his fist in absolute fury. "Damn it. This was all because of that bastard, monster." The man called the second elder turns his head to ask, "What is he doing now?" The subordinate reports back to him, "It seems he's heading towards Assyrian." Instantly, the whole group starts whispering among themselves. The place where the grand achievement will happen? It has to be a coincidence. It seems he might be connected to Valentina. Hearing this, their leader shoots them an absolutely furious glare. Silence. And just like that, the entire room goes dead quiet. The second elder gives a new order, keep watching his every move. But for now, we're not doing anything. For the time being, we will focus on the grand achievement using Thon Ho. The scene shifts to the royal palace of Quran, where a voice announces, "That is the complete report." Henry flips through the reports he just received with a smile. "So you came here yourself to report? Still making things hard for yourself, huh? Thanks a lot." The man, Lot Van Aslan, the second prince, keeps his face as cold and emotionless as ever. Lot lowers his gaze, replying to Henry, "It was about time I started working with the local intelligence teams. Didn't you do the same thing?" Henry points at his brother. "I only dabbled a little, but that style really doesn't suit you. I'm sure you're all about the rules, ordering your subordinates around, right?" And then he laughs again. As Henry's words sink in, Lot's expression darkens and he lowers his head, deep in thought. He finally looks up. "Brother." Henry seems to read his mind and immediately cuts himself off. All right, I'll stop." Henry uses the chance to ask about family. "By the way, how are the two queens in Tynel? I haven't received any news about them lately." Lot hesitates for a moment at the question. "It seems our mother has summoned the Knight Commander yet again." Henry's face turns serious as he continues to listen. "He is still the commander of the Royal Knight Order. This can't be allowed to continue. We must strengthen the authority of the Knight Order." Henry sighs, dreading the consequences. This is probably because of the policy of scorning foreign knights, but it doesn't end there, Lot adds. And there's more. At this, Lot just rubs his head in frustration. "Our mother still treats Tinel like a little child. He's already 14 years old." Henry can only manage a bitter smile. 14, huh? He taps the table, thinking. But Lot isn't finished venting his frustrations just yet. "That's exactly why Tinel acts even more childishly, brother." As the eldest, even Henry is at a complete loss in this situation. So, Henry steers the conversation elsewhere. He just remembered someone who's the same age as Tynel, smiling as he recalls Tiny's good deeds. "There was a kid who slapped me so hard I spun through the air countless times." Hearing this, Lot's jaw just drops to the floor. This is the first time I'm hearing this story. Even the guard standing next to Henry can't hide his own irritation, but Henry just keeps on rambling. He's become the main character of all the recent rumors. Seeing his brother so carefree about it, Lot explodes. He slams his hands on the table and yells at his brother, "How could you just forgive such an arrogant bastard?" But Henry simply raises a hand. "It's fine, it was my fault." He smiles warmly at Lot. Besides, he earned the right. Lot can hardly believe his own ears. "What?" So Henry reveals the kid's identity. "I think you've probably heard of him. The Knight of Light, the one who saved Quran." Lot freezes on the spot, completely stunned. "The Knight of Light? You mean the person who stopped the Kraken and captured the demon worshippers?" Lot is even more shocked by Tiny's age. And he's only 14? According to the rumors, he was a 20-year-old half-demon, but Henry admits he isn't so sure. "That part, I don't know. When I met him, I was sure he was nothing more than a child." He stares out the window, lost in thought. "That kid. I would really like to meet him again someday. Where do you think he is now?" At that moment, at the second mansion of Elip Tip Ashen, Duke Valentina rubs his chin, looking at the boy in complete shock. "You developed that much in just 1 year?" Tiny stands there with his arms crossed, giving the Duke a defiant look. Valentina, however, remains deeply suspicious. "What in the world have you been eating?" Hearing that, Tiny immediately fires back at the man. "Now that's just plain rude." He points an angry finger at the Duke. "We meet again after all this time and that's the only thing you have to say to me?" To someone who just returned after such a great accomplishment? But Valentina shows no signs of being angry at all. In fact, he just nods, agreeing with him completely. You really did a great job. Tiny just stares back, his eyes wide. Hey, what's with this old guy? This wasn't part of his plan. All he can do is awkwardly scratch the back of his neck in response. Well, that's not what's important. Valentina understands what he's referring to, his own expression becoming serious. Right. The important thing is the second disaster about to unfold at the royal palace, the crown prince's wedding. Without help from an insider, someone who could interfere with the royal barrier, that second disaster couldn't possibly happen. This could only mean one thing, a traitor within the royal family. Because the palace is supposed to be protected by a massive barrier. It's known as the Great Magic Barrier, an ancient artifact connected to the city of Asurian that filters dark energy and seals away mana. It functions as far more than just a simple shield. And the only people not bound by its rules are the members of the royal family. That, and the royal knights and royal mages. So without help from someone on the inside, someone who could actually manipulate the barrier, a second disaster is impossible, which means there must be a traitor hiding within the royal family's highest ranks. Valentina rubbed his hands together, staring directly at Tiny. The only one we can trust is the crown prince, so the culprit must have been tricked by those cultists, right? They were probably used by the cultists, but that would only happen if they were as dumb as you. Tiny, who had done nothing to deserve it, was just called an idiot. Valentina looked absolutely outraged by the comment. What? Did I say something wrong? He's a reckless kid who never listens to a word I say. No matter how many times he tried to explain, Tiny had no choice but to listen to him ramble on. As of now, the only truly capable person in the Weapon Master Kingdom Alliance is Van Sellen. This was the man who showed the entire world just how powerful he was during the war between the Kingdom and the Alliance. A man with a sword and shield, standing defiantly under a blazing sky, a single slash from him could shake the very heavens. By clashing with the Holy Sword countless times and holding the Alliance together, the man became a living legend. Even after the war ended, their power difference seemed clear when Van Sellen became an aura user 3 years prior. But as the Holy Sword Valentina read the report, he practically started breathing fire. His hand clenched until the paper was completely crumpled. He had become an aura user 2 years ago. This was the moment the world had been shaken by the showdown between these two titans. Valentina roared in pure fury. Has so much time passed already? Does he not know his place? Flames began to flicker on the back of his hand, as if he wanted to burn the paper to ash. Does he really think now is the time to see who is stronger? Valentina furiously threw the scroll into a corner with a thud. Tiny then suddenly offered a suggestion. Why don't you accept the challenge? What? The boy raised a single finger, gently laying out his plan, but with one condition. It would be beneficial for our plan. 1 week later, at the Colosseum outside the capital, the stands were packed. Everyone was talking about the appearance of one person. Is that black hairstyle Kwang Min? The rumors were flying everywhere. I do not think so. I heard he looks much younger. Jane saw the size of the crowd, and a flicker of worry crossed his face. So many people. Tiny saw it too. Well, of course. Isn't this a battle between two heroes? Jane's then remembered their plan. But what about the wedding? A brown-haired man in the stands turned to his black-haired friend next to him. By the way, isn't this a little weird? Why would the Emperor even allow a sparring match like this? The black-haired man agreed. You are right. He turned to his friend. I heard that wounds caused by an aura user cannot be healed. The brown-haired man was stunned. This could cause serious damage to the nation. Suddenly, a man with slicked-back hair from the row above leaned in. Could the rumor be true? What rumor? He was more than happy to explain. There's a rumor that the Emperor doesn't support this marriage. His voice was loud enough that Tiny and Jane's below heard it and flinched. Jane's knew this wasn't good and approached Valentina. Sir, I am a bit worried. He expressed his concerns to the man. What is our perspective on the Emperor allowing this group fight? He even wanted it. The doubt must have been clear on Jane's face, but Valentina quickly shut it down. Do not worry, even if he did not allow it, I was planning on asking his permission myself. But his next words caught Tiny by surprise. But the Emperor must have only just started to trust me. The boy wanted to stop him, wondering if the old man was still so naive. It seems this old man is even more loyal than he was before. A loud voice suddenly silenced the entire crowd. The Crown Prince has arrived. The arrival of the prince sent a wave of unease through the three of them. The Crown Prince? The prince? The entire arena exploded into screams. The Crown Prince is here, so does that mean the rumor about him having a problem with Valentina was fake? Henry kept on his smiling face as he waved to the audience. Tiny watched him with 1,000 thoughts running through his head. He was sure the Emperor couldn't care less about Valentina, and that the Crown Prince had to know it too. Henry walked towards them slowly. They all bowed their heads respectfully, their faces perfect masks of politeness. But inside, Tiny was filled with suspicion looking at him. For him to come here in this situation, a bitter smile formed on his lips. This time, they could trust the Crown Prince. Henry spoke to the oldest in their group. "It has been a long time, Duke," he answered respectfully. "It is an honor to see you here, Your Highness." Henry's attention then suddenly shifted to the person beside him. He smiled at Tiny, who was still bowing. "I almost did not recognize you." "It has been a while, hasn't it, Knight Tiny?" The boy reluctantly greeted him back. "Are you also here to watch the group training?" Henry suddenly blushed and scratched his cheek. "Ah, actually." He gave the boy a mischievous smile. "My fiancé wants to see your dog." Upon hearing this, Tiny was absolutely floored. He had no choice but to summon the moon wolf from his own space. With his mana sensitivity, he knew he could maintain the wolf inside a barrier, but a miniature moon wolf was pouting right at him. "You mean this little guy?" Henry's face immediately lit up in delight. "Oh, right." He took the creature, cradling it and rubbing its head affectionately. "Don't you worry. It might complain, but it won't dare say a thing." After the petting session, Henry's expression turned serious again. "We are all in the same boat here." With that cryptic message, he turned and walked back inside. The moonwolf looked up, clearly not happy about the situation. Once Henry was gone, Valentina finally spoke. "I've informed the Crown Prince that we should bolster our guard against the cultists, just as a precaution." He then gave his orders: "Prepare thoroughly, and keep an eye out for anything strange inside the palace, especially around Chloe." Thane just smirked, a sinister but pleased look on his face as he accepted. "Understood." Suddenly, a thick white fog rolled over the arena floor, even creeping into the stands and chilling the spectators to the bone. "What is this? It's freezing all of a sudden." A bright light then flared up in one corner. Valentina stood opposite the figure. Seeing that familiar attitude, he knew exactly who it was. "You never change, do you?" It was Grid, an old warrior decked out in insane-level gear, making a grand entrance onto the battlefield. Down on the arena floor, surrounded by swirling mist, the two of them stood facing each other down. The reluctant audience could only watch from the sidelines, buzzing with intense discussion about the fight about to unfold. Grid suddenly sighed. "Looks like you finally got over it, huh?" Asgar simply leaned on his massive sword. He casually shot back, "You're the one who caused a scene at the foreign festival. Your words mean absolutely nothing. Know your place." Grid snapped back. "A scene?" He then scratched his face and smirked. "This is exactly why you're such a pain. Your tone of voice hardly suits a nobleman." Asgar could only manage to force a smile in response, but inside, he was absolutely furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "If you have time to worry about my tone, why don't you take a look at your own actions first, Grid?" Asgar was practically fuming. "And don't you think my harsh words are better than having no dignity at all?" Asgar's sharp jab made Grid snap. Killing intent flared around him as he roared. "Enough talk!" Seeing the two powerhouses ready to clash, the announcer excitedly grabbed the microphone. "The rules are as follows. Supergrade armor is forbidden for safety. And, as requested by Sir Asgar, the loser must obey one command from the winner." Up in the stands, Thane grinned, crossing his arms in anticipation. Down below, Grid drew his sword. "Let's end this." Facing him, Asgar let out a scoff. "You're using a sword against me? I think it's about time you gave up on that useless effort." "I've learned a few things since becoming a Knight of Light," Grid retorted. "Let me teach you a lesson, as your senior. A few years your senior, anyway." Asgar's face twisted into a snarl. "Let's see just what those lessons are." The words barely left his mouth before he lunged, his massive blade appearing right before Grid with blinding speed. But as the blade crashed down, Grid moved in a flash, raising his own sword to block the attack. The force was immense. He grunted, "And you call this swordsmanship?" With a powerful heave, he threw his opponent backward. Asgar was thrown off balance by the counterattack, but he staggered back and quickly regained his footing. Grid shot him a look. "I'll show you what real swordsmanship is." And then he lunged forward with explosive speed. His blade became a streak of pure light. Asgar, still recovering, was completely unprepared as the sword tip appeared inches from his face. It was less than a hand's breadth from his throat. In a panic, he threw himself aside, using his own blade to parry. An attack with that much force can't be stopped. Grid had missed his target. He cursed inwardly. He can block the power of an aura attack? A basic trick used by amateurs? Asgar rose, gripping his sword with both hands. He swung hard at Grid, but the old warrior was ready, bringing up a shield to protect himself. Using the momentum of the blow, Grid launched himself high into the air, taking the high ground. From his new vantage point, he scanned the battlefield below. Asgar looked up. "Since you've shown me some cool moves, I suppose I should show you one of mine. Seeing Asgar prepare to swing, Grid just scoffed coldly, foolish. The next moment, he drew a bow from his back, knocking an ice arrow and aiming straight down. Asgar was stunned. What? The arrow answered the question for him, screaming down from above. Asgar blocked it, but the impact drained a ton of his energy. The ground beneath him shattered from the force. While he was still catching his breath, Grid began to fire off more arrows. That's not it, Asgard, he yelled. Eye of insight, ice and fire arrows. A rain of ice-tipped arrows shot down from the sky. Asgard just stares back at him. Nice try, he says, lifting his sword to shatter every single ice arrow one by one. These little ice rockets are useless against me. But just as he says it, he looks behind him and lets out a shocked yell. And then boom, an explosion erupts right where he stood. Grid looks pleased, taunting him. You've lost your touch. My eyes are sharper than that. Now covered in scratches, Asgard lets out a sigh. He plunges his sword straight into the ground, and a massive wave of power radiates through the arena. The force even reaches Grid, who's still hovering in the air. He raises his shield to defend himself, thinking quietly, what is this? A moment later, Grid lands back on the dust-covered ground. Watching the fight, the audience can't help but gasp in awe. But Tiny just smirks slightly, as if he knew this was going to happen all along. Even outside the barrier, the crowd's roar is deafening. They're all wondering the same thing. What just happened? It's all moving too fast. Asgard frowns in annoyance. Didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson with your sword? He demands. He points to the broken arrow fragments on the ground. You call this a master's swordsmanship? Grid just laughs out loud. That's right. I could never beat you with a sword alone. You're my one true rival, after all. Not buying his excuses for a second, Asgard snaps back, annoyed. With a cold expression, Grid bursts out laughing in response. Ha ha ha, you got me. Let's start round 2, then let's fight. He stomps his foot and charges forward, until one of us is dead. The two clash once again, and it's clear their power is perfectly matched. No matter what kind of technique is thrown, the other is always able to counter it perfectly. On top of their intense fighting, they occasionally find time to trade some not-so-friendly insults. Asgard speaks up. What's the point of acting like a nobleman? You're the one fighting like a complete berserker. With that, they both unleash a massive attack at the same time. From above, their power is visible to the naked eye, a brilliant clash of blue and red energy. It forms a wall between them, like a boundary line. The force is so immense that the protective shield around the arena is taking some serious damage. Cracks have started to appear all over it, growing deeper with every passing second. The spectators in the stands are absolutely stunned watching this unfold, every single one of them a little on edge. Elsewhere, the people trying to maintain the shield are sweating bullets. Send more mana to the eastern barrier, damn it. I can't hold it. Is this really human strength? Those two are truly on another level. Janes watches beside Tiny, completely amazed. This battle is insane, he says, then rests his chin on his hand. And this ice element, I'm starting to understand it. Tiny turns to him with a smile and asks, who do you think will win? Janes seems a bit surprised by the question. After a moment's hesitation, he replies, of course, the Duke will. But he suddenly stops himself. But the chances are very low. The time they've spent as aura users is just too different. Back in the fight, after another fierce exchange of blows, Grid is once again knocked backward. He pulls the staff from his back, twirling it in his hands. It's time to end this. Just then, a smile creeps across Tiny's face as he thinks, normally, the Holy Sword would lose here. He then says out loud to Janes, that's how it would normally go. Janes, a bit distracted, turns and asks, what did you just say? Tiny continues. However, this time will be different. Both warriors get into their final stances, aiming their weapons directly at each other. Grid screams, let's end this. He launches his attack first, charging forward with his spear surrounded by a barrier of razor-sharp ice shards, all aimed at Asgard. This special technique of Grid's is designed to completely seal an opponent's power. Seeing the attack closing in, Asgard calmly twirls his blade, creating a protective membrane around himself to block the incoming damage. Grid is stunned when his barrage of ice shards has absolutely no effect. He then raises his spear high. Then how about this, he yells. A massive beam of blue light shoots straight toward Asgard. Asgard grinds his teeth, tightening his grip on his sword. Whether he was defeated or not, the arena's barrier couldn't take it anymore and was about to collapse. Shouts erupt from the spectator stands. The west shield is down, the east side too, the north is about to collapse. Is anyone hurt? But despite the danger, everyone wore an expression of disappointment as they looked down at the arena floor. Janes's jaw drops in utter disbelief. No, the Duke. When the thick cloud of dust finally settles, Grid is seen on the ground, leaning on his spear. Asgard stands over him, his blade pointed directly at his chest. The announcer steps onto the platform, holding a microphone, and the winner is Lord Asgard. The crowd goes wild, screaming in celebration. Lord Valentia won. What happened to the weapon master? Even with just one sword, our empire is stronger. Janes just stares, completely unable to process this result. He couldn't help but marvel at the Duke's stunning defeat. But he needed answers, so Grid stared daggers right at Asgard. He demanded to know what that skill was, questioning how an honest man like him could use such a devious trick. Asgard wiped a smear of blood from his lips and shot back. Are you done siding with the nobles yet? Hitting a nerve, Grid just roared. Shut up. He knew his attack had landed. He was sure of it. And yet, the man seemed completely unfazed by the blow. So he swung his spear for another furious assault. But just like before, Asgard effortlessly blocked it. And this time, he launched a counterattack. Grid was stunned by the sudden reversal, unable to even react. Asgard simply noted how it felt like his mana was twisting inside him. But he stopped his blade just in the nick of time, as Grid fell to his knees on the ground. If you hadn't stopped, Grid admitted, I would be dead. But he still had to know. What did you do? Was that magic? Asgard replied, It's force field control, a skill I'll use in the future. And you're right, it is a trick. The impossible explanation made Grid think he was being mocked. What the hell are you even talking about? At that, Asgard was done with the conversation. He turned and declared, I, Asgard von Valentia, claim my rights as the victor. Kneeling on the ground, Grid could only watch him go, thinking he wouldn't even get to see his brother now. This defeat would surely damage the allied nations. After reaching the top years ago, he never imagined he could actually lose. But a promise is a promise. After a moment, he spoke, If you're worried this went too far, then just kill me instead. Asgard cut him off mid-sentence. Grid Van Selden will remain in our empire until the prince's wedding ceremony is over. As the winner, this is my demand. The audience was stunned by this decision. That was it? Such incredible mercy toward an enemy truly fitting of Lord Valentia. Grid couldn't believe his own ears either. What? What are you trying to do? Asgard simply glanced back. If you're serious, come find me. Understood? Grid fell into a deep, contemplative silence. News of the victory spread like wildfire. The Sword Saint was stronger than the Weapon Master. Lord Valentia was now the Sword Emperor. The next day, inside the palace, Tawny's voice rang out, Sword Emperor, as he sat across from Asgard. He held the announcement with a grin. So you've regained the same title you held in your past life. Asgard just found it all very strange. Just then, a voice drew their attention. Lord Asgard, Sir Grid is here to see you. Grid walked in looking extremely reluctant. I came because you asked, he said flatly. Why did you want to see me? Waving him toward a chair, Asgard replied, Let's just skip the usual noble pleasantries. Grid sighed, his tone dripping with arrogance. Even in private, a noble should have integrity, don't you think? Especially with subordinates present. I think you should show some decency. Tawny suddenly cut in. A man of great ability must always maintain his elegance. He must be strict with himself. You yourself said that a deep psychological wound caused you to form this habit. Exposed. Grid's face darkened as he shot a threatening glare in Tawny's direction. Tawny simply ignored it and kept going. I heard that when you were young, you killed your cousin because you couldn't control your own power. In a flash, Grid's sword was at his throat. He roared, furious, Who are you? But Tawny remained perfectly calm. You're the one who told me, he said. Oozing with killing intent, Grid snarled. Nonsense. I don't even know who you are. He's telling the truth, Asgard said calmly. Grid whipped his head around, stunned. What? Asgard then began to explain everything. Yesterday, you asked about the trick I used. This boy here is the one who taught it to me. Tawny offered a very forced smile. Grid's expression grew even darker. Asgard, what is all this? He demanded. Asgard's calm demeanor never wavered. If you can still call me by that name, then we can talk. Calm yourself and listen to me. Grid, there's something you need to know. With his sword still at Tawny's throat, Grid frowned, thinking this must be what they call a bad friend. He sighed, reined in his power, and sheathed his sword. Fine. Asgard then continued the conversation. I never thought I'd hear that old nickname at my age, Mr. Grid. Your full name is just far too long. Even in private, I have no desire to call you by your entire name. He then turned his attention over to Tawny. All right, kid. What is it that I should know? Grid's voice was harsh. If you spout more nonsense, I won't let you off easy. Tawny's eyes widened in slight surprise. Grid stared him down, doubling down on the threat. I will tear the skin from your bones. At that, Tawny couldn't help but burst out laughing. Understood, he chuckled. That sounds much more like the old Grid. That teasing tone instantly set Grid's temper off again. Old? You little bastard? Seeing the two about to clash again, Asgard quickly stepped in to stop them. Just listen. Listen to him. Tawny looked away and began. Richard Van Selden. About 56 this year. We were supposed to meet for the first time in 15 years. By then, your brilliant blue hair would have been half gray. Finally calm after hearing it all, Grid stated, "It all has a reason. I would do such things. So, you're telling me the future is completely hopeless?" But Tiny consoles him. "Don't worry, this time 10 nights will stop Grid." Grid was a little confused. Something about these 10 nights felt off. As far as he knew, there were only 7. So what about the other 2? Tiny answered grimly. "I don't know how to reach them right now. The Death Knight is probably training somewhere, and the Mage Knight might be in the Sage's Tower." Hearing this, the old man leaned back. Death Knight and Mage Knight? What kind of names are those? He mused that they'd have to use every resource available in times like these. "So, the disaster is why you two wanted me to stay." Tiny's face lit up. "Exactly." Asgard, sitting nearby, chimed in. An idea that sprang from his tiny little brain. Tiny immediately jumped up, glaring at him. "Why would you say that?" Asgard just looked back at him. "Am I wrong?" Grid, ignoring their banter, pressed on. "So what about that skill? What is it?" Tiny quickly tried to explain. "Oh, that." From a distance, the palace grounds looked peaceful, but a sudden shout shattered the quiet. Grid's booming voice echoed as he stared daggers at Tiny, asking, "You taught him? That skill he used against me in the final moments of my past life?" he demanded fiercely. "What about that life? How did it end?" Tiny closed his eyes and replied, "We drew, but your swordsmanship was superior to mine. And that's how Asgard earned the title of Sword Emperor." Grid exploded, yelling, "So it was true? Fine. Let's have a rematch right now." Seeing him tremble with rage, Tiny got closer. "Calm down and listen to me first. I'll also teach you your own future skills. Then you can face him on completely even ground." Grid's expression changed in an instant. He nodded eagerly, saying, "That works. So it can be used like that. I get it." Asgard looked puzzled. Is this a good thing? But no one paid him any mind, lost in their own conversation. "What, I have 5 sets of eternal armor? I only have 3 right now." He shot Tiny a deeply suspicious look. "This is still shady. Why are you telling us all this information?" The question made Tiny flinch. "Huh?" Grid continued. "Is it because we're allies in the future? We're nothing to each other now. You could just use this for yourself." Tiny sighed. "And what good would that do? The world could end any day. Living in glory means nothing to me." Grid was taken aback. "What?" Tiny pressed on. "And I know for a fact that you're a great warrior who keeps his promises." A moment of shock at his words, and then Grid burst out laughing. "I guess I have no choice but to trust you." "All right, I'll do as you say." At that moment, Asgard suddenly spoke up. "Just to be sure, this entire conversation stays between us." Grid glanced at him, satisfied, saying, "I'm not that stupid almighty sword emperor." "Of course, I know." Tiny then asked Grid again, "Are you sure? You and Hayden, you two are always causing trouble." After he said that, Grid looked stunned while Asgard just covered his mouth, snickering. He then cleared his throat and replied, "I guess Hayden's personality is just as proactive as mine." Asgard added, "If you're not sure, just stay quiet, Grid. Don't be so impulsive." Grid immediately shot back, "Watch your mouth, I get it." With their business concluded, Grid took his leave. Looking down from the castle, the two who remained still had unspoken questions. Returning to his seat, Asgard said, "He's gone. I think things went pretty smoothly." And it was true. In order to build a bridge between the Alliance and the Empire, they needed him as the Duke of the Stelden Kingdom, the heart of the Magic Towers and the Allied Kingdoms. Tiny replied, "I believe so too. He's a man of his word. But when are you going to tell Genus?" Tiny looked at Valentina seriously. "Wouldn't it be better to let him prepare sooner?" He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he clasped his hands, resolved. "I'll tell him after we're done with this. If I tell him to keep quiet now, he'll just go crazy." Tiny scratched his head in agreement. "Right, you know him better than I do. We should also get ready." He crossed his arms, agreeing with the young man. "Yes, the prince and I are using everything we have to grasp the situation." Tiny showed a flicker of hesitation at the mention of Henry. Prince Valentina pressed him. "You don't like him?" He admitted his feelings, frankly. The Aslan royal family are fools who sold out their own country, all because they were messing around. Hearing this, the prince flared up in anger. "Kid, you better watch your mouth. Don't you dare underestimate the royal family's intelligence agency. They might already have a lead. But what I'm more worried about is, what if the disaster has nothing to do with those religious cultists? Damn it, then what was all my bloodshed for? Valentina had his reasons for this theory. If this is all happening simply because of political warfare within the royal family, then there's nothing we can do. Servants can't interfere in a battle between royals. Tiny's face hardened with a trace of fear. Do you mean we should just watch from the sidelines, even if the capital is destroyed? Valentina sighed, leaning back in his chair. Something was off, and thinking about the royal palace's defenses only deepened his suspicion, but Tiny just grinned, confident. He already had the answer right here. He laid it out for the old man. He suspected someone in the royal family, didn't he? And also the possible involvement of a dark cult. Valentina still looked completely baffled by everything the kid was saying. Tiny reaffirmed his point. You know I'm not one of Valentina's people, right? And just like that, the old man's face went pale. What now? What was this kid thinking? Valentina's gut feeling told him that whatever Tiny was planning, it was definitely not good. Tiny gave him a thumbs up. Perfect. Just tell me which royal family member you suspect. I'll eliminate them, and then I'll make a run for it. Valentina looked like he was about to explode at this kid, this crazy little brat. Tiny quickly raised his hands defensively. Just make sure my escape route is always open. The old man sat down, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. Stop talking nonsense. But Tiny wouldn't let it go. Why the sudden change? Valentina beamed at him, realizing that as the boy's body grew, so did his mana. Aren't you about to reach the Swordmaster level? Tiny's posture stiffened when he heard that. So what if I am? A sly grin spread across Valentina's face, looking almost identical to Tiny's. Excellent. I will personally train you. Tiny remembered his time as a frog, yeah. 8 lives wouldn't have been enough for that kind of training. Train me? You? Tiny forced the most natural smile he could muster, trying his best to refuse the offer. There's no need for that. He then bolted faster than a man running from debt. But Valentina's monstrous stamina kept him right on his tail. Why are you running? 1 month later, massive whirlwinds erupted from Valentina's mansion. Inside a huge training room, those tornadoes merged into a violent typhoon, sweeping away everything in its path. Tiny stood against it, posture firm, hammer held tight. He stared down the storm with intense focus. He channeled streams of electric energy into his weapon until the power peaked, creating a powerful vortex of its own. Tiny swung his arm back and whipped it forward with incredible force, sending his new cyclone to merge with the others. The vortexes collided, creating an overwhelming, crushing pressure in the air. It spun faster and grew even larger. On his side, Tiny raised both hands, determined to overcome it this time. Tiny lifted his hands, planning to stop all the whirlwinds at once. They're called swordmasters, because most use swords. But the key to being a level 4 magic user is mana optimization. A common skill used at this level is creating physical force where the body can't reach. Tiny reached out, decisively entering its domain as magical power began to form around his hand. For the past month, Valentina had pushed him to his absolute limits, constantly nagging him with the same questions. You're going to defeat a royal? You plan on becoming a wanted man in this kingdom? His big mouth had really gotten him into trouble. Valentina wasn't even breaking a sweat. In fact, he was full of energy chasing him down. Has your mana body memorized the knowledge yet, Tiny? He ran for his life, shouting back, I just need more time. But Valentina's proposed method was definitely more effective. Isn't it better to get stronger quickly? Just because of those words, Tiny was now stuck here getting his butt kicked by a bunch of wind. Just remember the hell you had to go through. One evening, Jenna slowly walked up the stairs. He had probably gone to see Valentina, who must have told him that Tiny would soon reach the Swordmaster level. Check on him, and then head to Dragon's Eye. The old man's words echoed in his head, becoming a swordmaster at that age. But instead of envy, he felt admiration. Tiny's potential was off the charts, but Sir Asgar's expectations were just too high. He gently opened the door to a room, and what he saw inside left Jenna completely stunned. At first, he thought Valentina's roof had caved in. Tornadoes were raging out of nowhere. What is this storm? But seeing Tiny's silhouette struggling within the whirlwinds was even more shocking. Tiny was so focused he didn't even notice Jenna's presence. Almost there. Just one more thing left to do. He had to force himself to successfully use the skill from his past life, one that only a swordmaster could wield. Tiny swung forward with all his might, going head-to-head with the cyclones in an earth-shattering clash. The massive explosion that followed caught even Tiny by surprise. He could only watch it detonate. The shockwave forced the nosy Jenna to shield his face. After the tremor passed, Tiny tightened his grip on the hammer. Divine Fortitude Knight, his second signature technique. A brilliant, fire-like energy enveloped his weapon. Storm Accumulation, that was the name of the technique he just used. And with that, he casually blasted a hole right through the training room wall. Janes could only clutch his arm and stare at the future repair bill in shock. while Tiny remained completely oblivious. "I did it," he yelled, jumping for joy like a child. But suddenly, his 14-year-old body protested with a loud crack, forcing him to grab his back. Utterly exhausted, Tiny just collapsed onto the floor. He had pushed his magic-infused body to its absolute limit, but the results made all the pain worth it. He thought, "I need to eat. A lot." But then, a sudden round of applause grabbed his attention. It was Jane's, clapping in complete admiration of Tiny. Unbelievable. The look on his face was pure satisfaction after witnessing that incredible display. To reach the level of a swordsman at such a young age, Jane's Freewell just smiled and said aloud, "I just can't believe it." Hearing a voice, Tiny looked up in shock. "Janes, what are you doing here?" As the night approached, he continued to speak. "Sir Ask Red told me to keep an eye on you. He said you would be surpassing your limits very soon." At those words, Tiny's expression turned sharp. He thought, of course, he knew this was going to happen. Janes put his hands on his hips. "Well, it's about time for a meal, isn't it?" Tiny shot back, "Yeah, I'm absolutely starving." A second later, Janes smiled and motioned for him to follow. "Let's go grab a bite. I have something I need to discuss with you." Tiny's surprise was written all over his face. "Discuss with me?" he asked, slowly pulling himself to his feet. Jane started walking, then glanced back. "Follow me. I know a great restaurant nearby." By now, the sun was high overhead. Fixing his hair, Tiny finally asked, "Hey, why did you dye my hair anyway?" Janes just gave a slight smile. "The Duke ordered it." Tiny was completely floored. "The Sword Emperor? You mean the Sword Emperor himself told you to?" Jane's Freewell just shot him a look. "Your mission has already been decided." As their two silhouettes walked into the sunlight, Janus's voice rang with authority, and so, trying to attract as little attention as possible, the two walked and talked while Tiny listened intently. The Night of Light is getting pretty famous these days. A group of people were gossiping nearby as a brown-haired man spoke up. "Isn't he a half-elf?" another asked. "I heard his hair is black." Just then, Janes leaned in to whisper in Tiny's ear, "Your alias will be Torin. You will serve as an apprentice knight for House Valentina, and as my personal attendant." Tiny was stunned by the idea. "An attendant?" he sputtered. A second later, that shock morphed into pure rage as he glared at Janes. "Do we really have to go this far?" Janes just closed his eyes and continued, and the Duke also said. He then repeated the exact words of a furious Duke Valentina. "If he refuses, tell him I'll personally rearrange his pretty face." Janes then burst out laughing. "He's got a great sense of humor, right?" Tiny gritted his teeth. "Damn it all. I knew he was doing this on purpose," he thought, before screaming, "Hilarious my ass." Janes immediately shot him a warning look. "Young Master Tiny, you should watch your language." Tiny reined it in. "Sorry, I have a tendency." But Jane's Freewell cut him off. "That's not it." Surprised, Tiny turned to him. "Huh?" A moment later, Jane smiled and continued, "You need to center yourself." The words made Tiny's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Janes's face filled with confidence as he relayed the Duke's plan. "So that your soul and body can harmonize and push your limits even further." Those were his exact words. At this, Tiny's surprise was clear, and he listened with his full, undivided attention. Then, it clicked. "Wait a second," he thought. A memory surfaced, a familiar, loud voice calling out from his past. "Tiny!" It was Estina, running toward him with a horrified look. "Did you beat them up again?" Back then, Tiny had just stared blankly. "So what?" She had sighed deeply and said, "I know you have your reasons, but I can't help but be disappointed." Clutching her head, she'd looked at him with sad eyes. "If you could just learn to control that temper, you could become so much stronger." Snapping back to the present, Tiny was lost in thought. "I heard the exact same thing in my past life." Just then, Janes's voice cut in. "I believe your mana's color changed because you finally achieved the rank of a swordsman." "Yeah," Tiny nodded. But he was still thinking about this powerful new mana for some reason. Its color was different from his previous life. Janes Freewell bowed his head slightly. "According to the wisdom of House Valentina, the mana of a person with immense willpower, a man whose power burned a brilliant, fiery red, reflects the very color of their soul." Janes's voice narrated, as another figure appeared with streams of mana, glowing a deep blue all around him. Janes finished. "And they also have much higher potential to become a true aura user." Tiny just kept staring at the energy crackling in his hand, lost in thought. "It reflects the color of your soul," Janes's voice explained. "You have to maintain a powerful conviction. Learning to control that temper of yours would be a good start." But Tiny's eyes were glued to his own glowing hands. If that was true, why was his color so different from his past life? Then it hit him. He whispered, "That's right, the moon wolf." Memories flooded back of him petting a wolf larger than he was. recalling that elemental creatures are forged by spiritual power. He glanced down at his hands, each pulsing with a different energy. If the soul could really influence mana, then maybe he could do this. A moment later, an energy ring formed in his palm, lighter on one side, he thought. He looked to his other hand, still deep in thought, and heavier on the other. Seeing that Tiny had stopped in his tracks, James turned back. Suddenly, Tiny's face contorted as he clenched his jaw, trying to force the power between his two palms together. James watched, his eyes widening in pure disbelief as Tiny poured every ounce of his strength into creating a single energy sphere. Compress it, he thought, pushing it to the absolute limit. His face was so strained his pupils practically vanished. A new thought followed. And make it explode. Instantly, he hurled the unstable energy sphere high into the air, shocking James. James could only stammer out a shocked, "Huh?" while Tiny watched the sphere with intense focus. A second later, a massive, sky-shattering explosion. The powerful blast illuminated the entire town below. People on the street looked up in a panic. "What was that?" someone screamed. The shockwave ripped through the streets, sending debris flying as screams erupted. And James? He was still completely stunned. "Incredible," he muttered in admiration. Tiny watched the aftermath, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Yes," he thought, "I can use this." A moment later, James turned to him, jaw on the floor. "How in the world did you just do that?" Tiny just scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "I'm not entirely sure yet," he replied. James was still reeling, thinking to himself, "He can use a skill that powerful twice a day? What an insane level of talent." He leaned on his hand, looking at Tiny. "When you figure it out, you have to let me know." Tiny rubbed his head. "Your advice really helped a lot." Then he looked over at James, a little hesitant. "But are you sure it's okay to tell me about your insight?" James Freewell just laughed. "Of course. After all, we're practically family." Hearing that, Tiny couldn't help but picture himself standing with everyone, all of them together. Family. Nearby, a man with a look of disbelief leaned over to whisper to his friend. "He's the one who did that. Stay away from him." Hearing the hushed whispers, both of them instinctively turned around. James sighed. "Hey, you're attracting attention again." He turned back to face Tiny with a worried look. "You've got to be more careful next time." Tiny just nodded awkwardly. Right. Before long, they arrived at an incredibly grand location. It was a stunning villa, surrounded by walls of glass. "We're here," James announced, leading the way as Tiny's eyes fell upon the sign. "For the nobility, by the nobility, to the world of beauty." The words practically made him gag as James started to walk in. But before he could finish his sentence, Tiny cut him off. "Wait." James turned back around. "What is it?" Tiny's face was full of worry. This place looks really expensive," he stammered. "I eat a lot. Maybe we should just go back to the manor?" James froze for a solid second. Then, he shot Tiny a look and said, "Come on, you should know this by now. The captain of the blue file is loaded, you know." Hearing this, Tiny just glanced at him, sweating bullets and laughing nervously. Cut to the inside where James's face was completely frozen. He stared in absolute awe at the mountain of plates on the table. Then he turned to look at Tiny, who was devouring 2 massive drumsticks at once. Both James Freewell and the server just stared in shock at his insane appetite. Tiny was eating like a starved wolf, with 8 empty plates already stacked beside him. James's face fell. "So that's the formula," he thought. "I certainly learned something today." He watched Tiny's stomach expand with no signs of stopping. How could one person hold that much food? As he ate, Tiny noticed the mana flowing from his hand and thought, "Good. My mana is increasing." His cheeks were puffed out with food, but his train of thought continued uninterrupted. "The gravity element is getting stronger too. What if I could control it up to 8 times normal gravity?" He tightened his grip on a bone. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought about his combat potential. "No. I could probably even push it to 16 times now. Aside from some kind of superhuman, no one could withstand that." Meanwhile, James was losing his patience, clenching his fist. "Are you full yet?" he demanded. Tiny simply replied, I've still got room for dessert." Just then, the waiter approached James. 150 portions, sir. That'll be a total of 11 gold coins." James sighed, reluctantly handing over his money pouch. "Just take it all." Meanwhile, Tiny leaned back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. I'm finally full. Thanks for the meal." James just stared glumly at the bill, utterly speechless. Tiny grinned. "You're not full after just 1 plate, are you?" Hearing this, James fought to keep his composure, his hands crushing the paper he was holding. Suddenly, a waiter opened the door and backed away slowly. A moment later, the door clicked shut with deliberate care. It was then that Tiny spoke up. "Mr. James." "Can I ask you something?" Janes heard him and simply replied, "Go ahead." And with that, Tiny began to describe everything he'd noticed. Tiny scanned their surroundings, his voice low and cautious. "This restaurant." He glanced toward the servers at the counter before asking his question. "What's the real story here?" No need to be indirect. James Freewell looked right at him and said, "Let's get straight to the point." A second later, he lifted a single finger, and a strange blue energy began to swirl around it. A soft, gentle power immediately filled the room. It washed over Tiny, who immediately thought, "He's soundproofed the room." He stared back at Janes, a new understanding dawning. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. This man was on another level. He could control his mana and the elements with absolute precision. After a moment, Janes finally looked back at him and began to speak. "The restaurant itself is excellent," he admitted. "But as for the staff, they're a branch of the royal family's intelligence organization. Underneath those server uniforms are highly trained agents. They work for the Dragon's Eye in the capital city." Hearing this, Tiny was stunned into speaking loudly. "An intelligence organization?" Janes then brought up the name Henry. "The entire Dragon's Eye organization is supporting the prince in his bid for succession." Suddenly, he reached into his jacket pocket, which is why they are the only organization inside the palace that we, the Valencia family, can actually trust. Janes Freewell, his eyes dead serious, produced a small, rolled-up piece of paper from the palm of his hand. He gently placed the paper on the table and continued, "The Duke ordered me to bring you here. He thinks you underestimate the reach of the royal network." Hearing this, Tiny could only manage a wry smile. Janes just watched his reaction. "And there is one other reason I brought you here." At that, Tiny's curiosity was piqued. Janes then brought up the wedding ceremony. "The ceremony is in about 10 days, and as you're already aware, only the royal family, the royal knights, and the direct heirs of the Valentina family are permitted to attend the wedding." He and Duke Valentina had been looking over their options. "But the knights," he said, "are not a good choice. That's why," Janes revealed, "the Duke wants him to disguise himself as a servant and infiltrate the ceremony." After hearing the whole plan, Tiny exclaimed, "Now that's a good idea." He raised a hand to his chin, his expression thoughtful. "But shouldn't a matter like this have been handled already?" In response, Janes simply raised a finger and wagged it. "Never underestimate the Valentina family." Then he added with excitement, "We've already secured you a position under a false name." A second later, he slid a piece of paper across the table. "If you run into an emergency, head straight here." Looking at it, Tiny asked curiously, "What is this?" "A relic is being kept there," Janes replied. Tiny picked it up, studying it intently, while Janes watched him with a look of high praise. "You did an incredible job looking after Karen's relic, so I'm hoping for the same this time." Tiny just scratched his head and smiled back. "I'm not so sure about that." Then, his entire demeanor shifted. "No, forget it, I can do it." Hearing that, Janes smiled. "Good. Study the map. It'll come in handy later." Outside in the main hall, the building had grown strangely quiet. It was so different from when they first arrived. As they left through the grand hall, Tiny looked around and said, "This is weird." A waiter approached Janes. "Sir, was the menu to your liking?" He answered coldly, "Yes, it was extremely helpful." Suddenly, a man walking past them caught Tiny's attention. He immediately channeled energy through his eyes to get a better look at him. "Wait a second, is that?" He saw his identity clearly. The prince. Realizing he was spotted, Henry asked nervously, "Who are you?" A short time later, the two found themselves sitting across a long table from each other. Henry smiled. "What a coincidence. I didn't think I would see you here." Tiny's gaze was cold. "Duke Valencia already told me everything." Hearing this, the Grand Prince was visibly taken aback, but Tiny continued speaking. "You're both working as hard as possible to find the members of that heretical cult." Henry just interlaced his fingers and smiled. Safety always comes first, after all. Then he clenched his fist and added, "And with you here, the one who saved Karen, I feel that much safer." Tiny cut straight through the flattery. "Then can you tell me something?" His face became deadly serious. His gaze locked on the prince. "What is really going on within the royal family?" The official story was that it was all to protect people from hidden threats. But Henry's expression was completely unreadable as he stared back. Seeing that the prince wasn't going to answer, Tiny grew tense. Was that too direct? He thought, wincing as he pictured the Duke. He could almost hear Valentina shouting, "You absolute psycho." That was the thought that crossed his mind. Damn it, is he going to hit me again? Suddenly, Henry's voice cut in. "That would be helpful." The reply left Tiny completely stunned. He listened intently, but honestly, he already knew most of their intelligence thanks to the Dragon's Eye. He looked at the other man and asked, "So, what is it you want to know?" Tiny glanced back with an answer. "Do you think someone in the royal family wants to destroy this country?" At this, Henry crossed his arms, responding, I don't understand your intentions with that question. Then, he nonchalantly continued, but there are a few. Let's say, about 3 people for now. At this, Tiny was stunned. Who are they? Henry calmly began to explain. First, the mothers of my dear younger brothers. Suddenly, Tiny tensed up, a thought racing through his mind. 2 queens? He wondered. Not 2 princes? The first prince continued speaking. This is just a rumor whispered around the palace, but about 15 years ago, when the 2 queens refused a proposal, he went on, his voice grim. My father slaughtered their entire families. A lot of people died because of it. The 2 queens were thrown into despair. Tiny couldn't believe his ears. What? Henry seemed lost in thought. Like I said, it's just a rumor, he added. But if it's true, it would certainly answer your question. Sweat beaded on Tiny's face as he asked, So, who's next on the list? Henry's expression darkened. The Royal Knights. His voice was now firm and certain. Aslan discriminates against the knights, treating them far worse than mages, so it's possible they'd want to destroy the Empire. A moment later, his expression turned icy. And finally, my own father, the Emperor. He became completely emotionless when mentioning his father. Tiny could barely hide his shock, asking with doubt, The Emperor? Over on his side, Henry clasped his hands together. For a few reasons, my father is a little... No, he's especially unhappy with Duke Valentina. He thought of the Emperor and added, And recently, he made a name for himself in that duel, and my father was quite furious about it. He then gave a polite warning. Regarding the Emperor's cruelty, he cautioned, You need to be careful, too. You and Duke Valentina. Henry then shared a royal secret. My father is famous for having a secret force with terrifying power. This is a state secret, by the way. You have to keep your mouth shut. Tiny was silent as a statue, then bowed his head and spoke. Thank you for telling me all of this. Henry just waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. He then stood up, pulling back his chair. I have to get going now. He gave Tiny a friendly smile. I have to meet my father and my fiancée today. I'll see you later. Night fell quickly. Inside a grand mansion, a voice rang out. What? Inside, Duke Valentina sat across from Tiny, shouting, The prince told you that? Tiny simply replied, Yes. He looked at the Duke and said, The situation seems a bit complicated. Hearing this, Duke Valentina threw his head back, clutching it in his hands. I can't believe he's thought all this through, he groaned. This just makes everything even more complicated. Suddenly, Tiny felt something, a quick, urgent thought. Is the moon wolf next to Chloe sending me a warning? Meanwhile, at the Assyrian palace, the lights were still on late into the night. Chloe was seriously practicing royal etiquette under the watchful eye of her female tutor, who was very pleased with her performance. Extremely elegant, just as I expected. We'll end today's etiquette class here. Chloe replied softly. Thank you, ma'am. The teacher quickly left the room. Chloe let out a weary sigh, her eyes filled with a sad, lingering confusion. Chloe remembered the teacher using a ruler to adjust her posture, and her inner voice screamed, Why does the position of my fingers matter when I'm just sitting? What kind of creep even pays attention to that? She collapsed into a chair with a loud groan. I only get to see Vivian in the bedroom. I should have just stayed at the church. The moonwolf watched Chloe with a look of pure sympathy. She smiled and reached out to pet its head. At least I'm lucky to have you here with me. A voice called out, The crown prince has arrived. Chloe immediately turned her head. Henry peeked in, saying gently, Lady Chloe, you've worked hard today. She quickly stood up. Your Highness. Chloe then teased him a little. You've been visiting quite often these days, haven't you? Henry just scratched his head shyly before dropping a pickup line. All my exhaustion just melts away the moment I see your face. The sudden compliment left Chloe completely frozen. Her heart pounded in her chest, unsure how to react. She stared at Henry, thinking to herself, how can he say such sweet things so easily, even for the Prince of the Empire? He then remembered the main reason he came. By the way, do you remember our late-night visit to His Majesty? Chloe replied cheerfully. Of course I do. Henry warned her with concern. His Majesty might say some harsh things to you. He then spoke sincerely. I hope you can endure it for my sake. Chloe asked, confused. What? He explained with a serious look. His Majesty is very angry with House Valentina. More specifically, he's furious with my father-in-law. He was still finding ways to flirt. Chloe's eyes widened. With my father? She recalled a rumor she heard on the streets. I heard something like that, but I thought it was just a rumor. If that's true, then why did he choose me to be the Princess of Wells? Chloe's head drooped in sad contemplation as Henry watched her closely. Suddenly, he took her hand, reassuring her with a bright smile. But I think differently. It's just like how you and I are together now. The Empire would stand with Valentina. Henry felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he'd rush this wedding. Because of it, His Majesty might even be annoyed. He murmured, "I need you to understand that." Chloe smiled gently and replied, "Yes, of course." Still, she couldn't shake the worry in her heart. Her father said he hadn't seen the king in ages, and what if his anger was worse than the rumors? She had to let her family know. A short time later, Henry and Chloe, flanked by soldiers, went to see King Emerson. They bowed in unison as King Emerson made his entrance. He walked slowly past the line of soldiers. He swept by the still bowing Henry and Chloe. King Emerson turned, slowly taking his seat upon the throne. Henry and Chloe moved forward, kneeling in a respectful greeting. "We humbly greet your Majesty." King Emerson gave a casual order. "You two may raise your heads." They quickly stood up. Henry asked with genuine concern, "Have you been well, father?" King Emerson chuckled. "Of course. My son is handling most of the nation's problems, so how could I not be well?" His words sent a chill of unease through Henry and Chloe. Henry bowed humbly, clarifying, "I am only representing you in these matters. The Empire is, and always will be, yours. The authority I currently hold was granted by your will." King Emerson looked slightly surprised to hear him say that. His eyes narrowed, as if trying to peer straight into Henry's soul. "Then are you willing to return that authority to me?" His voice was ice, making Henry and Chloe flinch. Henry's face paled, his own voice trembling slightly. "If that is your wish." "Enough." King Emerson cut him short. "That's pointless. Every last noble in the kingdom would surely object." He continued, "The emperor that you pushed away by handing over the tower and the knightly order cannot return." "Nonsense." Henry's loud retort made the nearby soldiers break out into a cold sweat. He answered with a steady, determined gaze. "That was a procedure that followed royal law, father." King Emerson's voice was dripping with sarcasm. "I'm just curious how a procedure became more important than the emperor himself." His irritation was clearly growing by the second. "And these allies you've brought along for the ride. They bother me even more." The Sword Emperor. He remembered the crowds cheering for Chloe's father. He trembled with rage. The daughter of another man also called an emperor. Henry immediately tried to defuse the situation. His voice was tight with tension. "Your Majesty, it is merely a title given by the ignorant commoners. Please do not give it any mind." The royal sword. Chloe, silent until now, finally spoke up. "Daughter of Oscar von Valentina." She gave an elegant bow. "I greet His Majesty." King Emerson looked surprised. He repeated, The royal sword?" Chloe answered calmly. "My father recently defeated the Sword of the Alliance and achieved a magnificent victory." Her voice grew firmer. "But was not all of that a victory for the Empire?" King Emerson suddenly let out a chuckle, which quickly grew into a booming laugh. "Yes, that's right." He studied Henry and Chloe. The prince had chosen someone just like her father. King Emerson clapped his hands in approval. "I find it impossible to hate your courage." Then his expression shifted instantly. His voice became severe. "But I must warn both you and your father." Henry started to panic, stammering, "Father." Inguiet Lang, hidden on Chloe's shoulder, became alert, focusing its power to send out a signal. Elsewhere, Tiny felt the warning instantly. A signal from Inguiet Lang. He shot to his feet, staring off into the distance. "Chloe." A terrible feeling washed over him. The king was approaching Chloe. Back in the palace, King Emerson stepped down from his throne. He growled, "The Aslan bloodline has ruled humanity since ancient times." His voice was heavy with authority. "Trivial things like superhumans or mere procedures cannot surpass us." He paused for a moment. His sharp gaze drilled into Chloe. "Where is the supreme emperor of the bloodline?" She looked up at him, her guard raised. Her mind raced, realizing the king wanted something far greater than the empire. King Emerson watched her in silence. The air in the throne room grew cold. A wave of anxiety washed over Chloe. Her voice stuttered. Your Majesty." Henry quickly moved to stand in front of Chloe. He spoke in a low voice. "Please, calm yourself, father." King Emerson just frowned, not saying a word. He turned his back, waving them away. "Get out!" A flash of rage lit Henry's eyes, but he forced it down. Not wasting another second, he and Chloe bowed and left. "Then we will take our leave." With that, he turned and strode out of the hall. "Let's go, princess." Seeing Henry's haste, Chloe hurried to follow him out of the grand throne room. King Emerson sat in the darkness, his voice echoing in the quiet space. "That's going too far, my son." He sat on his throne, muttering to himself. "Far too much. You've grown up too fast." A black shadow materialized beside him. "Your Majesty, is there a reason you spoke to the princess that way?" King Emerald, looking a bit weary, replied, I just got a little carried away. It seems he was finally feeling his age. A shadowy figure spoke up, asking, "Are you truly that concerned with the Valentina bloodline?" The question unlocked a memory buried deep in the king's mind. He began to recount a story from 45 years ago, of a child who came to him claiming to be a descendant of the Duke. He recalled a young boy standing before him, sword in hand. The kid was about 10 years old and said he had only just begun to learn swordsmanship. The king looked at the boy with kind eyes, offering to teach him personally, but his own sword plunged deep into the stone floor. King Emerald collapsed in utter shock. He stared at the chipped, broken blade stuck fast in the tiles. "Are you all right?" The boy's concerned voice snapped him out of his daze. The boy anxiously reached out to help him up. "Your Majesty?" The king looked up, bewildered. The humiliation. Absolute. He had given up his dream of being a knight that day. From that point on, King Emerald devoted himself to magic, convincing himself that they, in the House of Aslan, were destined for magic from the very beginning. But even that talent seemed to elude him. A magic orb he summoned flickered for a moment before disappearing entirely. "A shameful story," he said, his voice dripping with bitterness. He tried to justify his wounded pride, claiming his hatred for House Valentina wasn't just personal, even though the Duke was praised more than any emperor or prince. No, it was because no matter how long peace lasted, a mere noble family should never dare to stand above the royal family. It was a threat to the fundamental principles of the entire nation. An image of Duke Valentina shattered in his mind as King Emerald clenched his fist, trembling with pure rage. "This is no different from treason," he seethed, sighing as he held his head. "The prince doesn't know about this." He knew his son was intelligent, but the king gritted his teeth, his gaze turning ice cold. "There's nothing I can do because of those damn laws." He thought of the magnificent, sprawling castles of his kingdom. "And that," he lamented, "is the very reason why our powerful empire cannot completely conquer the continent." The royal family was shackled by law, while the great houses grew their strength, unchecked by the central government. He clenched his fist with grim determination. "To rule the entire continent, I must seize all the power in this nation." The shadow agreed with this assessment. "You are correct." The king gave a sinister smile. "And the perfect excuse for doing so will be created by that foolish queen and those demon-possessed scumbags." But the shadow objected. "They can't possibly defeat Duke Valentina on their own. I am well aware of the cultists' limits." "Shh." The king's face hardened. "Yes, which is precisely why we need you. Is the secret weapon finished yet?" The figure answered timidly. "My apologies, he is still." Emerald shot him a look of deep dissatisfaction. "But I was told he was exceptionally talented." The shadow quickly tried to justify the delay to his boss. "He is certain to be the greatest genius ever produced by our organization. If he continues to develop at this speed, you will be the first emperor to command an artificial aura user as your personal assassin. But we need 15 dummy bodies." The king sighed, resting his chin on his hand. "What a pity." The shadow made another promise. "Do not worry. If we cooperate with the Royal Magic Tower, it will be enough." Hope flickered anew in Emerald's eyes. "Yes, you're right." He immediately asked about his favorite son. "Where is the prince?" The shadow reported. "He isn't heading in any specific direction. It seems he is observing the situation with his dragon's eye." The king then commanded his subordinate, "You can let him find some trivial information, but he is forbidden from learning of this plan." The man accepted the order. "Yes, your majesty. The prince will receive the most vital information at the most critical moment." The king looked extremely satisfied with this arrangement. The cultist uprising against the royal family would proceed, and Duke Valentina, an in-law of the family, would die. That would be reason enough for the royal family to declare that such divided power, if it fell into the wrong hands, could destroy the entire empire. Playing along, the shadow added, "We will create the most perfectly suitable situation." Suddenly, another shadow slipped in through the castle doors. It crept silently towards the throne. What followed was a conversation in a strange tongue that not even Emerald could fully comprehend. He frowned and asked, "What is it?" The first shadow brought him good news. "My subordinate has acquired some useful new information." The king's face immediately lit up with a grin. "Oh? Yes, your majesty. I believe we can begin to apply pressure on Valentina ahead of schedule." At the Valentina castle, a voice echoed, "The emperor isn't just trying to kill me. Valentina was in a state of absolute shock to hear that the threat now even extended to Chloe. An unspoken tension filled the space between them. Tiny suddenly offered a brilliant idea. "Why don't we just kill the emperor?" Valentina looked like he wanted to smack the blockhead. Seeing the terrifying look on his master's face, Tiny just waved his hands dismissively. "That's never going to happen, is it? I was just kidding." The man was seriously going to give him a heart attack one day. How could things have possibly escalated this far? Valentina thought back to the past, to that sword duel where he completely wiped the floor with the emperor. Is he really still holding a grudge over that? He'd worked so hard for the Emperor, trying to atone for that past mistake. The weight of it all showed in his eyes. But Tani shattered the moment, bluntly asking, "What kind of useless thoughts are rattling around in that head of yours now?" Valentina snapped, absolutely furious. "You little brat, do you have any idea how serious this situation is?" Tani shot right back at him. "Is it a bigger problem than the Demon King's army?" That sharp question stopped him cold. He couldn't argue. He just sighed, crossing his arms and admitting, "I suppose not." Tani casually cleaned his ear. "Then why are you wasting so much brainpower on it? As long as the Demon King is pushed back, it's all the same. Whether we like it or not, we're tied together now. I've been through this before, so trust me." Valentina had to agree. They both knew there was only one thing they had to do right now, and that was to preserve humanity's strength. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Sometimes, I'm almost jealous of your simple brain." Tani felt the sting of that insult. "I'm trying to comfort you and you mock me, you old geezer," he yelled, not holding back. "You could have just said you were jealous. Did you have to add the simple part?" But Valentina just closed his eyes, centering himself. "Thanks to you, my head is finally clear." But just then, the door slammed open. Janes rushed in, panicked. "We have a problem, Duke." He clutched a scroll, breathless. "An urgent report from Dragon's Eye. There's a riot in one of the smaller cities. It's a territory under the royal family's direct control." The old Duke was floored. "What? A riot? Did you just say a riot?" Janes relayed the message. "Yes, and according to the report, the Emperor has ordered you to suppress the riot." This bombshell even caught Tani off guard. Janes quickly handed the document to Valentina. "This is the official notice. We'll be receiving it soon." The Duke took it and read every word out loud. "The House of Valentina is to swiftly suppress the riots in the minor cities and prove its worth as a future in-law to the royal family." He crushed the paper in his fist, seething. "And the deadline is the wedding." Tani was completely floored by the news. "A riot? Seriously? How bold do you have to be? To start a riot in a small city with so few people, Janes?" Janes reported what he'd heard. "Based on what I've gathered, it seems a heretical cult is behind all this." How ridiculous, and at a time like this. Both Tani and Valentina immediately fell into deep thought. Tani voiced his own theory first. "I think the cultists are trying to scatter the royal family's military power." Valentina closed his eyes, confirming it. "This is a sign. They're going to attack during the wedding ceremony." Only Janes was left out of the loop. "What do you mean? How can we be so sure the cultists will act on the day of the wedding?" The Duke put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "There's a reason we think so. We'll tell you soon enough, Janes. But for now, we need to handle this first." Though confused, Janes chose to trust his commander. He continued his report. "According to the intel, the riots originated in several of the smaller cities. Sarangan, Lahoi, and Karina are the three locations. As for Sarangan and Lahoi, the royal army and the magic tower should handle them. The ice and fire mages have already been dispatched. The city we've been assigned to is Karina. It's located right between Valencia and the capital, so we can dispatch some of our Feta forces." But Valentina saw the trap immediately. "We'll have to send our high-ranking knights if we want to end this riot before the wedding." Janes reluctantly nodded in agreement, but he raised a valid concern. "But our senior knights, myself included, are all currently stationed at the royal palace. If we intervene, we can finish the job quickly, but making it back before the wedding ceremony will be impossible." Valentina understood perfectly. Even now, the Emperor was trying to bleed the military strength of House Valentina dry. Maybe wiping them all out is better. Janes was startled. "Duke, what do you mean by that?" Valentina immediately corrected the wild thoughts in their heads. "Not like that. I'm just saying it's one of the options on the table. I have to consider Chloe and the family's honor. I can't be reckless." He knew deep down that if they canceled the wedding, it would seriously damage the reputation of both Chloe and House Valentia. And perhaps that's exactly what the Emperor wants. Tani, who'd been thinking, suddenly laughed and came to a decision. "This whole mess can be wrapped up in a week." He pointed a thumb at himself. "That is, if I go alone." For what felt like the 10th time that day, Valentina was completely stunned. Janes, ever the pragmatist, questioned him. "You're planning on using that spirit wolf, aren't you?" Tani just beamed with confidence. 3 days there, 3 days back, and 1 day to crush them. Totally doable. Janes immediately shot it down. "I understand the logic, but that's far too dangerous." Valentina's voice quickly joined his. "A riot, that's what this is." His advisor fiercely protests this insane idea, even if it is a small city. There have to be at least 100 knights there, and they have no idea what kind of traps the cultists have set. He argues that Tiny can't risk his life for something so trivial. But to our hero, it's a different story. He insists it's just a small matter. Sir, this is a challenge, an opportunity we have to seize. His words shut them down completely. Seeing no more arguments, the young man just gives them a confident smile. This is how I live, he declared. So please, go ahead and make the request for me. He wants them to ask if they can borrow a royal holy relic. Meanwhile, at the palace, someone is about to get a huge shock. Prince Henry gets the wild news in the dead of night. They want to borrow Ammon? A holy relic that massive? How is that even possible? The servant calmly replies that Tiny has already used its core back in Quran. Hearing that, the prince actually calms down a bit. He can do that? What an absolutely amazing guy. Henry pauses, lost in thought for a moment. He then orders his servant, "Tell them we will permit it." It's the least we can do, he thinks, still worried about what his father might do. Back on the throne, the king gets a visitor. A shadowy figure who had been waiting in the wings steps forward to report that a holy relic has vanished. The king's eyes narrow. What? A holy relic? The shadow explains further, saying it seems the prince himself had a need for it. It disappeared right after a knight from House Valentina named Torin visited the palace. To the king, it's just a symbol, but his subordinate offers a theory. This is just speculation, but I believe that knight went to Karina, instead of the Valentina family's territory. This guess surprises the king, so the shadow continues to explain his reasoning. If he uses the holy relic, its light will incinerate the cultists before they can even get close to him. Not only that, but anyone bound by dark magic will also be awakened. This twist is enough to get anyone's attention, and House Valentina won't lose any of their forces? The shadow confirms it. The king is not pleased at all. Gritting his teeth, he issues a dark command. I don't like this. Make sure he doesn't return alive. Like a loyal dog, the figure agrees instantly. Yes, Your Majesty. To handle this matter correctly, we will dispatch the secret weapon we have been carefully cultivating for so long. That should be more than enough to kill one knight. While the old guard schemes at home, the younger generation like Tiny is out doing the real work. He uses Moonwolf to travel, blasting forward like he's strapped to a rocket. But from a high branch, a dark cloaked figure is watching. She observes him from a distance. This is no ordinary journey, and that's a wolf that looks like a direwolf. He's headed straight for Karina, but even she can't believe his speed. He's too fast, I can't keep up. She figures he'll likely take the same route on his way back. I'll just wait for him then. And with that, she vanishes into the night. In an instant, Tiny and Moonwolf have traveled all night, finally emerging from the forest at a steep mountain pass. Moonwolf leaps over the mountain, landing with its powerful legs before continuing its relentless sprint without a single break. Only the rider has time for other thoughts. He's starving. In 3 days, all he's eaten is a single wild boar, but he has to save time, so he pushes on. And like Master, like Mount, Moonwolf's mind is also filled with thoughts of meat. Suddenly, Tiny remembers something and asks his companion, "Hey, Moonwolf, by the way, you can't sense any trace of a 4th-class elementalist, can you?" The wolf barks once in agreement. Tiny starts to wonder, is that level still too hard for him? His soul has already experienced the transcendent level, but just having that memory doesn't change anything in the present. The only real difference is that he has matured as an elementalist. The higher the quality of the soul, the easier it is to manifest an aura, even if a 4th-class elementalist still feels impossibly far away. Despite that, Tiny remains optimistic. He's sure he'll figure it out someday, and he can always ask Estina later. All of a sudden, Moonwolf digs in its heels, skidding to a sharp halt. Before them lies a vast lake. They have finally arrived. Tiny steps forward, his expression dead serious. All right, let's finish this and go home. The scene shifts ahead to Karina, inside the palace. A trembling voice echoes out. I was right. A man grits his teeth, hissing, exactly. I was not wrong. The man thinks to himself how his family has served the lords of Karina for countless generations. A foot stomps down on him, grinding him into the floor. He tells himself that even when these vile people treat him like a toy, all he can do is endure. Remembering the past, he clutches his head, trying to convince himself, that's right, he deserved to die. I only did the right thing, so I was right. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder. Of course, you were right. The newcomer smiles and says, so calm down now. The man turns his face, stammering, Jaren. The figure reassures him, you are the Lord now. You need to prepare for what's coming. The man's fists clenched in rage. Are you talking about the knight and that holy relic? That's right, the man replied. He left the royal palace 4 days ago. A smirk crept across his face. He'll be here any day now. Best of luck to you. The man was completely bewildered by this. Wait a minute, what's that supposed to mean? You're not just leaving me, are you? He turned away with a wicked smile. Calm yourself. landlord. As long as he holds the holy relic, there's nothing we can do directly. Panic filled the landlord's eyes. You told me you had a solution. What in the world am I supposed to do now? The man in black turned, raising a single finger. You could control it, if you weren't the landlord. Then who's going to lead the knights and the soldiers? And who's going to activate the trap? He pressed a hand to his head, exhausted. I guess I have no other choice. Very well. His gaze turned ice cold. Then good luck. To the new world. Back in the present, the man's face was filled with grim determination. For the new world. The other cloaked figures began to murmur. One asked, so what's going to happen with the landlord? Another replied, honestly, I doubt he can accomplish anything on his own. We'll just gather information while he's busy dealing with that knight. He flashed the same sinister smile from when he'd brought the holy relic. But then, something happened. A sudden shift that sent them all into a panic. What? What was that? He's here already? But how did he get here so fast? One of them tried to calm the group. Everyone, just calm down. He peeked out the window to check the situation. And there he was, Tiny, riding in Lang and brandishing a weapon. He charged forward. The men inside shouted, it's that knight, stop him. The leader of the cloaked figures looked worried. He yelled to the others, it's too late to escape now, activate the trap. Another one of them stammered. But, what about us? He lunged, grabbing the stuttering man by the neck. It's already too late for us. You think you can outrun a spirit? Now do it. Terrified, the men scrambled to execute the plan. But outside, the boy Tiny just grinned victoriously. Yes, that's right. All of you, gather together. I'm about to hit you with one massive blow. He raised his hand and shouted, Amo! A massive wave of power erupted from around him. He then unleashed that energy, directing it straight at his enemies. The glass windows shattered into pieces. Inside, the men cried out, screaming in pain from the blast. The man in black wondered if this was the relic's true power. Gritting his teeth, he knew, we have to activate the trap before it's too late. Then he roared, for the new world, O wise ones, lend me your energy. A purple aura immediately began swirling around him. He and Tiny prepared to face off in a brutal clash. The young knight's voice was firm, I'm not going to let you do that. Now try and take this one on for size, you bastard. He channeled immense power and threw his weapon right at the cloaked man. The weapon slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. He let out a horrific scream right before a massive explosion erupted, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. Tiny followed up, attacking with a wave of blue energy. He watched the aftermath, wondering, what was that explosion? It doesn't look like he was simply crushed. A massive crater now scarred the ground. Looking at it, he guessed, he probably sacrificed a clone. He then wondered aloud, are they getting weaker because of the relic? They normally wouldn't sacrifice a clone for a simple attack like that. He fell into deep thought, analyzing the situation. Suddenly, a strange sight below caught his attention. He stared at it, bewildered, as a thought crossed his mind, that thing. It has an immense, destructive, magical power, far more terrifying than the relics those cultists use. If that thing starts glowing, it's going to explode. The realization hit him, and his expression turned to panic. This is bad. Those orbs were already starting to crack. Seeing this, Ed Lang let out a scream. Tiny gritted his teeth, his anxiety spiking. Tiny prepared his power to stop it. He thought back. Ever since that last time in the royal palace, he hadn't attempted this again. But it was the single strongest skill he could use at this very moment. He gathered a massive amount of energy for his attack. The situation was getting more desperate, the red orbs were cracking faster. He launched the energy blast toward the red orbs. A blinding explosion erupted right in front of him, sending both Tiny and Lang flying backward. He had to think fast. I have to weaken the explosion. A blue light suddenly surrounded both him and Lang as his companion let out a massive roar. The blast was so immense it lit up the entire sky. People watching from a distance could only wonder, what kind of absurd power is that? Tiny collapsed, his body completely battered. He thought, I weakened it as much as possible, but Lang was still forcefully unsummoned, and I couldn't even detect it with my mana sensing abilities. He struggled to push himself up from the middle of the wreckage. Then, a sudden realization hit him. That's right, the palace. With that, Tiny shot off into the sky. They were only focused on the relic. I have to warn them, he yelled, his face etched with panic. Give me the communication device, now. The terrified man could only stammer that he was following orders, begging for his life. With a furious expression, Tiny raised a fist. Shut up and give me the device. The man started sweating bullets. But of course, in a backwater place like this, there was no such thing to be found. Lang was sprinting, but Tiny was getting seriously irritated. You're telling me a territory this small has no communication devices? He griped. As Nguyen Lang raced through the desolate forest at full speed, Tiny spoke to his companion. I know you've only just recovered, but just a little more, Nguyen Lang, he urged as the wolf barked in response. If you just push straight ahead, we can get there before. He never finished. Something happened. His body suddenly felt like it was sliced in two. The sudden shock sent a chill down Tiny's spine. It was a subconscious warning. He screamed his pet's name. Nguyen Lang, dodge. The wolf tensed and obeyed. The thin wire he just felt slicing through him passing inches above his head. What it cut was a few strands of hair, not his head. The close call made Nguyen Lang slam on the brakes, shaken. A stark white wire now blocked their path. Tiny panted, having just narrowly escaped death's door. If he hadn't been so sharp, but he had to wonder, who could it be? Just then, a kunai materialized, flying at an incredible speed. Tiny dodged just in time, but it still left a long, stinging cut across his cheek. Next came a hand wielding some other sharp weapon. It aimed straight for him from below. The attacker struck without a hint of hesitation, and in that moment, Tiny had a sudden realization. Wait a second. This skill set is... Seeing the danger, Nguyen Lang leaped away, searching for an escape route. As they fled, Tiny yelled out, Grim Reaper, why are you here? But then it hit him right. This wasn't the Grim Reaper he knew from his past life. Her identity now was... Before he could even explain it to us, a flash of light erupted from the nearby bushes. More kunai shot up from below, aiming for his blind spots. Tiny managed to evade most of them but still got clipped here and there. He didn't notice a pair of terrifying eyes glowing in the darkness as she moved in for a decisive stab. But this time, he had a read on her fighting style and saw his chance to counter. I won't let you. He swung his massive weapon with full force, not caring that his opponent was a girl, and slammed it right into her side. And yet, she vanished in an instant, leaving behind a cloud of smoke that enveloped the area. He recognized it. An illusion technique? Tiny knew this wasn't looking good. Not good at all. They'd been running non-stop since Karina, and his mana was nearly depleted. Suddenly, countless arrows appeared out of nowhere, attacking him from all sides. He gritted his teeth, trying to squeeze out a last bit of power. He had to keep fighting. Iron barrier. It was the best he could do right now, creating a shield to protect himself and Nguyen Lang. The arrows shattered, their fragments scattering everywhere. However, Tiny's body was already at its absolute limit, and with her insidious poison coursing through him, his body just couldn't take any more. This was really, really bad. He couldn't die here, but he also couldn't bring himself to kill a future member of the 10 Great Knights. So then, he gripped his hammer with a look of grim determination. Using every ounce of his strength, Tiny roared, Why are you, the shadow of the royal family, hunting me? A moment of silence passed, broken only by the chirping of crickets. His words had hit their mark. The attacker finally spoke, her voice laced with confusion. How did you know? Tiny celebrated internally. Got her. He let a sly grin spread across his face. She was still green. The Grim Reaper he knew would never have answered like that. This was his only way out. He confidently slung the hammer over his shoulder and spoke with a taunting smirk. You think that's all I know? I also know that the magic circle technique you learned is called the Shadow Law. Her voice suddenly started to stutter. How? I'm the only one who knows that technique. How could you? Tiny was suddenly hit with a fond memory of a time between them. Of course I know, he thought. You're the one who told me. Or more accurately, the future you did. But he couldn't say that out loud. Truth is, I'm learning a few similar techniques myself, he bluffed, his mind racing. He had to make the most of what little mana he had left. She shot back immediately. Impossible. And then sent him a little bonus gift. A poison-tipped arrow came screaming towards him. A surge of power enveloped Nguyen Lang, and the wolf shot upwards in a powerful leap. Tiny made a split-second decision. He had to imitate it as best as he could. From the bushes, the girl saw the maneuver and froze. An illusion technique? Nguyen Lang paused mid-air. She spoke in a voice filled with disbelief, unable to process what was happening. Internally, Tiny cheered. It's working. He gripped Nguyen Lang's fur tightly, nearly pulling a patch out. He didn't think he could pull that off a second time. He chose his next words carefully. I told you, didn't I? You and I come from the same place. Realization dawned on her. Then, could you be the bright knight, Tiny Moser? But her reaction was a little different from what he'd expected. What's with that response? She continued. I always thought that was just a rumor. Are you really a descendant of the family? Though thrown off by this last-minute twist, Tiny crossed his arms confidently. That's right. It is I. Finally, the person in the bushes stepped out. She slowly revealed herself, pulling back her cloak. I thought it wasn't true. I had no idea there were any other descendants of the monster family besides myself. At this point, it was hard to tell who was surprising who more. Suddenly, Tiny's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. Luna was a descendant of the monster clan, but she had never once mentioned that before. Luna approached him, explaining she thought she was the last one left. People told her she should work for the royal family and reclaim their land. She suddenly moved in close, grabbing his hand with a desperate urgency. Everything she did was for their clan. She couldn't kill another member, but then she asked, how did he know she served the royals? And just like that, Tiny froze. Big mistake. She might not be a smooth talker, but she was definitely not stupid. He scratched his head, scrambling for an excuse. Only the royals and the Valentina family knew he was heading to Karina. So, if someone wanted him dead, the royal family was the most likely suspect. Luna's grip on his hand tightened. I understand. Luckily, she bought his flimsy excuse, saving the entire monster clan right then and there. With the small talk over, Tiny got right down to business. So, what's the deal? Why did you ambush me? Now that they were family, Luna revealed everything. She was only following orders, the Emperor's orders, to be exact. She was ordered to kill him before he reached Karina, or failing that, on his way back. She had no idea why. That single title sent a chill down his spine. The Emperor himself gave the order? Tiny clenched his fists in absolute rage. The reason was obvious. The Emperor's real target wasn't him, it had to be Valentina. Dark cultists were lurking nearby, having almost destroyed all of Karina. And now the royals were fighting each other for power? Do we really need to protect a royal family like this? Tiny asked, reaching out to her. His demeanor changed, suddenly more relaxed. For now, I need to get back as soon as possible. What about you, sis? What's your plan? Luna's heart fluttered when he called her that. She pointed to herself, asking again, me? Sis? Tiny just rubbed his head shyly. He couldn't even meet her gaze. Well, I'm only 14. You look older than me. In an instant, Luna pulled him into a tight hug. Oh, my little brother, she cooed, comforting him like a small child. He had a family now. He wasn't alone anymore. But that thought was immediately followed by a pang of guilt. Damn it, I'm starting to feel bad. He vowed to apologize for the lie someday, then pulled away from her embrace. What about your mission? The royal family. But with his big sister watching his back, he was at ease. It's fine, she said. I can handle it. But instead of feeling relieved, his face fell. He felt terrible, no matter how he looked at it. Was it because of the lie? Meanwhile, at a meeting of dark cultists, one man slammed the table in fury. What? That monster brat survived the bomb? Another member reported that he'd reached the city within 3 days. The leader's expression immediately hardened. If that happened, he'd tell the whole city about the explosion. But someone scoffed. Who would believe him? The whole group agreed. Exactly. Even we barely believe it, and we were there. Plus, he was entering the city without revealing his true identity. No one would trust his word. The monster boy was just too unpredictable. A sinister grin spread across the leader's face as he made a bold choice. We're moving the plan forward. One of his underlings immediately protested. What? No, that'll disrupt everything. When are the royals even gathering? But the leader was completely confident. They don't just gather for the wedding, he explained. They have a formal etiquette rehearsal. The day before the wedding, every single royal, except the emperor himself, would be gathered in one place. That's when we'll make our move. A member suddenly asked, but what about the emperor? The leader replied with a cunning smile. Let Qinghu handle him. Over in the palace, Katia calmly sipped her tea. The plan has changed again? So suddenly, she mused aloud. I don't know if I can trust them. The knight behind her was unwavering. You have nothing to worry about, he assured her. We are fully prepared. Starting a day early will be fine. They will take care of that troublesome emperor. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. This is better for us. Strangely, she responded to his touch. Katia's gaze drifted to a portrait of King Eamon. Him? A nuisance to us? The man had only claimed his position by being the eldest, despite possessing very little actual power. Katia shot a look at the man. He's hardly someone that you, the commander of the Royal Knights, should be afraid of. The man named Growell was brimming with confidence. Of course, the Emperor himself isn't the problem, but his loyal mages and the ones with royal blood, they're the real problem. Katia's expression instantly darkened. And we can't forget the royal assassins. He just scoffed at that. Aren't those just rumors? Suddenly, her face went deathly pale. Katia slammed her fist on the table, screaming, They are not. Those monsters destroyed my family. In a fit of rage, she pulled free from Growell's grasp, her face a mask of pure fury. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I watched the shadows murder my parents, my brothers, and my sisters. Her rage boiled over, tears of fury streaming down her face. You, of all people, should know this. Why am I willing to go this far? You should understand better than anyone. Grull quietly endured her outburst. Still, he remained gentle with her. I understand. He knelt, taking her hand. These next few days will decide our fate. If we succeed, our child becomes the emperor. She seems soothed by this. But if we fail, it's the end for all of us. You know that, right? He calmly kissed her hand, his reply nonchalant. Of course. Meanwhile, King Eamon was receiving his own update on the situation. They've changed their plan? The figure in the shadows confirmed it. Yes, Your Majesty. We have confirmed the two queens have changed things. The entry date for the inner palace's stone ward. They're moving before the wedding. Eamon raised his glass, instantly connecting the dots. On the rehearsal day, he mused. The final gathering of the royal family before the wedding itself. But I won't be there. The shadow offered a theory. We suspect they will attempt to ambush you here instead. But we don't know how many there will be, or what methods they'll use. Eamon, however, looked completely unconcerned. It's not a problem. That demon-worshipping trash is powerless. The real problem is Asgard. Those weaklings could never handle him. The shadow agreed, as Eamon issued another command. Can you handle this? The agent was confident but worried for the king's safety. Still, Eamon was completely firm. It's fine, I have another plan. Seeing the king had made his decision, the agent didn't argue any further. For the sake of your authority, sire, I don't think we need to deal with Duke Valentina just yet. Eamon held up a vial of purple liquid. He gave his order. Keep an eye on everything, and report back if you think my safety won't be compromised. Then you can go and deal with Asgard. If that's still not enough, I will have Louis go with you. Just make sure you succeed. The shadow clearly wasn't happy with the decision, but he knew there was no changing Eamon's mind. If there's nothing else to report, you can leave. After a moment of silence, the agent spoke again. I have received word that the rebellion in Katina has been suppressed. Hearing this, Eamon's hand tightened on the vial. Katina, so that Valentina Brat borrowed the relic. He slammed his hand on the table, shouting, He survived and took care of everything in Katina? The shadow quickly tried to diffuse the king's anger, but we have a plan to ensure he never returns. You don't need to worry about that. But the king shattered the vial anyway, not because the plan failed. Eamon let out a massive roar. You think my reaction is about one child? This means those despicable Valentinas have just scored a major victory, and they did it without losing a single person, you fool. After his tirade, the old king slumped over the table, panting heavily. The berated agent didn't dare make a sound. Still fuming, Eamon stormed out of the room. Useless bastards. The man could only bow his head in apology. Please forgive me. Eamon gave him one last glare before issuing his final command. I'm putting you in charge of dealing with the damn Valentinas. Yes, Your Majesty. Over in his own quarters, Prince Henry received the same intelligence. So, she's already made her move? The knight Yelan confirmed it. Yes, Your Highness. That is what I heard. Growell has gathered the engineers and changed the plan. It seems they will act before the wedding, not on the day of. Henry stroked his chin, thinking. So they're targeting the rehearsal day. But what about my father? He won't even be there. The knight explained that their collaborators claim they will handle that part. Henry just laughed with contempt. Collaborators? With those useless heretics? Yelan asked if they should stop them. But Henry had another idea in mind. Yelan, do you really think those cultists could harm my father without some help from the inside? Yelan knew the answer immediately. As long as the royal mage Louis is by his side, it would be nearly impossible. Henry thought the exact same thing. Yes, my uncle will be with him. Father never allows any knights to get close. It's been 15 long years, ever since he started despising knights, all because of House Valentina. All the things the father had done, little by little, had finally piled up, enough to make the queen join forces with the royal knight commander. It was outright treason, and to stop it, the father had prepared his own plans. But why did it have to come to this? A sharp mix of disappointment and bitterness filled Henry's heart as he called out to his knight, Isilan, who was instantly ready for orders. Henry continued, declaring he would use this chaos to finally purge the corruption from the royal family. Not a bad decision. Yelan was surprised by the judgment, saying, Your Highness, I don't understand, especially since Henry knew exactly what she meant. But his mind was made up. I don't need to get my own hands dirty. Yelan was startled. Your Highness. But Henry ignored her shock, striding past his knight and adding one last command. We will stick to the plan. Your Highness. Henry then added, However, instead of that, tell the Valentina family to come to Crane Palace, where the wedding will be held, one day early. Henry's decision was final. I'll tell my future father-in-law about the plan myself. Meanwhile, things were a bit lighter in the girls' room. where a tired Chloe was sprawled on the bed after her audience with King Iman. Endless bride-to-be lessons would have been easier than this, Vivienne retorted from nearby. You kept complaining there was too much to do. Chloe just threw her hands up in defeat. Oh, Moonwolf, come back. I was so young then. Now even Moonwolf is gone, and there are no cute kids like Tiny around either. But for Vivienne, Chloe was the one who'd changed in a flash. It feels new. Seeing you, someone who always seemed so childish to me, about to get married. Chloe quickly sat up, changing the subject to gossip. So, when are you going to confess to Jenna? Vivienne suddenly stammered. What are you talking about? She nervously fiddled with a lock of hair. I just admire him as my captain, that's all. But her blushing face betrayed her completely. Chloe leaned in with a sly grin. Really? Vivienne insisted it was 100% true. Then began a whole presentation on Jenna's merits. I mean, he's a genius. He achieved challenger rank at a very young age, 30 years old, and he's also very handsome. But Chloe couldn't hide the wicked smile spreading across her face as she listened. Finally, Chloe made her move. Do you want me to talk to Sir Jenna for you? Vivienne shrieked in protest. I already told you it's not like that. Chloe flopped back down again. I'm jealous of you, Vivienne. You can date whoever you want. Vivienne didn't get it. Don't you want to marry the crown prince? Chloe confessed with her eyes shut. It's not about what I want. My family has given me so many privileges, so I have to do my duty to my family. Vivienne understood, sighing in agreement. But Chloe's spirit bounced back in an instant. And really, if I have to get married, isn't this the best way? He comes from the royal family. She turned to Vivienne, giving her a serious mission. So Vivienne, you have to date lots of guys for me, okay? I'll even talk to Jenna on your behalf. And just like that, the topic was back to Jenna, making Vivienne furious. Wait, how did we switch subjects again? A knock came from the door. Princess, are you in there? I have something to discuss with you. Both girls immediately recognized the voice of Crown Prince Henry. Chloe instantly panicked, fixing her hair and outfit as Vivienne nervously prompted, Fix your hair, quickly! Henry entered with his usual calm and collected air. He greeted Vivienne. Oh, Sir Vivienne is here as well? Chloe returned to her demure posture and asked him, What brings you here? At that moment, Henry's expression shifted 180 degrees as he looked at her. There's something very important. I need to tell you. Elsewhere, the sound of paws echoed as Tiny sat atop Moonwolf, panting. We finally made it. Now let's report everything to the old man and go eat. He looked ahead and saw two people running toward him. They called out, Sir Tiny! He looked surprised. Young masters, what are you two doing here? They replied. Our father wanted us to tell you this and sent us here. The appointment has been changed. The words left Tiny stunned. You have to go to the wedding ceremony right now. At the ceremony, bells began to chime softly. Your attention, please. We will soon begin the rehearsal for the royal wedding of the crown prince. So please remain silent for a moment. All the guests in attendance listened as the officiant continued, and please make sure that there are no mistakes whatsoever during the ceremony. A man in black clutched a mystic stone, smiling to himself. Once the plan begins, I just need to channel mana into this, throw it, and then the destroyer will appear. How am I supposed to know when the plan will start? Is there some kind of signal? You don't need to know right now. You'll find out soon enough. The man scowled, thinking to himself, when is that supposed to be? And Duke Valentina is being strangely cautious. Could he know something? This is annoying. I need to get him out of here. Suddenly, the man called out, Astro Well, come here for a moment. Yes, sir. Duke Valentina is acting very suspiciously. I think he's figured something out. His eyes then shot an order for Astro Well to move in closer to him. The Duke, on the other side of the room, was looking at the guards in the distance, his mind racing. They're planning something. What in the world are they up to? But no matter how cautious he was, he still couldn't feel any evil energy from those cult followers, nor could he sense any kind of strange magic. The Duke had been following his targets, just as the Crown Prince ordered, and now he watched His Highness from afar. Suddenly, the prince's eyes met his, and he offered a casual smile followed by a little wave. Their earlier conversation echoed in his mind. The shocking revelation of a coup planned for the wedding rehearsal. That's right, it seemed the Queen and the Captain of the Knights had actually allied themselves with a dark cult. The prince confirmed it, they would make their move during the rehearsal. The news left the Duke absolutely stunned. Why not just postpone it immediately? But the prince refused, warning that any careless action would cause them to scatter. Even so, how could he possibly gamble with the lives of his own family members? That's exactly why he had summoned the Duke and his Valentina Knights. Their mission was to protect the royal family. The Duke stood, questioning if the Emperor also knew. The Crown Prince simply offered a cryptic smile. Oh, I think he knows, he'd said. But the smile was strained, which only made the Duke more suspicious. This was not normal. He knew these cultists weren't stupid enough to be the true masterminds. His expression hardened as he thought it over, but he still couldn't quite grasp the real reason behind it all. Starting a coup with only Grigel and the Royal Knights? Even with the cult's backing, it was a suicide mission. As long as the palace's magical barrier held, there was no way in. He was certain they had found some other way. He told himself not to worry if things got ugly. He still had his father-in-law. But his hand, holding a knife, began to tremble. He needed to focus on the plan. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed his. "Brother, is it true you don't want to get married?" He looked down at the boy, his youngest brother, Tinel. A complicated thought crossed his mind. The boy hadn't even inherited the golden eyes of the Asura royal family. He wondered if that was the reason. But Tinel was the most innocent of them all. He knew this child too would soon reject him. "Of course not," he said. "I'm looking forward to it." But the boy pressed, "You don't look well." The Duke just sighed. "Being an adult is complicated. Don't worry about me." He ruffled the boy's hair. "If that's true, then I'm relieved," Tinel replied. "Congratulations on your wedding, brother." Tinel held his hand tightly. "I didn't think I'd get the chance to say this. To you tomorrow." The Duke smiled warmly. "Thank you, Tinel." Suddenly, he spun around, hearing a sharp voice ask, "Why are you two here? I told you not to come here." Both of them froze on the spot. "It's about what you told us, father," the Duke shouted. Even so, what the man stopped short, his eyes locking onto the white wolf. "Is that Moon Wolf?" The creature was in the other man's arms. "Has Teeny arrived then?" he asked. Only direct family and palace staff were allowed inside, so Knight Teeny couldn't possibly have entered. "He's waiting with the other Valentina Knights. Now, both of you can leave." But then, Moonwolf leaped into his arms. The wolf nuzzled him, as if trying to communicate something. A powerful artifact without any magic, he thought. Did he find it? Is this their plan? Just as he had the thought, Moonwolf leaped away again. "Your Grace." The voice made him look back. "There is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" "We've received information about individuals who may cause a disturbance during the rehearsal." The Duke's curiosity was piqued. The official continued, explaining that an order was given to permit only royalty and staff inside. "What?" the Duke demanded, his anger rising. "I understand this may be an inconvenience, but it is for your own safety," the Duke exploded. "How dare you treat me, the bride's father, like a criminal?" He was seething with pure rage. The official simply replied, "I'm only following orders. Please cooperate." In an instant, the Duke's sword was drawn and pointed right at the man's neck. "Who gave the order?" he demanded. "Whether or not this sword draws blood depends on your answer." The crowd began to whisper. "Are they fighting?" Murmurs spread through the guests. "Isn't that Duke Asgard? In a standoff with a royal knight?" At that moment, the crown prince arrived. "What is going on here?" The knight immediately tried to apologize for the disturbance. It was just a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his excuse, the Duke cut him off. "You dare ignore my question?" He pushed his blade closer to the knight's throat. "I asked you who gave that order." The prince finally stepped in. "My lord, I think you should calm down." Then, he turned his sharp gaze on the knight. "You're being far too cautious, Knight Estro. Are you trying to kick my father-in-law out of my own wedding rehearsal? Now, return to your post." The knight said nothing, and simply left. "Apologies, your grace. But the royal knights answer only to the emperor. Duke Valentina, he has given me, the emperor's proxy, a direct order. If you refuse to cooperate, it will be considered treason. Disobey this command, and we will arrest you for betraying the crown." Fenris leaped down and breathed a sigh of relief. The commotion had created the perfect diversion to get inside. He was worried about the old man, but the explosives had to come first. He knew what they looked like, so finding them should be simple. The black marbles, he had to find them and deal with them. Fast. In truth, one look at Fenris's eyes and you could tell Tiny was in control, urging the wolf onward with a single thought. "Hurry. An order from the emperor?" The Duke scoffed, then roared, "You really expect me to believe that?" Beside him, Prince Henry just sighed. "If that is what my father wishes, then I suppose we have no other choice." "Now, gentlemen, the ceremony is about to begin." The man thought to himself, "The prince. Does he know something?" No, it doesn't matter. As long as they didn't have to be wasted on Duke Valentina, it was fine. Most of the nobles were going to die anyway. The doors slammed shut. "Prince, those rebels are using the emperor's name in vain." "I know," he replied, "but we have no justification to stop them right now. And even if we could verify if the order was truly from my father, it would already be too late." He wondered, "But if we let them be, what happens to the nobles inside? They're using artifacts we know nothing about. Everyone in there is in danger." Suddenly, Henry grabbed his arm. "My prince?" he asked, confused. Henry's voice was cold. To cut away rotten flesh, you must be willing to tear away the healthy parts too. I have a grand plan, so please, calm yourself. Meanwhile, back at the ceremony, the officiant announced, "Attention everyone. There was a small disturbance outside, but it has been resolved. The ceremony will now continue. And now, the star of today's event, Crown Princess Chloe von Valentina." She appeared, and a gasp went through the crowd. "The Angel of Valentina," everyone whispered in awe. "The Crown Prince is a lucky man. So beautiful, my lady." The prince approached her. "Thank you, your highness." She walked towards him, letting him guide her down the stairs. They shared a gentle smile, but then Henry's gaze darted behind her. The officiant began. "Now that the stars of our celebration are here, let the ceremony begin. Excuse me." Suddenly, a man stepped onto the dais. A servant lighting candles thought, "Right, almost forgot about these. Even the candles look special, meticulously crafted. Let's proceed with the ceremony." Tucked away in a corner, Fenris sat, looking exhausted. Tiny, still inside the wolf, thought frantically. He thought finding the bombs would be easy, but almost everything in the room was shaped like a marble. Damn it, they painted them all to blend in. What was he supposed to do now? He couldn't tell which ones were real. Should he just start smashing everything? Just then, a guest looked around, sniffing the air. "Do you smell something?" Others began to notice it too. "Yes, what is that? I've never smelled anything like it. Is that burning candles?" "No, it's slightly different." Hearing them, Fenris's ears perked up. A smell? What were they talking about? Could it be? He pictured the glowing red marbles, and in an instant, the scent hit him. Gunpowder. That's it. He bolted forward. The officiant was still speaking. For tomorrow's wedding, the crown prince must now depart. The small wolf dashed through the crowd, startling the guests. What was that? Something just ran under the table. Who touched my leg? Something's down there? What is it? Fenris knew this would be impossible without being seen. He bared his sharp teeth. There was no other choice. He leaped, his body growing larger, more muscular as the guests screamed. What? A wolf? Run! Fenris's transformation was unleashed, his massive fangs sending everyone into a panic. He launched himself toward the center of the hall, crashing right through the wedding cake, shattering it completely. The conspirator watched in shock. What the hell? Is that the signal they mentioned? But it doesn't seem hostile towards the nobles. It must be an intruder then. Inside Fenris, Tiny realized the truth. Damn it, the cake! It was inside the cake! He wasn't too late. He just had to lunge forward now. Suddenly, Fenris's eyes locked onto the stained glass window. No, you don't. A man charged forward, sword raised, ready to strike Fenris down. But Fenris was already there, his jaws wide open, ready to swallow the enormous explosive orb. The marble shot away at the last second. Fenris's eyes tracked it, wide with horror. No! A massive explosion erupted, tearing everything apart. The church roof. It exploded? The Emperor asked in disbelief, as his brother simply nodded. Your Majesty, we have to assume those heretics have developed new artifacts. The damage is still unclear, but that's irrelevant. The deaths of a few distant relatives mean nothing, but the crown prince and princess are still in there. If they die, it doesn't matter in fact. It gives us the perfect justification. He declared that after seizing power back from the nobles, he would finally rule the entire continent. The perfect excuse to ignite a war. Hearing this, the Emperor's younger brother lowered his gaze. A brilliant decision, he muttered, looking up at the Emperor. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted. The wedding hall was blown to pieces. A man's voice roared through the chaos. Now, kill every last royal. In an instant, masked assassins leaped from the shadows, clashing in a bloody frenzy. One man struggled up, clutching a handful of gems. So that was the signal. Good, I didn't miss it. Shall we begin? With 3 gems glowing in his hand, he dove back into the fight. Prince Henry searched the chaos frantically. Princess Chloe, where was she? The hall was a nightmare, filled with the agonized screams of the wounded calling for help. Henry kept looking for Chloe, but masked assailants blocked the exits. No one is leaving here alive. Damn it, he thought. I knew there would be sacrifices. He remembered the cold words he'd spoken to his father-in-law. To cut out the rot, you must be willing to tear away some of the healthy flesh with it. But people were being cut down all around him. He never expected this. Yelan, Henry called. Yes, Your Highness. He remembered their recent conversation. Tomorrow, the heretics will kill the Emperor. But if he survives, you will finish the job. To think he almost died before his plan could even be completed, he thought grimly. Back in the chaotic present, blades clashed everywhere. He gritted his teeth in fury. Those bastards. He launched a kick, sending an assassin sprawling to the ground, then immediately grabbed a sword. The man on the floor stammered his name in terror. Henry didn't hesitate, running him through. Is the princess safe? He glanced at the bloody corpse. I need to stay calm. I already have a foolproof plan prepared for her. Her father will be here soon. First, I have to survive. That's the only way to make these deaths meaningful. Suddenly, a terrifying silhouette appeared before him, making his blood run cold. The 3 gems from before had morphed into 3 demons with long horns, glowing eyes, and razor-sharp fangs. He stared in absolute horror. Demons! They all lunged, ready to tear him to shreds. In the chaos, James was thrown across the room. He clutched his head in pain. Damn it, he thought. I wasn't told about any explosion. The Duke's words flashed in his mind. Enter as Chloe's knight. Go now, James realized. So the Duke didn't know either. Just then, a small rock hit his shoulder. A moment later, a massive stone pillar came crashing down right where he'd been standing, nearly crushing him. He looked at his hand, numb from the blast. My magic is being suppressed, but thanks to the artifact Teeny gave me, I can hold out a little longer. Just then, Chloe ran to him. James, he called out. Princess Chloe, are you all right? We don't have much time, she said, thrusting a sword into his hand. Take this. Follow me. We need to get to the prince. James watched her go, stunned by her sudden command. Demons? Real demons? The survivors stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, Henry fought the 3 beasts with his small sword. They attacked relentlessly, trying to overwhelm him. He sent a desperate prayer. Goddess, please, grant me strength. One of the demons broke through his guard, lunging forward with its terrifying fangs bared. It was about to devour the prince when Chloe appeared, blocking its path with a weapon glowing with brilliant golden light. The raw power of the light blasted all 3 demons, forcing them backwards step by step. Henry could only stare and stammer, Princess. Suddenly, her attendant screamed, Look out! They both snapped their heads forward in horror. One demon had already recovered and was charging straight for them. But once again, James leaped in, intercepting the demon's attack at the very last second. The scepter that created the light fell to the floor. James! Chloe cried out as he shielded her with his body. Get out of here! I'll handle this, he yelled. He thought, I aimed for the neck but missed. My magic is too restricted. I can't defeat them all at once, but I can at least buy the others some time. The demon was relentless, lunging again with its sharp claws extended. A flash of light from James's blade blinded it. This was the Valentina sword style James's second form. As the stunned demon charged, James himself began to transform. A brilliant blue light engulfed his entire body, and he tore through his enemies with shocking ease. Suddenly, that same blue light flared even more intensely, forming a colossal whirlwind that trapped all 3 demons inside. The whirling dance. Chloe and Henry could only stare in awe. He was fascinated, so this was the true power of a knight. The 3 demons were completely paralyzed with fear before this overwhelming might. But as strong as James was, the demons were getting stronger. They began to mutate, sprouting even more horns from their heads. James was floored. What? Another massive explosion erupted, sending him flying backward through the air. The princess watched his falling figure, her heart filled with worry. The demon turned, aiming its razor-sharp claws right at the 2 of them. All of a sudden, the princess's attendant charged forward, screaming, I won't let you. Princess, look out above you. She glanced up just in time to see another demon hurtling down toward her. Prince Henry's mind raced, desperate to ensure her safety. In a flash, he was moving. He grabbed her, held her tight, and threw her out of harm's way. He remembered telling her not long ago, Princess, we've received intelligence. There's going to be a coup at tomorrow's rehearsal. A coup? She was shocked. Then we should cancel the rehearsal immediately. He waved her concern away. No, I've already discussed it with your father. We have a plan that could finally change the fate of the empire. But he had no intention of putting her in danger for it. He took off his own bracelet. Please, take this. She accepted the bracelet, completely bewildered. What is this? An artifact of the Crown Prince? I swear to you, he promised, no matter what happens tomorrow, you will be safe. Outside, Teeny collapsed to his knees, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he thought. Looks like the explosion helped me get away. The shockwave was seriously disorienting. He figured he had done his part. I'm sure the old man will take care of the rest. On the other side of the palace, the bride's father erupted. Get out of my way. You think I'm just going to sit here after seeing that explosion? The man was absolutely frantic with worry. The 2 guards at the door were firm. Protecting the palace is the responsibility of the royal knights. Those inside will be kept safe, so you have no need to worry. The father surged forward, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword. You little rats. He thought of his daughter, and then to the absolute shock of the guards he turned away. You had better be right. Teeny saw this and couldn't believe it. What was he doing? Why didn't he draw his sword? Was that really the old man Ozga he knew? No, something was completely different. As Teeny slowly approached, the old man saw him and jumped. He rushed over to check on Teeny. Are you all right? We still need to wait. But the guards moved to block Teeny's path. A knight from Valentina? Stand back. The royal knights will Teeny cut them off. Nonsense. He launched his mace right at them. They reeled back in pain and shock. What are you doing, Teeny? If we attack them, it's treason. I don't care, Teeny shot back. I'm not doing this for any reason other than I want to. His words left the old man speechless. Suddenly, not just one, but a whole squad of guards swarmed out, yelling, Traitor! Kill him now! The old man just smirked. Finally, you've started some trouble. I owe you one. In an instant, his sword was in his hand. A blazing red aura exploded around him. He unsheathed his blade, unleashing a few blindingly fast slashes before pausing for a moment. Thanks to you, I can finally draw my sword. Sounds of agony echoed as blood sprayed through the air. A moment later, the soldiers were nothing more than bodies. They collapsed to the ground, sinking into an eternal, painful sleep. The old man roared, Knights of Valentina, protect the crown prince and crown princess. The knights immediately charged forward. Every single one of them was a beast, swinging their swords without an ounce of fear. Old man, we can't waste time here. We have to get inside. But before they could even move, both of them froze, staring at the massive tornado tearing everything apart inside. Was that Jane's? Before anyone could even think, Teeny shot forward like a bullet. The old man yelled, Teeny, what are you doing? He flew over their heads like a gale of wind, aiming straight for the Duke. That foolish kid. He's not strong enough to get through the royal barrier, Teeny thought. We'll see. As he confidently hefted his mace onto his shoulder, he entered his stance, activating his gravity skill. Gravity times 16. He knew he had to get the timing just right as he charged forward. Then, reverse the gravity. He needed one more perfect strike. He swung the mace with everything he had. And just like that, Teeny's body flipped upside down. 16 times gravity. This was his first combat style. Thunderstrike. A brilliant yellow energy engulfs his entire body, unleashing a world-shaking tremor upon the battlefield. Even the prince, guarding the princess inside, was completely stunned by the scene outside. Then, a loud laugh suddenly echoed. It was none other than Tiny. Can't you see, old man? A wall like this is nothing. Suddenly, someone slammed a foot into his head and roared. Duke Chloe storms in, his eyes burning red with worry for his daughter. Dad is here. With 2 swift slashes, the doors are blown off their hinges. He charges into the ruined wedding hall to find 3 demons waiting. He cuts one down the middle with a single stroke. But another demon sneaks up from behind, aiming for a fatal blow. When Chloe screams, Dad, look out! He spins around in a flash. Valentina family secret sword, slash. His eyes are filled with pure confidence and arrogance. One by one, he watches as the demons are sliced into pieces that rain down onto the floor. His daughter stands by in shock. Crown Prince, she says, I don't know what your plan is, but you don't get to gamble with my daughter's life. The prince quickly replies, Father-in-law, it's not like that. You can repay this debt, the Duke says with a grin, by taking responsibility for my daughter's future. Understood? The prince can't help but smile, relieved he isn't being blamed. But Chloe, blushing, just yells, Dad! The Duke continues, I think this is almost over. But suddenly, the old man behind him, Teeny, screams out a warning. An enemy was taking aim from behind. He reacts instantly, swinging his blade around, his face contorted with rage. Then, the attacker looks up. The ceiling is covered in glowing eyes, all staring down at them. The prince is stunned. Father-in-law, I think we should stop. The rumors I heard about the Emperor's shadows, it seems we aren't the only ones exploiting this situation. Elsewhere, inside the Emperor's palace, his loyalists are channeling their power together, forming a massive orb. The orb acts like a magic mirror, one that can reflect reality as it happens. And through it, at the wedding hall, the Emperor watches and finally speaks. At last, I can witness the final moments of that bastard Valentina. He lets out a horrifying, booming laugh. In his study, the Emperor praises his brother. My dear brother, Louis. Sending the shadows was an excellent suggestion. You've done well. Thank you, Your Majesty. And once he's dead, I'll kill the nobles one by one and make this empire entirely mine. I also want that meddler Teeny dealt with. His brother replies, The Icefire Mage won't die that easily. True, the Emperor scoffs, but he must die, so you can have full control of the Royal Magic Tower. Teeny can be handled right after we finish off that pest Valentina. The brother, Louis, looks at him with a curious, unreadable expression. Later, in his own room, he speaks to an ally. When the plan begins, You want me to kill the Emperor? That's right, Thanho. But it's impossible. Not as long as we can't get past the Emperor's scepter. The Emperor's scepter? Isn't that just a decoration? Is that what it looks like to you? Pathetic. The Emperor has zero magical talent, and thanks to Duke Valentina, he never properly learned swordsmanship either. So, he protects himself with a collection of powerful artifacts that surround his throne. But of course, to someone of my level, they're nothing but trash. That scepter, however, is a different story. That artifact can nullify the magic of any mage under the Magic Tower's authority, including me. Then how do we do it? Louis gives a mysterious smile. There is a way. Your Majesty, demons are in your bedchambers. What? In my chambers too? The Emperor roars. You useless insects, what in the world are you doing? Why aren't you guarding my palace? Your Majesty, with the defensive magic in your room, we can handle low-level mages, but we need your artifact to be truly effective. Therefore, could you perhaps lend me one? This scepter, for example. The Emperor eyes the scepter with suspicion. Then, he throws it forward in a rage. Now go deal with them, you worthless fools. The attendants rush to pick up the scepter. Yes, Your Majesty. With the staff in hand, they leave, their eyes anything but simple. The Emperor's brother watches them go, thinking to himself with a grin, he's even more foolish than I thought. He glances at the fuming Emperor and laughs silently. Back with Prince Henry, the Duke is still in a combat stance, ready to protect his daughter. The shadowy figures on the ceiling seem to possess immense power. One by one, they reveal themselves. The Duke's eyes are locked on the ceiling as flashes of light zip back and forth. He swings his sword again and again, unleashing waves of power that catch the figures on the ceiling completely off guard. They're hit indirectly by countless sword strikes. They stumble and fall from the ceiling like birds shot out of the sky. But they claw at the floor, looking less like men and more like wild beasts from the forest. A strange black light radiates from their bodies. They are half human, half monster, and they suddenly lunge forward, ready to tear him apart. The Duke looks on with curiosity. You're still alive? In an instant, they charge. Seeing this, the princess's attendant leaps forward, screaming, No, Vivian, it's too dangerous. But she doesn't listen, charging ahead with a long, sweeping slash. The sword strike connects. You can feel the impact, but somehow they're completely unharmed and just keep getting ready to attack again. Faced with their unnatural power, Vivian's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Just before they can strike her down, Tiny appears out of nowhere, smashing a mace right into them. Then he speaks. Normal attacks are useless on them, but his magic is running on fumes. He's certain the Queen is behind all this. She must have twisted the flow of the royal barrier, which explains why the demons are on a total rampage. Henry's eyes narrow in thought. He realizes these aren't some random cultists, they're his father's personal unit. His gaze flicks over to the Duke. Their only target must be. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupts his thoughts. The person who appears shocks everyone. It's coming from the center of the palace, right where his father's office is. He barks an order. Tiny, go save the Emperor. Tiny looks confused. What? First, we're gonna need a solid reason for that. This is our only chance to get a justification for killing the royal knights. Now go, old man. Tiny gives him a sharp look. I'll be right back. So don't you dare die on me, old man. The prince watches Tiny disappear from sight, thinking to himself. If Tiny leaves right at this moment, Yilan will be the first one to arrive. The plan is working perfectly. Meanwhile, Yilan is deep in thought himself. Are those cultists hunting the Emperor too? He gives the command, let's move out. Don't forget the mission the Crown Prince gave us. Yes, sir. Excuse me, I'm lost. Out of nowhere, a new person appears, making them all curious. Who are you? Damn it, the side effects of the magic still linger. The orb near the Emperor shatters, and the men supporting it are brutally stabbed. They lie motionless on the floor. It seems the staff didn't go far enough, and he is rapidly losing patience. Because of that fool queen, he had to use way too much magic just to change the barrier's flow. But it doesn't matter, the man holding the staff is one of his own. At that moment, the Emperor finally realizes the truth. He's bound hand and foot. You're one of those cultists? The man just scoffs. Do I look like that garbage? You're just a pig who knows how to squeal. I'm simply doing what's right, he screams. As the true heir of the Asura family, I'm here to take the throne you sit on just because you were born rich. Even though you're completely useless trash, it would have been more peaceful if you just died ages ago. Now you will die in agony. The Emperor will die in an attack by cultists. He'll be hailed as the successor, and he'll become the next emperor. That way, everything will finally be on its proper path. Suddenly an explosion. He's shocked. What? Is that you? Tiny walks in. Louis eyes him warily and asks, Who are you? I have never seen you before. Tiny doesn't answer the question. He just smiles, takes one step forward, and launches fire magic in response. None of your business. But before the flames even get close, Louis extinguishes them with a casual wave of his hand. His face darkens with pure contempt as he remarks, "Arrogant brat. Who do you think you are, calling yourself a disaster? You walked in here with so much confidence." But before he can finish, Tiny is already leaping high with his hammer. He plans to attack Louis head-on, but the man doesn't even flinch, simply turning his hand to point at the ground. He calmly finishes his interrupted sentence. "You're nothing like what I expected." Instantly, a magic circle appears on the ceiling. From inside, a massive boulder drops down, smashing right onto Tiny's back with devastating force. Tiny hits the ground hard, but before he can even react, another flash of magic erupts in front of him. Tiny throws himself backward, struggling to dodge another block of stone from a magic circle that just formed on the floor. He leaps up and throws his arms up to block another giant rock from the front, but the force is just too overwhelming. His entire body is thrown back, slamming hard into the palace wall, sending cracks spiderwebbing through the stone. Before he can even recover from the hit, another magic circle appears right in front of his face. This time, he ducks down, just managing to avoid a blast of fire magic that shoots like an arrow right where he'd been standing. The wall behind him practically explodes. At this point, Tiny finally understands his opponent's true strength. This is a mage of at least level 6. But how can he cast magic so continuously? Tiny is filled with questions as he watches Louis calmly cast another spell. He's suddenly startled to realize a magic circle has silently appeared on the wall behind him. From inside, another huge stone pillar shoots out. This one is burning with intense fire, forcing Tiny to dodge again. But he immediately realizes another attack is already on its way. Because of this, Tiny has to twist at a difficult angle, desperately trying to evade a new and powerful fire attack. He uses the force of the blow to slide backwards, a little rattled by that incredibly close call just now. But it wasn't a total loss. His opponent's attacks were fast, but Tiny could now clearly sense the flow of mana. Tiny could see the streams of mana energy flooding the entire room, and in that instant, everything clicked. His opponent was using the mana leaking from the royal barrier, and that's exactly what his own mana-sensitive body was detecting. This meant predicting his moves was actually possible. Full of new confidence, Tiny launched himself sideways, dodging the fire magic Louis just hurled his way. As he nimbly dodged attack after attack, Tiny kept repeating to himself that he could absolutely do this. He spotted an opening, stopped on a dime, and instantly activated reverse gravity. Then he switched to offense, weapon in hand, charging forward while secretly manipulating the gravity around his opponent. He yells out a challenge. "Come on!" It seems Louis was getting seriously angered by the relentless assault. Every one of his attacks had missed. "You really are a damn pest," he roared, unleashing another spell. Tiny just kept charging forward, his will, like iron, fully sensing what was coming right at him. He saw the magic vortex forming in Louis's hand, then another stream of mana gathering on the floor below. But that wasn't all. A third mana stream was quietly forming right behind his back. Above him, countless magic circles appeared, firing down giant stone pillars from within. He weaved through the deadly barrage with absolute grace. His eyes stayed locked on the mana streams, constantly calculating his next move. First up, the attack from below. Louis let out a triumphant roar. "I've got you now." But Tiny had already predicted the attack, leaning back and leaping right towards another giant pillar falling from the sky. Just as the pillar was about to crush him, Tiny cranked the gravity up, 16 times normal. A moment later, the massive stone pillar, tall enough to touch the palace ceiling, slammed violently into the ground. Seeing his attack land, Louis let out a smug laugh and launched another fireball for good measure. Die! The fireball collided with the pillar, causing a massive explosion that sent rock flying everywhere. He watched the dust settle with a satisfied smirk, arrogantly declaring, "You should have picked your opponents more carefully." He then turned toward the king, who had been sitting motionless on his throne. "I am doing something important for this empire." Meanwhile, Tiny was hiding behind a large rock, tensely observing the situation from a distance. Seeing Louis turn his back, he felt a wave of relief, realizing the man hadn't noticed him. He knew if he had been even a split second slower using his gravity to drop, he would have been utterly crushed. He was still sweating just thinking about that near-death escape, but luckily for him, his opponent had let his guard down. This was his chance. As soon as he thought it, he shot out from cover, hammer in hand, and charged forward. He leaped just as the startled Louis finally noticed him. "What? You're not dead?" Before Louis could finish, Tiny was already bringing his hammer down, aiming straight for his head. Tiny swung the hammer, screaming thunder, but his words were cut short. A vortex of fire erupted from a new magic circle, engulfing him completely at Louis's command. His attack failed again. Tiny was slammed into the ground, landing hard on his knees. Louis looked down at him coldly. calling him a stubborn bastard. But just then, the old king behind him made a few sounds of protest, immediately drawing Louis's attention. Louis glanced back impatiently, thinking he couldn't waste any more time. He had to end this now. He stomped his foot hard on the floor. Beneath his boot, another magic circle flared to life as he growled in a low voice. "Just die." Instantly, sharp stone spikes began to erupt from the ground all around Teeny's position. Teeny braced himself, wondering if there was any way he could possibly survive this next attack. But in that exact moment, an immense force slammed into the floor, kicking up another massive cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, they saw a silver ice spear radiating cold white mist, driven deep into the floor right in front of Teeny. A familiar voice said simply, "Forgive me." Sheldon stroked his neatly trimmed goatee, smiling warmly at Teeny. "Sorry I'm late. The road to Aslan Palace is surprisingly complicated." Louis immediately recognized the newcomer's identity. He gasped in shock. "The Weapon Master, the Sword of the Alliance, what are you doing here?" Sheldon, however, didn't seem to care about his question at all. He stood there calmly, watching Tiny use his hammer to stand, muttering under his breath in slight annoyance. Tiny's accusation was blunt. "Seriously, you're way too late." The man didn't even try to deny it, simply nodding his head. "That's right. That wasn't very gentlemanly of me. I do apologize for that." As he spoke, he moved to stand in front of Tiny, shielding him and facing their opponent with a grim expression. "I didn't expect the enemy to be a mage. With that royal blood, I'm guessing you don't know a thing about him." It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Tiny didn't even try to hide it, simply nodding his head. "That's right. This is my first time seeing him." Hearing this, Sheldon's face lit up with excitement. "Well, in that case, you won't mind if I kill him, will you?" Louis, seeing he was being completely ignored, snapped in anger. "This is interference in our internal affairs. Rich Van Selden, if you decide to walk away now, I'm prepared to forget this ever happened." Selden shot him a dark look and countered, "You call this internal affairs after tying up the Emperor? You're just broadcasting your weakness to the opposition, admitting to everyone that you're full of internal conflict?" At those words, Louis flinched, glancing over at the old Emperor. He was still bound tightly to the throne. Louis stammered, "This is..." But just as quickly, his entire attitude shifted. He gathered mana in his hands once more, his voice turning ice cold. "Fine. This way is for the best, anyway. You'll make the perfect scapegoats for assassinating the Emperor." With that, he launched a fireball right at Tiny and Selden. But in the face of danger, Selden's cold voice simply rang out. "Fire? Against me?" At the same time, the shield he held began to glow a pale blue, radiating an aura of pure ice. Selden swung the shield forward, completely shattering the incoming blast of fire with ease. He warned Louis in a low voice, "This is the price for underestimating me." But suddenly, Tiny screamed, "Selden, behind you!" Selden dropped instantly, a massive stone pillar grazing just over his head. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips. He immediately drew his sword, sliced the pillar in two, and charged forward, yelling at Louis. "You call this a technique?" "No," Louis's cold voice replied softly. At that moment, Selden's beard began to crackle with stray sparks of electricity. He cautiously looked up to see a massive lightning magic circle crackling with energy right above his head. A wicked, victorious grin spread across Louis's face. That was just the bait, but suddenly Tiny charged in, hammer raised high. "I'm not going to let you do it!" Louis, startled, cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He was forced to quickly throw up a magical barrier for defense. It easily blocked Tiny's hammer blow. Annoyed, Louis flicked his other finger, and instantly a stone pillar erupted from the floor behind him. Before Tiny could even react, the pillar slammed him flat against the ground. Louis let out a vicious laugh. But in that instant, Selden was on him, his sword slashing forward in a fast, powerful, and merciless strike, aimed right at Louis. It forced him to desperately lean back to barely escape with his life. As Louis retreated, he snarled, "Get away from me!" At his command, a stone pillar shot up right in front of Selden, who quickly brought his spear up to block it. The force of the impact sent him staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Louis summoned another fireball into his hand. "Die!" he screamed, launching the fire at Selden, who was still recovering from the last attack. It looked like a direct hit, but Selden launched himself to the side, completely escaping the spell's blast radius. Louis screamed in frustration, "You annoying pest!" He waved his hand, calling forth a series of stone pillars, like an earth dragon. They charged Selden with immense force, but he remained calm, reaching back to draw the spear from his back. He launched the spear forward before immediately raising his shield, just in time to block the crushing assault of the pillars. While Selden was struggling to hold off Louis's attack, his opponent casually sidestepped. He had effortlessly dodged the spear Selden had just thrown. Louis laughed out loud. "Was that your final, desperate move?" Too predictable. Selden just smiled back. I wouldn't be so sure. And right then, an explosion erupted directly behind him. Selden's real goal was to free Tiny, who quickly seized the moment to lunge forward. Louis had fallen right into their trap. With that, Tiny, freed from the crushing pillar, didn't hesitate for a second, leaping at Louis from behind. He brought his warhammer down on his opponent's head, while Louis could only look back in confusion, muttering, "What?" A massive explosion rocked the top of the tower, smoke and fire billowing out of the high windows. A few moments later, the freed King Aslan was on his feet, coughing violently, but as soon as he could speak, he furiously demanded of Tiny, "Him! Where did that traitor go? Is he dead?" It was Selden who answered the king. Looking at a pair of legs still standing on the floor, he replied, "Yes, he's dead. Except for his legs." The king gritted his teeth in fury. He was shaking with rage, cursing the traitor's name. But then he suddenly froze. His voice began to tremble. "How dare you?" He approached the dismembered legs, hissing each word. "How could a creature like you dare?" He then brought his foot down, stomping hard on what little remained of the body. His face twisted into a mad rage as he screamed, "How dare a wretch like you even think of taking the throne? I'm surrounded by vermin like you." The king seemed completely oblivious to Tiny and Selden, whose eyes were locked on him. He just kept stomping on Louis's remains, spewing hateful words. "You thought I couldn't do anything to you? Who do you think made you the head of the Royal Magic Tower? It was me. I'm the one who used a piece of trash like you. How dare you betray my trust?" Faced with this nearly psychotic tantrum, neither man spoke a word, but their disapproval was obvious. After a moment, having vented his rage, the king regained a sliver of composure and left the body alone, but not without a final sneer of contempt. "You got what you deserved, you traitor." After settling back onto his throne, he calmly addressed Tiny, who had been waiting patiently. "I witnessed your fight with Van Selden, and the other night I don't know you did well. I will reward you handsomely." Selden gave a proper bow, gently declining the offer. "There is no need for a reward, your majesty. I only came here to lend a hand to my friend, Duke Valencia, in rescuing you." But before he could finish, the old king froze, stammering the name Selden had just said. "Valencia!" He gripped the armrest, trembling as he screamed again. "Valencia!" Losing all control, he yelled at Selden. "Him again? Who does he think I am? Who does he think he is to save me?" The king spiraled back into madness, clutching his head and screaming wildly. "I am the emperor! I rule this country, the pinnacle of power. An omnipotent being who can do anything. That is my destiny, not his." And just like that, the shadows of the past were torn open once more. The haunting image of his own past self, helpless and terrified, flashed clearly before his eyes. He clutched his head, drowning in frustration and powerlessness, yelling, "How deep does he want to meddle in my life? Since when was I ever compared to him?" In the end, his shouts just trailed off into quiet, broken muttering. The entire room fell into a heavy silence. Seeing the king's extreme reaction, Selden and Tiny were at a loss for what to do. But then, the king's dark, ominous voice rose once again. "You're definitely one of them, aren't you?" Confused, both men asked at the same time. "What? What did you just say?" The king clutched his head, his face warped into a crazed mask, completely lost in his own delusion. "Valencia! That bastard! He's definitely working with those cultists to seize my throne," he shrieked again. "He planned to become a hero by pretending to save my life. Do you really think you can fool me?" Seeing this madness, a worried Selden leaned in to ask, "Are you all right?" But the king angrily slapped his hand away. "Get your hands off me, damned alliance. I am destined to be the ruler. I don't need any help. Just you wait. That alliance will be mine too." At those deeply insulting words, Selden's expression turned to ice, but the king didn't notice, screaming on, "When that day comes, you!" Before he could finish, the cold steel of a spear was pressed against his neck, and with it came Selden's low, threatening voice. "I, Zid Van Selden." He spoke slowly, enunciating every single word. "As the main heir of the Alliance and a descendant of the elven lineage, I cannot ignore what I have just heard. Shall I take that as a declaration of war?" As he spoke, magical energy began to swirl around him. His face was a mask of pure rage as he aimed his weapon at the king, but Tiny placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "It's all right, sir. The old man will take care of the rest." Selden immediately relaxed and asked, "Is that so?" After getting confirmation from Tiny, he withdrew his spear and turned to leave. "Well, that's fine then. I'm just a guest from a distant land, after all." Before walking away, he gave Tiny a satisfied look. "Well done, Knight Tiny." Hearing those words, Tiny was in slight disbelief. The master of weapons was using honorifics with him, Selden left casually, leaving only a single comment for the knights who were entering. I have no reason to interfere with whatever happens next. Meanwhile, Tiny was beaming internally, thinking it seemed he had finally been recognized. Just then, the king saw the new arrivals and spoke with smug satisfaction. The prince's entourage! My son must be here. The commander bowed respectfully to Tiny. Thank you for everything you've done. We'll take care of things from here. Tiny replied just as politely. Thank you, sir. Just as Tiny was about to leave, the old king called out to him. Pardon me, knight. What is your name? The young man answered plainly, with nothing to hide. My name is Tiny, of the house Valentia. Hearing that, the king's expression grew even darker. Valentina again? He muttered, his voice low. All right, you can leave now. The old man ordered him away without a second thought. Tiny didn't want to stay anyway and quickly left, but a terrible feeling of dread started to creep in. He knew something was wrong here. There was no telling what the old man might be planning. With that thought, he summoned his moon wolf. Meanwhile, the captain stared at the remains of the man's legs, whispering in disbelief, a mage with the royal blood of Louis. But how? Just then, the old emperor yelled crudely in his direction. Hey, you! Get over here! I have something to say to you. The captain walked over as ordered and knelt before the old man. Seeing this obedience, the king spoke with a satisfied grin. From now on, I am appointing you commander of the royal knights. He declared from his throne, a sinister, crazed smile on his face. And I will give you your first mission. Do not let that knight from the Valentina family leave this place in one piece. Eliminate him, the vicious king commanded. The knight, however, remained silent for a moment before standing up and calmly rejecting the order. To command the royal knights. A man like myself is not suited for such a task. He looked down, filled with an arrogant pride, as he reminded the old king sitting on the throne of one simple fact. You don't even remember my name. Only then did the old king recall the proper sequence of things, asking, Ah, right, what is your name? But the entire order of knights shot daggers at the king as their leader gave a chilling command. Arrest him. The king was grabbed by two men and dragged off his throne, still completely baffled as he stammered out, What? What in the world? What do you think you're doing? He screamed, still struggling as he was forced to his knees before the knight. Let me go. Are you one of those cult fanatics? The knight ignored his protests, his own voice ringing out with a heavy command. Dethrone Vincent van Aslan. Yes, sir. As the king heard this, he screamed, What? Dethrone me? But the knight simply began to list his crimes. You have caused chaos across the country because of your own personal feelings and foolish fantasies. You planned for a war, and, by doing so, put the entire nation in danger. But the king didn't seem to care about the charges. He just kept struggling and screaming madly. Release me, you traitors. Do you even know what you're doing right now? The knight drew his sword, declaring the final judgment. And for the crime of treason, in the name of Bradley Van Aslan, the new emperor, I sentence you to death right here. His voice was firm as he finished delivering the sentence for the sinner, Vincent Van Aslan. Only then did the old king's shock finally catch up. He began to scream in a panic. What? Let me go. I'll talk to the crown prince myself. Release me. The moon wolf, hidden off to the side, watched the entire process, reflecting the final moments of King Aslan in its eyes. In another room, the first Prince Henry asked, Did you take care of him properly? A blonde subordinate answered respectfully, Yes, your highness. But Henry's brows were furrowed in doubt as he asked, Did I make the right choice? The man nodded again. Yes, your highness. The dethroned emperor was preparing for a completely hopeless war. Henry stared out the window, lost in thought, recalling the day of the sudden attack. He winced, knowing it was only thanks to Knight Jenna and his father-in-law that they got Princess Chloe out safely. But as he clearly remembered what happened next, his face was filled with terror. He had seen his father's army of shadows. He recalled those assassins in black hoods, their eyes burning with a murderous intent. His thoughts kept racing. After the old king died, what happened to the peace agreement with them? Then his subordinate recalled what he saw when he arrived the Valentina Knights, Duke Valentina, and the weapons master who arrived late, all standing together. And before his eyes was nothing but a field of scattered corpses. They wiped all of them out. Henry turned to him in disbelief. So the entire shadow army is dead? His subordinate took a breath. Fortunately, the successor, the second in command of the shadow army, had already left for another mission. So they are still alive. He went on. They follow an unbreakable rule that they only obey the orders of the official emperor. Therefore, they said that they will come to meet you after your coronation, he explained, recounting the memory. Henry asked, What about Catines and Rewell? The man replied, They were arrested right after the rebellion was put down. He then had another question. Did you find Tinel, who went missing? His subordinate answered, yes. Although there was some difficulty. After the rebellion, Riel kidnapped him and held him captive. Henry was shocked. Riel? Him again? The subordinate hesitated before saying, about that. They say that Prince Tanel is the son of Riel and Queen Katia. The news shocked Henry even more. He couldn't believe his ears, yelling, what? His aide continued, their purpose in launching the coup was to put the Prince Tanel on the throne as the successor. This information was coming too fast, and he felt completely overwhelmed. An affair wasn't enough, and now a coup too? Henry finally lost his composure. What are we supposed to do? As the new emperor, he knew this mess was his to handle, and he knew exactly what needed to be done. And so, the sentence was passed, Katia and Riel would be executed. But this was far from over. His subordinate questioned the move. Wouldn't the two princes of Lot object to their own mother's execution? Henry's reply was cold. We can't leave any seeds of discord. Lot will understand. But they had to think ahead. And what about Prince Tanel? His aide asked. Henry turned. He may be illegitimate, but he is still my brother. He will live on as one of us. The subordinate finally relented, bowing his head. Yes, Your Majesty. I will summon everyone for the meeting. The moonlight seemed especially bright that night. Henry gazed out. I want to reward the true hero of this incident. He turned, a smile on his lips as moonlight streamed in. But there was something dangerous in that smile. This will be no ordinary reward. The next day, Henry sat on his throne, with Tiny kneeling before him. Tiny spoke with reverence, Your Majesty. Then he asked, May I request a different reward? Henry was incredulous. Do you even know what a transcendent weapon is? Tiny just gave a weary smile. Of course he knew. In his past life, he'd even owned one himself. It was called Nixon. Transcendent weapons have bizarre conditions, making the right one incredibly rare to find. He thought the new ton he'd get soon was more than enough. So he politely shook his head, saying, It's not that. I just have one request. Henry gave him leave to speak. All right, tell me. Tiny looked up, making his bold request. I want freedom for the monster family's descendant. Monster? Henry asked. His aide leaned in. Your Majesty, that is the successor of the Shadow Army, the one I told you about before. Recognition dawned on the Emperor's face. I see. He turned back to Tiny. I cannot grant that request. What? Tiny blurted out. Henry just smiled. Not yet, anyway. She has a job to finish first. But I promise you, she will be free within half a year. Tiny was stunned, utterly baffled by the Emperor's words. But knowing his wish would be granted, he dropped to his knees, shouting, Thank you, Your Majesty. At that, Henry stood up and continued. And to grant that request, I'd lose face letting you leave empty-handed. So please, choose a transcendent weapon from the royal vault. It won't be yours to keep, merely a loan from me, he offered with a generous smile. Tiny's heart swelled with gratitude. Thank you, he shouted, though he hadn't even intended to take one. But if the Emperor insisted, he would take it. A mage then greeted him warmly. A pleasure to meet you. So you're the Knight of Light. Tiny smiled. And you must be the legendary Icefire Mage. Seeing the man up close, Tiny was shocked by just how young he looked. He bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet the pillar of the Magic Tower. Please, call me Tiny. The mage laughed at his formal display. You're far more polite than I expected. Then, he got straight to business. Now, per the Emperor's orders, I'll guide you to the vault. Follow me. As they walked, the mage explained. This is far beyond any noble's treasury. Security here is the tightest in the Empire. Stepping inside, Tiny's eyes widened, wondering what kind of weapons the royal family kept hidden down here. He'd never heard of this. He'd never been here, not even in his past life, so he couldn't help but feel a rush of pure excitement. The mage was pointing out an artifact, a symbol of the Empire's history. But then, Tiny saw it. He remembered. During the demon invasion in his past life, the Empire liquidated its entire treasury. Before him now sat mountains of gold. It wasn't just humanity's treasury, he recalled, but the combined war funds of all the allied forces. All the different races from the Empire contributed. Tiny breathed out. This is absolutely incredible. The mage just chuckled at his reaction. See? I told you so. How could anyone not be amazed? But the mage had it all wrong. No, it's not that, Tiny tried to explain. An incredible energy radiated from the treasures all around him. This was pure soul power. Tiny clenched his fists as a realization dawned. This was the power he needed to become an aura master. He couldn't hide the grin on his face. This was a jackpot. To refuse this now, he would regret it forever. The mage finally spoke up. Now, for the transcendent weapons. Since you haven't reached that level yet, I have prepared these instead. The mage just laughed, saying the conditions were all different. Tiny thought to himself, he only needed one, and that would be more than enough. But there were way more options than he expected. All sorts of weapons were laid out, a pen, a bracelet, even some armor. But which one held soul power? He couldn't quite sense it. He hesitated, looking them all over carefully, trying to decide. The mage beside him chuckled. Don't overthink it. You can touch them for a closer look. They won't disappear on you. Tiny reached out for a pair of boots, but the mage snatched them up first, saying, this one can only be used by those who received the swordkin before coming of age. He shot Tiny a mischievous grin. 3 magic circles are always active, and on top of that, it allows the use of a 7th circle magic spell once a week. In short, this item would change his life. Tiny just gave him a wry smile. The mage kept on rambling, adding that the item was also known as the Wind God. When using a hammer in combat, a speed boost kicks in to help out. And of course, there's that 7th circle magic spell. The Black Wind, once a week, perfect for an ambush or a finishing blow. Meanwhile, Tiny was just thinking, man, this guy talks a lot. Then the mage suddenly let out a long sigh. You came to receive a swordkin weapon, but it seems you're already of age, which means you can't use it because of the condition. Tiny couldn't believe it. What? After that entire sales pitch? Then he put on his most adult-like expression. He said confidently, but I'm only 14. The mage stared at his completely shameless act and stammered out, you're… what? So, would you like to choose this one, sir? But Tiny replied seriously, I like it, but I want to see the other items too. And please, stop talking to me like that. The mage just chuckled and agreed. All right. Tiny's eyes then landed on a bracelet. He asked, what about this bracelet? It just looks like a simple ornament or something. The mage replied, oh, that one can only be used by girls who can cast at least 3rd circle magic while they're still minors. Tiny was completely stunned, trembling as he asked, what kind of pervert came up with a condition like that? The mage just continued. But in return, it boosts the power of a 6th circle spell once per day, a 7th circle spell once a week, and an 8th circle spell once a month. Plus, it can be used for defensive magic. Tiny jumped back, shouting, who is that absolute god-tier pervert? An 8th circle spell that was strong enough to block the gluttonous Demon King. The mage explained that there was a story behind it. Apparently, an ancient god created it just to protect his own daughter. His attitude did a complete 180. He turned and shouted, I'm so sorry for calling you a pervert. After composing himself, Tiny had a question. But why did you even show it to me? I definitely don't look like a girl. The mage just threw up his hands. Well, who knows? An awkward silence fell between them. Finally, they moved on to the very last item. So what's the last one? Tiny asked. The mage stroked his beard. Ah, this one. I bought it on a whim. The condition is a riddle. What kind of riddle? Tiny pressed. The mage answered, one who can control power, and one who has a connection to souls. Tiny knew instantly. That was it. Without a shred of doubt, he declared, I'll take this one. The mage was stunned by his speed. The mage asked, wait, do you even know what it does? But as soon as Tiny's hand touched it, a golden aura exploded outward. The energy wrapped around him, then shot up his arm, instantly forming into a piece of sleek, powerful armor. The mage couldn't hide his absolute shock. Tiny just looked at it with a grin, thinking, I knew it. I was right to pick this. He felt a new resolve. This was his ticket to becoming an aura master. The mage walked over, stammering in disbelief. How did you do that? The armor. It just changed its shape. But Tiny didn't answer the question. Instead, he just asked cheerfully, so, what can this armor do? A little surprised, the mage still replied, ah, its power scales with the user's level, their elemental affinity, physical condition, spirit, and it also enhances their soul power. As the mage spoke, Tiny was itching to test it. He clenched his fist, and the golden energy intensified, growing stronger until a perfect sphere of power formed in his hand. It shone like a miniature sun. He smiled, completely satisfied. It's definitely in here. The key to becoming an aura master. The one thing he couldn't achieve in his past life. He stared at the orb of energy, lost in thought. Tiny then asked, what's the name of this armor? The mage was still staring, dumbfounded, and only snapped out of it when he heard the question. Its name is the spirit armor, Animus. As the sun began to set, Tiny got ready to leave, where Duke Valentina was already waiting. The Duke asked, so, did you get to meet the Crown Prince? Tiny ignored him and asked right back, were you waiting for me? The Duke's eyes fell on the armor. Is that new? Tiny puffed out his chest. That's right, it's a transcendent weapon. The Duke laughed. You sure are lucky. Finding a transcendent weapon that's compatible is rare. Tiny hopped into the carriage. I know, right? The Duke simply said it was incredible luck. With that, the carriage started to move. Inside, the Duke continued. I already heard what happened from Greece. So the mage with royal blood was the one who caused the whole disaster? Tiny simply replied, yes. That's right. Recalling the incident, he continued, realizing it was the right call to bring Grid in so quickly. Tiny bowed solemnly, saying, I probably would have died without him. The Duke could only agree. Truly fortunate. Tiny gave him a confused look, asking, is that everything he said? Surprised, the Duke shot back. What do you mean by that? It was just as he'd predicted. Tiny thought he'd have to spell it out himself. Then he declared, and that emperor is dead. But the Duke suddenly told him to stop, leaving Tiny frozen in complete disbelief. He then turned towards the window. He said, I don't need to know too much when I'm his vassal, especially if it involves challenging a person of high status. The less I know, the better. Seeing him like this, Tiny felt he had truly changed as he remembered the past. Tiny realized this wasn't the sword saint from his memory. He grit his teeth, cursing those scoundrels using shadow techniques. Losing his composure, Tiny shouted, they were assassins sent by that despicable emperor. Did you even know that? The Duke just calmly replied, the Crown Prince had already informed me. He pressed on with a louder voice, then isn't this a good thing for us? The emperor who hunted you is finally dead. And now we hold a weakness against the new emperor, Valentina. The Duke avoided his gaze, only saying, that isn't something a vassal of the empire should do. But this wasn't the answer Tiny wanted. He yelled, are you going to follow everything the emperor tells you to do? That emperor is trying to start a war. Did he even tell you about that? At this, the Duke's jaw dropped in shock. What? Tiny just yelled back. Do you still want to be loyal to him? Is that why you couldn't draw your sword, even when your own daughter was in grave danger? The man I knew in my past life would have acted entirely different. The Duke, pained, said nothing. Tiny continued listing the atrocities. Even if an innocent had to be sacrificed, you would have acted for the greater good. The Duke was now furious, his face darkening. He asked, what? Then screamed in Tiny's face. Is that what someone who wants to save the world should? Before he could finish, Tiny coldly cut in. That wasn't me. His eyes were sharp as he replied, you were the one who said that in the previous life. Tiny began his story. We were only able to reach the Demon King, Anthem, after making a sacrifice. 3 of the 10 strongest knights were used as decoys. It was your plan, and all of us followed you. He said, back then, to achieve your goals, you were the one who could best judge what was most important. That's why everyone, myself included, trusted you. The Duke finally calmed down, sat, and wearily asked, so, did I truly sacrifice innocent people? Tiny looked at him silently before shaking his head. Not as far as I know, but you said that if it ever came to that, you would atone with your own death after our goal was achieved. The Duke was left speechless. After a moment, he spoke. After trusting you, I thought I was prepared for this, but it seems my mind isn't ready. Finally, the Duke made his decision. I will change. If I must do it, that is all I can say for now. Tiny smiled in satisfaction. Then that is enough. At that moment, the carriage stopped next to the shocked face of Chloe. She asked, who are you? As he stepped down, Tiny said, long time no see, Chloe. He then put on a mature expression and added one word, sis. A brilliant aura radiated from him, forcing her to gasp. She immediately asked him, what in the world happened? He said, you saw me at the ceremony. Chloe angrily yelled, I was too busy to get a better look at you. And I only saw you from behind, she cried, starting to wail. But our Tiny is supposed to be this small, cute, and adorable little baby. Vivian suddenly rushed up from behind. Princess, why did you run off so fast? Chloe just stared at Tiny, and then let out a huge scream. Pointing at Tiny's adult face, she yelled, he's changed too much. Vivian was also startled, letting out a sharp, huh? Chloe covered her ears, trying to will it away. No way. How could that cute little child? But then Moonwolf suddenly appeared beside her. She looked at Moonwolf, stunned. Then, you. She scooped the wolf up, asking, is this really Tiny? He just gave an awkward, confused smile. Yes. Have I changed that much? Hearing his voice was like an arrow of reality for Chloe. In pain, she hugged Moonwolf tightly. Everyone watching was at a loss for words. At that moment, Duke Valentina appeared, asking, what is it? What happened to her? Tiny just made a face. Chloe ran off in tears, muttering over and over, he's just getting more and more terrifying. Moonwolf shot Tiny a look that screamed for help. All Tiny could say was, I'm not so sure. Later, back in the room, the Duke brought up his claim. Is it true, Green? Green sat in a chair, shrouded in thick smoke. He said, Don't call me by my nickname. We're far too distant for that now. And what did he say? The Duke asked. He replied grimly, that the Emperor is trying to provoke a war. Green cut him off. About what the Crown Prince's Night Squad did? Green simply replied, I have no idea. I thought the Emperor was killed by Louis. Wasn't he the traitor? But the Duke clarified that was merely the official statement being pushed. The official story claimed traitors Louis and Katia colluded with heretics, causing all the chaos, and that they've since been executed. That's the new Emperor's claim, isn't it? Valentina asked. Then he looked up, his gaze intense. You know that's not what I want to hear. At this, Green's temper flared. That's your problem, you're always too damn honest. Do you really need me to spell it all out just to make you feel better? Predictably, the Duke answered with 2 words. Yes. Please. Green had nothing to say to that. Finally, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. Yes, it's true. He had the gall to say he'd take control of the alliance. Honestly, if I hadn't run into the Crown Prince's knights, I would have killed him myself. Green's brow furrowed with rage as he spoke. Green went on. Besides, based on the expressions on their faces, I knew they were about to do something drastic, but Valentina shot back. If I'd known sooner, I would have tried to stop this another way. Green scoffed in disbelief. If you'd known, you would have just wasted time taking care of that frail old Emperor. The Duke couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Green finally confronted him directly. You still don't get it, do you? The disaster Knight Tiny warned you about. You promised you would help him prevent it. And now the current Emperor is declaring that the previous one was assassinated by cultists. Green's face darkened, his brow knitting together in anger. He crushed his cigarette in the ashtray. The Empire is on the brink of chaos, forced to acknowledge the heretic threat. Something that would be impossible if the former Emperor was still alive. This was the best possible outcome you could have hoped for in any scenario. You and the late Emperor are alike in that way. Green slammed his fist on the table in frustration. You can't tell the difference between what must be done and what shouldn't, all because of your personal feelings. What if I hadn't challenged you? What if you couldn't convince me? Your daughter would be dead, right alongside the Crown Prince. Would you still be talking about doing the right thing then? Wake up, Sword Emperor. The harsh reality of that vision finally hit the Duke, leaving him speechless. Don't twist reality just to make it fit your personal code. If you're confused about what's right and wrong, then don't make the decision all by yourself. As he listened, he recalled Tiny's words. What's important isn't an excuse to delay, but what I must do right now. Green's yelling still echoed. At least listen to what others have to say. After hearing those words, the Duke closed his eyes, centering himself. All right. When he opened them, a smile was already spreading across his face. He said, Yes, I must fight my own pettiness. Everything is finally starting to become much clearer now. Seeing this breakthrough, Green couldn't help but smile too. The Duke's voice was filled with resolve. Let's proceed with the next step of our plan. On a bright and sunny morning, the city streets were unusually quiet and empty. 3 mysterious, cloaked figures huddled together. The one in black, standing apart, spoke first. Your Highness, Duke Valentina. I heard you were looking for me. One of them replied, That's right, Knight Garen. The Duke eyed him intensely. I believe you're the most suitable person for this task. Garen was thrilled. Surveying terrain is nothing new for me, but he gleefully raised his robed arm, exclaiming, This is the first time I get to do it in this outfit. The Duke replied coolly. I'm curious about people's genuine reactions. I've been speaking with them as well. Garen was startled, glancing over. And who is this? That person pulled back their hood. Long time no see, Knight Garen. It was Tiny, who playfully revealed his grinning face. It's Tiny, remember me? Garen's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Knight Tiny? I haven't seen you in a few months, and you've already grown this much? Tiny replied happily. I had to accelerate my body's growth recently. I developed myself using mana techniques. Garen's voice rang out. I knew it. He remembered the epic way Tiny fought against Redler. I knew you weren't some ordinary kid when you fought Redler, he praised. He continued his praise. Your face looks a lot more masculine now, too. It's a good look. Tiny beamed with pride at the compliment, giving a thumbs up. I know, right? I'm handsome, not scary. The Duke cut them off. We'll talk later. It's time to go. Garen obeyed. Of course, Your Highness. Out on the streets, the bustling market was alive with anxious chatter. Was the Emperor really killed by Louis? I heard he sided with the heretics. Are they truly that powerful? The 3 of them moved through the crowd, overhearing everything. The people were terrified, asking what would become of the Empire. What in the world is happening? Garen, visibly confused and on edge, finally spoke up after the Emperor's shocking announcement. Fear was spreading fast, and in the heavy silence from the other 2, he explained exactly why. Because their strongest, most proud city had been attacked, their emperor assassinated by the hands of a dark cult. It meant one terrifying thing: nowhere in the world was safe. Teeny glanced at the night. He knew it. Garen only knew the public statements. Teeny, however, grimly remembered the king being brutally murdered by those wielding shadowy powers. Powerful, yes, but with Ecliptic and Aslan at the center of it all. Garen stared at the map of the current situation, stunned. The alert against the cult was spreading, and the new emperor was preparing an announcement. Valentina gravely laid out the current state of affairs, about another bombshell, no less, which meant every other power tied to the empire would get the news very soon. Teeny thoughtfully tapped his fingers, his head bowed as he got lost completely in his own world of thought. Most disasters he could recall were civil wars, but if their identities were known, the Duke suddenly cut through his thoughts. From this point on, they would have a very hard time making a move while the empire remains strong. It gives us a chance to reconcile, with the 4 remaining forces, at least. He turned slightly, stating, "What we've accomplished this time is absolutely critical." The Duke beamed with a bright smile. "You did well, Teeny." His reaction was the complete opposite. A cold sweat ran down his back as his face went blank. What is wrong with this old man? The Duke sensed his anger and cracked his knuckles. "You should learn to control your facial expressions. Don't you think so? Unless you want to die, that is." Teeny jumped in fear, immediately snapping into a sharp salute. "Yes, sir. It is an honor to receive your praise, sir." He suddenly noticed something off to the side, his eyes locking on, in the window of a nearby inn. Could that be him? The townspeople had already figured out who they were. The whispers erupted. "The Knight of Light, the one who killed the traitor. I heard he single-handedly saved the nation of Graken. Then is the man next to him Duke Valenti?" Teeny looked around, completely bewildered. "I heard he mentioned the monster family, right in front of the new emperor. I heard the monster family has black hair and eyes." He was already getting tired of their chatter. The Duke tried to cover his face. "Well, Teeny, you've certainly become quite famous." The people kept on speculating. "Then he must be from the monster family too." "Yeah, that has to be it." Teeny forced a smile as Garen tried to laugh it off. Garen knew they couldn't talk like this. "We need to move to a new location." The 3 of them quickly slipped down the street. They ducked into a deserted city alley. They threw back their hoods, and Teeny angrily ran a hand through his hair. "This is insane. Everyone's going to think I'm part of the monster family." Garen, however, was pleased. So what if they do? They were a mid-tier family, and they've already disappeared from the world. So it doesn't really matter all that much, right? Teeny flinched, remembering the terrifying female assassin, her killing intent flooding the air, her knife ready to end him. Oh, it mattered. It mattered a whole lot. The Duke kept a wary eye on their surroundings. In any case, since when did this kid become so famous? Garen acted like it was obvious. Probably around the time the new emperor took the throne. He cheerfully explained that the emperor told the nation about Teeny's massive contribution to saving Krakoon and the Aslan family. Teeny cried out in agony, "Why would you do that?" The Duke interrupted. "This is for the best." Teeny was just confused. "What?" So the old man explained, "You'll be going to Elfheim soon. It's better to be famous when you're dealing with those stubborn elves." Garen suddenly turned to him. "By the way, why exactly are you sending him to Elfheim?" The Duke jumped, flustered. Well, about that." Teeny quickly jumped in to save him. It's because the cultists are hunting sacred relics, and I have to convince them to protect them." The Duke could only nod along in agreement. But Garen was still skeptical. "But that duty doesn't have to fall to Knight Teeny. I have a friend in Elfheim." Both of them froze, then shouted in utter shock. "You have a friend? In Elfheim?" They stared, stunned into silence. In unison, they both demanded, "How?" Garen just awkwardly looked away. "You two are so mean." The Duke was still in disbelief. "Seriously, you have an elf for a friend?" Garen smiled at the memory. "That's right. When I journeyed to the lands of Roadman to kill a monster, I met someone on their way to Elfheim. In his memory, the person's face was hidden under a cloak. And after that, we became friends." Teeny hesitated. "How?" Garen raised a single eyebrow. "You just do." Teeny still couldn't believe it and yelled again. But they wouldn't just say, "Let's be friends," on a first meeting. Garen's response was blunt. He did. "What?" Teeny shrieked in absolute shock. Garen puffed his chest, laughing with his eyes shut. "Okay, we had a few deep talks first, but in the end, that's just how it happened. I thought you'd understand. That is how we became friends." Teeny glared at him, growling under his breath. He truly didn't get it. Garen just laughed. People become friends quickly. When you speak to them with all your heart. The other two were practically statues, right? Garen then pulled something from within his cloak. "It saddens me that even you don't trust me, Your Highness." He revealed a pendant. Inside was a neatly coiled lock of purple hair. This is the token I received from my friend. The Duke was stunned. This thing? He was just as baffled. It looked so real. The sky above was a brilliant blue, with sunlight filtering through the trees. A voice declared the Duke was pleased. Garen, you will go with Teeny. He pulled on the horse's reins. All right, I understand. The Duke instructed carefully. I don't know if this will help, but I've already sent someone ahead of schedule. He then handed Garen a medallion. So, Teeny, when you get there, meet him first. Teeny replied, Yes, sir. Nguyen Lang, get a scent. Garen said his goodbyes. And with that, we'll be on our way. He was full of energy. We will return, he said with a brilliant smile. A loud command spurred the horses onward. Let's go, Nguyen Lang, he shouted. The Duke watched the two of them ride away. I hope we get the same good results as last time. His face darkened. But if he calls me an old man again, I'll kill him regardless of the outcome. Elsewhere, deep in an underground chamber, candlelight flickered across the stone walls. A strange voice echoed. He appeared and interfered again. A cloaked figure in the front demanded, Is Louis, also dead? The man behind him replied, Yes. And with the emperor gone, the crown prince took the throne. The other man slammed his fist into the wall in a rage. Louis, that absolute fool. His face was finally revealed, twisted with fury. His hand trembled, thinking of how Louis had arrogantly claimed he could handle everything on his own. It's because of that bastard monster, the vicious old man snarled. How in the hell did he know about our plan? Graham voiced his own theory. Perhaps there's still a spy hidden among us. No. If that were the case, the emperor would still be alive. Then what? The old man was certain. A hero. He must have the goddess's blessing. Graham was horrified. A hero? You mean the administrator of this flawed world has created another one to fight the demon war? The old man simply confirmed his fears. There's no other explanation. He stopped walking abruptly. Do you remember the history passed down from Malum? The man replied. Of course I do, operator. She could only see the fixed destiny of this broken world, and her constant meddling is what changed everything. It blurred the lines between dimensions, allowing the true masters of this world to grow far beyond their limits. Because of her, this world has lost its natural cycle and will be destroyed much sooner than expected. They both stared at a massive carving on the wall, a demon laughing scornfully at the goddess. Yes, the so-called goddess manipulated fate itself, trapping the world in a loop of destruction and rebirth by creating a hero and unleashing demons. He pulled a map from his robes, slamming it on the table with a ferocious expression. Those fools who believe in the goddess think they've won, but the demon camp and the great demon palace are proof that we did. But what if a new hero has been chosen now, at a time like this? Graham asked. The world is drawing ever closer to the brink of ruin. The old man's voice was grim, his face a terrifying mask of malice. And our dream will soon become reality. But the possibility of a spy remains, Graham countered. Then we'll test him, the old man snapped. Test him? How? The operator placed a stone piece on the map. We originally planned to move on Elpham, after taking the Empire, but their trump card, Ellen, is dead. So we'll shift our focus to the Orc Alliance. He picked up another stone piece. Then he slammed it down on the map, a place where they have another ace up their sleeve. If he goes to Elfheim, he is without a doubt the hero. And if he heads to Bader, the Orc City, it means there is a spy. He placed another stone far from the others. If he goes to Elfheim, you will handle him personally. Graham bowed his head in acceptance. Understood. His face grew dark. For a new world, the operator echoed, watching as Graham quickly departed. If he is the hero, I'll claim it was all part of the prophecy and eliminate him without any blame, the old man thought, touching the stone piece. But if he goes to Bader, a thorough investigation is required. So, where will you go, Morse? You miserable bastard. Just then, Teeny's group finally arrived. We're almost there, Garen shouted. This is the grasslands of the orcs. From a high vantage point, the two took in the view. Tiny shouted with excitement, Let's go! 1 week later, they were in a vast meadow outside the Empire. Clement turned back with a smile, saying, Sorry this took a bit longer than I thought. If he had been alone, he would have arrived in a day. Tiny waved it off, saying it was fine he needed his help to enter Elvenhigh anyway. As they traveled, Clement thanked him for his patience. He asked Tiny what the biggest threat was here. Tiny's answer was instant. Orcs. Clement nodded. Exactly. If this were just about trade deals, they could simply pay a toll. But the old man hesitated as he spoke. The orcs won't let the weak pass through their fields, so we have to. But Tiny cut him off, declaring, Accept the challenge like a true warrior. Between here and Elvenhigh, there are 3 outposts on the direct path. If we win the battles, we'll get there much faster. Let's get moving. Seeing Tiny's intense excitement, the old man's eyes went wide with sheer astonishment. He then recalled what the Duke had told him before the trip began. Don't question why he always knows what to do. I will explain it all one day. So for now, please just support him. At the time, he had just laughed, happily accepting. Of course, even without your direct command. Back in the present, he couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself he should keep his promise as a friend, then spurred his horse on to catch up to Tiny, yelling, "Let's ride!" In another place, screams echoed across a barren landscape. Again, one more time, Nan shouted, "Come on!" She then swung her massive sword down on her opponent, none other than Tiny. The two were battling it out on their mounts. Down below, their two pets weren't just standing around, they were snarling at each other. Tiny countered her attack, pushing her back as he taunted. "Put some power into it." Both fighters retreated at the exact same moment. Tiny looked over at Nan, a thought crossing his mind. Is this the same greatsword she used to lift with ease in my past life? Because I'm barely feeling these hits. Watching the fight from a distance, Clement made an assessment. Is this because of his superior armor? He might be small in stature, but his power and resilience are off the charts. He's taken dozens of hits, yet the orcs look more exhausted than he does. Nan panted, completely worn out as she stared at Tiny. He just smirked, waving her in. What's wrong? Want to go another round? Nan gritted her teeth, spitting out every word. That's enough, you arrogant human. Take back what you said. She kicked her warthog, sending it charging furiously towards him. Moonwolf let out a massive roar, and the warthog froze, its spine rigid with fear. It stopped so suddenly that Nan was caught completely off guard, losing her balance on its back. She nearly fell forward. Seeing his chance, Tiny tightened his grip on his club, thinking, "This is it!" Clement realized his intent and screamed in a panic. "You shouldn't kill her, Tiny." His weapon stopped just an inch from her terrified face. He pulled it back, resting it on his shoulder and lifting his head with pride. "Of course I know what I'm doing." She, on the other hand, was so scared she fell face first onto the ground, glancing at her warthog's odd behavior. Tiny thought to himself that even though he trained hard, this level of fear was a bit much. And that fear didn't come from him, it came from Moonwolf. He smiled, looking down at his pet, realizing their bond skill was about to level up. Choosing Enigmas was absolutely the right call. As for Nan, defeated, she was thrown onto her warthog and sent back home. As they left, Clement even gave a cheerful wave goodbye. Then he turned to Tiny and said, "That was a pretty dangerous move, Tiny." Hearing that, he just laughed it off and replied, "Sorry, I guess I got a little too excited." Clement looked down at a glowing pendant in his hand. Now we've passed the second tribe's territory. Honestly, he had never seen orcs that were so weak. Tiny clenched his fist. He's got a point there. It was easier than he'd imagined, so easy it was almost embarrassing. Clement walked on ahead, announcing their next move. "All right, let's head straight for the next tribe." "Huh?" Hearing that, Tiny was a bit startled and said, "We could just stop by Giaminut on the way." Clement quickly turned around and asked, "Giaminut?" Tiny explained that it was the city of the Bloodboar tribe they had just defeated. "We can get there in about 2 hours if we head west from here." Clement was incredibly curious how he knew all these details. "How in the world do you know that?" Tiny got awkward, scratching his head as he tried to cook up a good excuse. "Oh, I heard it here and there." Clement was skeptical. "Is that so?" As Tiny rushed ahead, Clement thought to himself, that kid is hiding a lot of secrets. After traveling for a while, Giaminut appeared before them. Clement looked ahead and said, "This must be the entrance." Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. A disgusted voice rang out, "Stop, humans, you don't look like merchants." Clement simply held out the pendant. "We've already passed the warrior's trial." The guard frowned but said nothing, and after a moment, he grunted 2 words. "Go on." Clement's eyes crinkled into a smile as he replied, "Thanks." Tiny glanced at the guard and commented, "They aren't as friendly as I expected." Clement replied that it was natural, given the endless war between their people. Tiny frowned, thinking that even in his past life, when the Empire was caught in a civil war, the orcs had led a massive raid for supplies. But they were dealing with their own internal struggles, and in the end, they just withered away on their own. Tiny rubbed his head, annoyed. Elvenhigh was one thing, but he knew absolutely nothing about the orcs' upcoming civil war. Glancing at the 2 beasts behind him, he figured conflict and war were just normal for orcs. But there was no escape route, no way to retreat. He decided to go all in to see what he could possibly find out in just one day. Tiny turned to Clement and asked, "Knight Garen, why don't we stay here for a day?" His companion simply replied, "It's all up to you. I'm fine with whatever." Surprised by his answer, Tiny asks, "You're not going to ask me why?" to which Cameron just smiles. He knows Tiny isn't the type to do something without a good reason. Touched, Tiny looks at him with a grin and says, "Thank you." The two of them continue inside, staring at the incredible sight before them. Tiny admits, "It's even more majestic than I imagined." Clement is a bit taken aback. "I thought you'd been here before," he says. Tiny replies, "Nope, this is my first time. I only heard about it from a friend." Hearing this, Clement thinks to himself that he finally understands why Jarek was so obsessed with this place. If Guillaume Minhut is this grand, the capital city of paper must be on another level. Jarek's probably there now, but his thoughts are cut short by a voice. Times are tense right now. A massive, fully armored monster stands before them, weapon in hand, demanding an explanation. "What is your business in Guillaume Minhut?" Tiny looks at him and whispers, "A captain?" While Clement quickly holds up a bracelet in his hand. "We've already defeated the challenger," Clement explains. "We're just stopping by to rest. You don't need to worry about us." The monster leans in close to Tiny, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You passed the challenge with that tiny little body?" Tiny silently wonders what this guy's problem is. Clement quickly steps in front of him, saying, "The little knight may be small compared to an orc, but he's one of the best young fighters in the Empire. Losing to him was no shameful defeat for your warriors." The monster hears this and issues a challenge. "Then give me a demonstration. Let's see just how good you really are." Another monster rushes over in a panic. "Captain Bada, not now." But Tiny has already accepted the challenge. "Fine. Let's have a little match." The monsters immediately begin to gather around them, forming a circle to watch the showdown. Bada asks arrogantly, "You okay with this big crowd? All this pressure can be a little intimidating." Tiny just waves it off. "I'll be fine," he says, "but I'm afraid it might get a little rude." Bada echoes back, "Rude? I might just beat you like a teddy bear in front of all your men." Bada's smile doesn't waver for a second, but his eyes are pure ice. "Is that so?" With that, he pulls off his fur cloak and says, "Oros, we accept duels with respect, so no need to worry." Tiny takes off his own armor, replying, "Then I won't be holding back." The cloak in Tiny's hands glows, dissolving into brilliant golden fragments before vanishing into thin air. Bada's eyes go wide in absolute shock. Transcendental armor. So the rumors were true. Hearing this, Tiny realizes the truth. "So, you knew who I was before you even spoke to me." Taking a weapon from a subordinate, Bada admits it. "I did. But I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. I didn't expect the Knight of Light to be nothing more than a flashy coat." Tiny retorts, "I don't think that's going to affect the outcome of this fight." Bada swings his axe with a grin. "I like that answer. Now prove it." To which Tiny replies, "With pleasure." With that, Bada charges forward with incredible speed. They clash, and Tiny seems to be at a slight disadvantage. He gets knocked back, forced to a knee to regain his balance. And in that moment, he thinks, there's a huge difference without his animus. This captain is way stronger than he expected. It's been a long time since he's felt this kind of fighting spirit. It almost feels like the old days. The chief swings his axe again, but this time, Tiny easily parries the attack. The two are locked eye to eye, just inches apart. Suddenly, a thought pops into Tiny's head. He just can't help but be curious. He wants to know just how far this power can go. Another shockwave of energy erupts between them, blasting them apart once again. Now, Bada is finally getting serious. He focuses his power, and his entire appearance begins to transform as Tiny watches on. Tiny recognizes it instantly. An orcish magic formula, the tribal seal. Intricate red markings now cover Bada's entire body. A cloud of red smoke swirls around him as he growls, "Why don't you use your transcendental armor now, little knight?" Tiny replies, "This is more than enough, chief." Charging forward with his axe, Bada yells, "Then don't disappoint me." The force of their battle is so immense it's affecting the crowd. Clement shields his face, exclaiming, "This is beyond my expectations. Incredible." He's in shock. Are they really going this far? But the more they fight, the more thrilled Tiny becomes. As he blocks Bada's attacks, he thinks, "This is it. This is fun." He realizes this guy is a lot like Jarek. It's a mutual respect between men until one of them hits the ground. Isn't this the warrior's way? Time to unleash even more power. Tiny lets out a roar as their axes clash. Slowly, cracks begin to form. With a deafening crack, the axe shatters into pieces, shocking everyone. Bada and the crowd are completely stunned. The tribal marks on his body fade away as he pants, then laughs, leaning in close to Tiny. "No wonder you were so confident." He then throws a friendly arm around Tiny's shoulder, laughing, "Good, this is enough to confirm the rumors. Now I can be honest with you." Tiny is stunned. "What?" Bada continues, "Follow me, little knight. We'll discuss this somewhere else." Naturally, Tiny agrees. "All right, Clement hurriedly shouts after them, "Hey, wait for me, Tiny." They're led to a table absolutely loaded with meat. Bada sits in the center of the room, flanked by two attendants bandaging his wounds. Model. Bada paid him no mind, just urging him to eat his fill. Watching Tiny devour his food like a starved wolf, Clement shyly thanked him while Tiny just mumbled how delicious it was. Looking at the mountain of plates stacked in front of him, Bada let out a booming laugh. "You sure have a strong appetite, huh?" Meanwhile, Clement sat nearby, wondering if the man was human or an orc. Bada then waved his hand, dismissing the servants. He told them, "Listen to me while we eat. There's a reason I brought you here." The two men stared back, their eyes wide with anticipation. "You're on good terms with the new emperor, aren't you?" After a moment of thought, Tiny replied, "Only on official business. Personally, we're not exactly close. I even slapped him once." Bada's voice suddenly dropped, becoming dead serious. "To me, that sounds pretty damn close. Who else would dare to slap an emperor unless they were friends?" "Bright Knight, Tiny Monster." Bada slammed his hand on the table. "Be honest with me. Is the Empire preparing for war?" Clement raised a hand to object, but Tiny, his face grim, simply asked, "Why would you think that?" The chief's voice was low. "Because there's a war happening on Orc territory as we speak. The Orc chieftain is preparing for a massive conflict, rallying the tribes for unity and war." Tiny was confused. "But isn't war just a normal thing for Orcs?" Bada nodded. "Yes, but not when there are humans pulling strings in the background, pushing them to fight. Are those people from the Empire? It won't be long now before that damned alliance is mine. This might be the work of the previous emperor." Tiny answered firmly, "I swear on my honor, the Empire would never engage in something like that." Clement shot up from his seat in a panic. "Sir Tiny, you can't be so sure." But Bada's dark expression suddenly lit up. "All right, I'll trust you," he declared. Clement, still worried, warned, "Chief, words can be twisted, but a fist is always honest." Bada stood up, planting both hands on the table. "Our battle was an honest exchange between men, so I won't take your honor lightly." Hearing this, Tiny eagerly thanked him using the Orcs' native language. The chief's eyes widened in surprise. "You know our language?" And with that, the two men clasped hands, sealing their new friendship. "I have a good friend," Tiny explained. "That just makes you more trustworthy," Bada replied, as Clement watched on, incredibly moved. He covered his face, trying to hide his tears, thinking to himself that true friendship really could overcome the boundaries between species. The very next day, Tiny was riding his horse when he ran into Nan, who was, as always, perched on her massive war boar. Spotting Tiny, she called out cheerfully, "I heard you were heading to Elbenheim. I'll guide you to the edge of the primordial ancient forest." Clement thought she looked familiar, and asked, "Wait a second, aren't you the one Sir Tiny defeated the other day?" She immediately snapped at him, "Shut up, you don't need to announce it. My name is Nan, captain of the Bloodfall tribe. I'll be guiding you to the primordial forest." Tiny, a bit taken aback, questioned her, "But aren't we done with the warrior's trial?" "No need," she explained. "Our tribe is very close with the Orcs in that area." Clement leaned over to whisper to Tiny, "An Orc tribe that's close with another tribe?" Tiny whispered back in equal surprise, "Is that even possible?" Nan, riding ahead on her boar, heard their whispering and turned back, looking annoyed. "Chief Bada is a powerful warrior and a great leader. He taught us to avoid senseless killing. I traveled with him and learned their language. And because of him, our tribe has prospered." Clement was amazed. He truly is a great man. But Tiny trailed behind, deep in thought. Something felt off. He clearly remembered seeing countless refugees from Gamanut in his past life, but he had never once heard the name Bata. Could Bata have died before the apocalypse? He had to find a way to contact the Empire. Clement noticed his troubled look. "Sir Tiny, what's wrong? Why the sudden urgency?" Tiny replied quickly, "I have to warn Valentina about the changes happening in the Orc tribes. It's critical." "Oh, I thought it was something else," Clement said. "Don't worry, I already asked a friend in Gamanut to send a message. I told him about our conversation with the chief." "You were a little too confident making that promise, weren't you?" "No, that's not it at all," Tiny shot back, but Clement just kept talking. "Orcs can't use ancient communication magic, but my friend will go directly to Valentina to deliver the news, so don't worry about it." Tiny was skeptical. "Since when did you have a friend in Gamanut?" Clement explained. "I made one yesterday at the stadium. Time isn't a measure of friendship, you know. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust in that." But as Tiny heard this, he thought to himself that he couldn't trust either of them. "See?" Clement said cheerfully. "I knew you'd believe me." After riding a while longer, they came across a group of monsters. Nan rode ahead to handle the situation. The monster leader raised its club towards the two men. But Nan quickly spoke. They're travelers, heading to the great forest. They are friends of the Bloodfall tribe. Let them pass. They took a few steps, but the leader called out, "Hey, humans!" Startled, both of them whipped around. He plants his staff on the ground and says, "I have heard that the Wolf Rider, a harbinger of disaster, is crossing the plains. Is that you, little human?" Nan retorts, annoyed, "I just told you they're friends of the Bloodboar tribe, so why are you stopping them?" He speaks loudly, "I don't mean to stop them. We just need help." He places a hand on the Moonwolf's head and continues, "We need his wisdom. This brother has lived long enough to become a spirit wolf." Tiny asks, "Brother, you mean my dire wolf?" The man nods. "Yes." Skeptical, Tiny replies, "A wolf that's getting weaker because it's old?" He admits he is indeed too small and a bit frail for a dire wolf. As he finishes, the Moonwolf gets agitated, startling Tiny. The monster leader stares at the green object in his palm in shock. Isn't this Quran grass?" Tiny explains. "It's just an extremely bitter herb. For our kind, it can extend a life, if I'm not mistaken." The leader's face lights up with excitement. "That's good enough. Thank you so much, little man." He rushes forward, grabs Tiny's hand, and introduces himself. "My name is Bowden. As a candidate for chief of the Direwolf tribe, I promise on my honor that if you come to me, I'll do everything in my power to help you." After their business is done, Tiny leaves, with Bowden waving enthusiastically behind him. A thought then crosses Tiny's mind. Honor in the Direwolf tribe? This guy reminds him of Jarek. He can't help but wonder what he's doing now. I'll find out soon enough. 5 days later, in the primeval forest, Tiny gazes at the woods ahead and speaks excitedly to Nan. "I actually made it here in 2 weeks. Thank you for your help." She simply replies with a warm smile. "Of course. Our tribe will wish you good luck." Tiny's expression turns serious. He's finally made it to the primeval forest. Clement turns to him and asks, "Have you ever been here before?" Tiny's response is short, "No." The primeval forest is home to elves and ancient monsters, and acts as a shield preventing corruption from spilling out of the demon abyss. Everything from the demon abyss to the western border of the forest is marked by an ancient war against witches and the demon capital. Clement adds, "I heard there's a great labyrinth deep within the demon abyss, but nobody knows what's really inside." Tiny is lost in thought. He has to go to that labyrinth someday, because that's where he found his weapon in his previous life, inside the great labyrinth. But if he went now, he would die a pointless death. Seeing Tiny so quiet for a long moment, Clement hesitates, then speaks up. "Tiny Knight, since we are friends, I won't pry into your secrets, but because we're friends, I want to help you. Can you tell me about this mission?" Tiny says, "If we fail, the elves' sacred artifact will vanish, and the world tree will be burned to ashes." Clement shouts in alarm, "What? If the world tree disappears, this great forest will be flooded with demonic energy, and it'll be the end of the world. This mission isn't just a secret, we're risking our lives. If you don't want to continue, you can turn back now. We can't waste any more time. Let's get to Elvenheim as fast as possible." Hearing this, he spurs his horse, charging ahead. Tiny watches from behind, a small, amused smile on his face. Just then, a scream echoes through the forest. "I don't want to die! I can't die! Damn it!" A man yells as he runs from a massive tree monster. "Why are Ents showing up here? Damn it, damn it!" Clement's voice rings out. "I'm sorry. I don't think I can go any faster." Tiny comforts him. "It's all right. You've been running on mana for 6 hours straight. We're near the Elven area, so we need to slow down. Let's rest here for a bit." Clement cheerfully agrees. "Okay, but no campfires. This great forest is highly flammable." Seeing Clement being so cautious, Tiny laughs and agrees. Of course, what idiot would start a fire here? The words barely leave his mouth when a massive explosion erupts behind them, making them both flinch in surprise. They turn back to see the man from before, still being chased by the monster, running towards them and yelling, "Hey you guys, help me, please do something about it." The man screams as he barrels right towards the two of them, and the monster is just about to catch him. Seeing this, they both shout in unison, "A dwarf!" Tiny immediately gets into his stance. Dwarves aren't rare in the primeval forest, but being chased by a treant is a real problem. The guy screams again, "Help me!" But Tiny's staff is suddenly pressed against the man's neck. He says coldly, "Hold on." The dwarf sputters, "What are you doing?" "I didn't do anything wrong." Tiny's voice is like ice. "We're not so sure about that." At that moment, a voice calls down from above, "Humans?" A girl who looks like a hunter speaks up. "What brings someone who is neither a merchant nor a hunter all the way to the great forest?" Tiny looks up, confused, saying, "We." But Clement cuts him off. "Tiny Knight, let me handle this." He then dismounts, tapping his chest as he says, "May the wind lift your feet like a bird's wings leaving a branch." The girl points to her forehead and replies, "May the end wash away the sins of the world, leaving only earth and wisdom." Clement respectfully bows in greeting. The girl, a descendant of the World Tree, was genuinely surprised. She said that a human knowing the elven greeting was completely unexpected. With that, she leaped lightly to the ground. Clement then revealed a pendant, explaining it was a gift from an elf friend. The girl stepped closer to examine it, the symbol of friendship, and Haru's hair color. Then, she warmly welcomed them. She said there was no reason not to welcome a knight and the bearer of a friendship symbol. "Welcome to the primeval forest." A confused Tiny leaned over to Clement and whispered, "She can recognize someone just by their hair color?" Clement just smiled back. He explained that he'd heard elves are masters at recognizing subtle differences. The elf girl then turned to look at the dwarf beside them. The dwarf next to her spoke irritably, "And there you have it. They're friends of the elves. Now you must take responsibility for your actions." Terrified, he immediately dropped to his knees, begging, I'm sorry, please just forgive me this once." But the girl shouted back, "You harmed our guardian spirits. You even hurt our allies." He quickly replied, "I honestly didn't know. It was a misunderstanding while I was on watch." He reminded her that she knows better than anyone how often demons wander through this ancient forest. The girl listened before responding, "But you still can't use explosive items." The dwarf shot back angrily, "That's the only thing I have to protect myself. I made it myself." But Tiny jumped in. "Isn't it a bit suspicious for a dwarf to carry an item like that into this forest?" He glared back at Tiny, shouting, "What did you say, you punk?" But then his eyes locked onto Tiny's weapon. "Wait, is that a seal on your sword? That's a seal, right?" Tiny was completely stunned. "What?" The dwarf pressed on. "You bought that from my father's shop, Rendon's, didn't you?" Tiny was shocked. "I did buy it at Rendon's shop, but how would you know that? Are you in Rendon?" He blurted out, "I'm Rendon's son. I'm the one who forged that sword. Help me." Tiny was rendered absolutely speechless. Just then, Clement stepped forward, scratching his head. "Well, we're surprised too, but since we're all acquainted, please, forgive him." The elf girl frowned. "I'll overlook this just this once. Out of respect for that symbol of friendship you carry." Then she pointed right in the dwarf's face. "But you are absolutely forbidden from using that thing again until you leave this forest." The dwarf agreed. "Of course, I just need a few things in Elvenhay." The girl crossed her arms suspiciously, saying, "I'll trust you for now." Clement quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for being so understanding." Suddenly, another voice called out from behind them. All four of them turned in surprise. "Master Brandon!" A man wearing glasses rushed over with his group in tow. "Master Brandon, are you okay?" he asked breathlessly. "That explosion terrified us. Did you run into trouble with the elves?" The dwarf proudly announced, "It's all good now. Luckily, I ran into the guy who's using the very sword that I forged." The man glanced at the two knights and exclaimed, "Sir Tiny and Sir Garin." A surprised Clement asked how he knew them. "You know us?" While Tiny just asked, "Who are you?" Seeing this, the man looked hurt. "I'm a little sad you don't recognize me." He pulled a silver badge from his pocket. Tiny gasped. "Daya?" After the happy reunion, they all sat down to talk. Tiny asked curiously, "So you built a business right after everything that happened back in Karen?" The man simply smiled in reply. "You haven't heard of it? I really thought you knew." Tiny then remembered the Emperor's words. "I've sent Daya to help you. You should find him first." Tiny connected the dots. "So, you can get into Elvenhay because you're a merchant? Normally we can't, but we sell certain things." Turns out, elves are quite fond of everyday human items. Tiny was taken aback. "Oh, so you're just here to trade?" Daya looked at him and replied, "It lets me know what their situation is. Seeing what they buy is also a way to gather information." Tiny then glanced toward Brandon, asking, "So what about that dwarf? Is he part of the Black Wing too?" he asked. "No," Daya replied. "We met him right before we entered the forest. I heard he's collecting materials to create some kind of ultimate weapon. Out of respect for Rendon, I couldn't really refuse him." Brandon excitedly pointed to himself, declaring, "My dream is to create ultimate weapons that surpass even the transcendent ones ever made." Tiny asked him, "What material do you need in Elvenhay?" He rested his chin on his hand, "A branch from the World Tree." The words hung in the air. Tiny couldn't believe it. "What? You want a branch from the World Tree when it's a dwarf's life mission to protect it?" Brandon calmly replied, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm not going to accomplish anything if I just give up now. I have to try every way I can, even if other people say my dream is impossible." Tiny found himself unconsciously agreeing. "Well, you're not wrong." Brandon looked at him with hopeful eyes. "I knew you'd help." Tiny panicked. When did I ever say that? Brandon immediately covered his face and started crying. My father was exiled from our homeland because of me. I have to prove that even a beardless dwarf can become a master blacksmith. Flustered by the sudden tears, Tiny tried to calm him down. Okay, I'm sorry. Brandon slyly peeked at him. So, you'll help me, right? Realizing he'd been completely played, Tiny sighed. You just want to forge a weapon, right? He immediately replied. That's right. Tiny pointed a finger right at him. But if you manage to forge something, I have to be your priority customer. Grandin was a little surprised by this reaction, but he replied, Of course, it's all thanks to you. He promised not to forget. Tiny sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Don't get your hopes up, it probably won't work. As Grandin left, Jay turned to speak with him. So, you're really going to help him get a branch from the world tree? Tiny simply replied, I'll give it a shot. Jay voiced his concern, telling Tiny he could always refuse. But Tiny just leaned back, thinking to himself, who knows? Besides, it was hard to turn down an idiot so determined to run straight toward his goal. 3 days later, they stood before a massive gate. It took a few days, Clement said, exhausted. Tiny tried to comfort him, noting that they were still a day ahead of schedule. He glanced at Clement, worried if they would be okay. Tiny reassured him, they'll be fine. On the way here, I took care of every monster that got in our path. He thought to himself that meeting Jay was a good thing. He'd managed to send a message back with him about the brewing orc civil war. Just then, the gate before them creaked open. A single foot stepped out from the darkness as a voice echoed. I received word from my scouts. Welcome, Wolf and friends of Harrowend. She introduced herself as Ludel, the gatekeeper of Elvenhigh. I will be your guide. The two men quickly followed her inside as she continued speaking. Please follow my instructions as closely as possible while you are in Elvenhigh. If you have any purpose here other than meeting Harrowend, you must report it to me immediately. As she spoke, Tiny kept his eyes locked on the sword at Ludel's side, despite his worries. Ludel did nothing, but her guard was clearly up. She told them, First, I will escort you to the waiting room. They followed Ludel on horseback, completely in awe of the incredible architecture all around them. Elvenhigh was truly a masterpiece. Even Tiny couldn't help but admire it. No wonder elves felt stifled living in the blocky buildings of humans. Garen heard this and turned to him with a curious look. So, does that mean you have an elf friend? Tiny froze, realizing he'd said too much. He could only stammer a reply. Something like that. He couldn't even meet Garen's gaze as he added, I did, maybe. But that tiny hesitation was all the sharp-eyed Garen needed. He immediately pressed the point. Why are you using the past tense? Luckily, Ludel spoke up at that exact moment, saving him. The waiting room is this way. Both men snapped back to attention. Together, they answered, Ah, yes. Ludel served them both tea, explaining that outsiders called it elf tea, but I'm not sure if it will be to your tastes. Tiny eyed his cup with a serious expression, while Garen was practically beaming. How elegant. Thank you for your hospitality. But suddenly, Tiny's expression turned cold and silent. Ludel noticed her guest's discomfort and asked, Is something troubling you? He met her gaze with a knowing look. You already know, don't you? He decided to spell it out for her. The thing that's been bothering me, ever since we passed through the castle gates, why do you keep touching your sword every time you look at me? He wasn't as oblivious as he looked. At that, Ludel dropped the act entirely, drawing her blade from its sheath. She lunged forward, ready for a life-or-death battle. Bright Night, Night Tiny, the one who killed my sister, Ellen. Ever since I heard you were coming, I've been waiting for the chance to take your head. The sword was at his neck, but Tiny showed no fear, no hesitation. Garen, on the other hand, was panicking. He slammed his hands on the table, demanding, Ludel Nim, what are you doing? Despite the chaos, Tiny remained perfectly calm, staring at the blade as an old memory resurfaced. Back in his previous life, Ellen had once told him, We elves can be more cruel than any other race, when we believe our rage is justified. But that is also why elves are clever and hate to act on pure emotion. She had looked straight at the adult version of Tiny, her face serious. The elves of Elvenhigh, especially, always have a reason behind their actions. Remembering this, Tiny calmly pushed the sword away with his fingers. If you really intended to kill me, you wouldn't have brought us here. He looked at her with a smirk, noting she wouldn't swing a sword without killing intent unless it was some kind of joke. You're not actually sure about your own judgment, are you? His words hit a nerve and Ludel flinched. What? Garen jumped in, trying to salvage the situation. Ludel Nim, the incident with Ellen was reported to the Central Temple. Haven't you received any communication from them? Ludel's sword hand began to tremble. She sheathes her sword, turning away but making one thing crystal clear. She would not be treating him any differently. Just because the temple vouched for him wasn't enough. No, she's only paying attention because their people share a sacred mission, a mission revolving around dark energy. She heard he could sense its hidden pockets and even expose demon worshippers. They were about to put that ability to the test in the elders' meeting. She hoped the rumors were true. With that, she turned to leave, but Tiny stopped her cold with another bombshell. I'm thinking there might be a demon worshipper among your leaders. Garen just stood there, completely stunned. Tiny just couldn't help himself. He had a big mouth and he knew it. The news of the tiny knight had gotten Ludell's attention, so he pushed it even further. If my ability is just trickery, I'll take full responsibility for it. But she just glared back at him, her eyes burning with pure rage. Let's see how long that confidence of yours lasts. Just as Ludell turned to leave, Tiny's voice stopped her in her tracks. He casually added, by the way, I can't see the Great Spirit Kilum, so I guess Lady Estina won't be attending the elders' meeting this time, huh? She whipped her head around, completely stunned. What? He actually knew that Kilum was Lady Estina's personal spirit. You've met Lady Estina? She stammered. The sudden shift in the situation even caught Tiny a little off guard. For the third time, Ludell turned her back. It seemed he was finally letting her go, but she left him with one final remark. That's an affair of the elves. I can't tell you, and you don't need to know. Tiny smirked to himself. So, she really wasn't here. And on top of that, she was a terrible liar. Garen, looking like he'd just been through hell, nervously asked him, Are you really planning to meet the Guardian of the World Tree all by yourself? That's right, Tiny replied firmly. I think it's the best option if we want to warn them about the demon worshippers. Garen was in disbelief. Seriously? Well, maybe my friend will know. Tiny's eyes widened with hope as he stared at him. You mean the elf named Haruend? Garen confirmed it. That's him. If an elf messenger returns to Elvenheim, they join the knights. Their job is to hold back the monsters from the demon abyss. Since the knights take orders from the Guardian, they should know their whereabouts. Suddenly, he clapped a hand firmly on Tiny's shoulder. Hey, just leave it to me. Garen offered with a huge grin. I'll go ask. Tiny was grateful for such a reliable ally. Thanks. Meanwhile, in some dark basement, another conversation was taking place. So, where did he go? A hooded figure reported to his boss. You were right, sir. After he casually questioned an orc, he confirmed Tiny's destination. He's heading for Elvenheim. The goateed boss let out a low, sinister laugh. Quite the hero, isn't he? Without another word, he tossed a magic staff to his subordinate, an item that erases all traces of demonic energy and its power. The underling's jaw dropped in absolute shock when he realized what he'd been given. Osvoga. The boss then ordered him to take number 6 and number 7 to find Tiny and take care of him. Back in a luxurious room where Tiny was resting, Garen returned from his intel mission to deliver his report. He's not here. Tiny was startled. What? Garen explained. Haruend, my friend. They said all the knights have already left. Tiny crossed his arms, deep in thought. All the knights? It's probably to deal with a monster wave. Garen was lost. Monster wave? Tiny stroked his chin, explaining, I don't know why, but monsters occasionally just pour out of the demon region. And I heard that most of the vanguard and the knights were dispatched to that specific area. Garen nodded in agreement. No wonder we ran into so many monsters on the way. It must be because they were all sent away. Tiny leaned back, hands behind his head. Monster waves can last a month, so let's just wait here. Garen's eyes went wide hearing that. Wait here? Where are we supposed to stay? Right on cue, Ludell entered the room, calling for the tiny knight. Hearing his name, Tiny raised his hand. She shot him a cold glance, then turned to the door. Follow me. This is a test. She led him to a chamber filled with high-ranking elves. He stood on the floor below as they all watched him. An old, white-haired elder began the interrogation. The one who averts disaster. The one they call the Demon Hunter. The elder glared down at him, and the one who killed one of our own. Yulin. Now, it's time we test your abilities. Tiny just put his hands on his hips and smirked at the situation. I heard the elven people are slow to act, but all the elders seem to have gathered here awfully quick. The elder stared at him in silence. Tiny pressed his advantage, laying out everything he'd already figured out. It's almost as if you were all waiting for me. An old elven woman's face twisted in rage as she slammed the table. Blasphemy! She screeched at the head elder. There's no need for a test. This human is obviously plotting something. Our Yulin could never have been a dark magician. Just then, a male elf with bangs spoke up, trying to calm her down. You're being too emotional, Lady Irina. Our elder is judging this situation based on reason. She snapped right back at him. Theron, how dare you? You've only just become an elder. The head elder closed his eyes, ignoring their bickering, and simply told them both to stop. He then looked back to Tiny to continue. As you can see, Opinions among us are divided. That is why we need to test your ability." Tiny chuckled to himself, mocking them internally. They were arguing in the common tongue, not their own elven language. They were trying to make the situation crystal clear for him. The elder continued, "You have already accepted our test. By coming here, am I correct?" And of course, Tiny had absolutely no reason to back down from a challenge. He bowed respectfully, accepting the order. "Yes, great elder." The elder then glanced at the door and commanded, "Bring them in." Tiny instinctively turned around, only to be met by a furious snarl and a flash of sharp teeth. Several large cages were wheeled in, each containing a massive, growling wolf that paced back and forth. He looked at them and immediately knew these were the wolves raised by the elven scout team. One wolf snapped its jaws aggressively, while the one beside it looked absolutely terrified. The great elder began to explain the test. "So, one of them has been tainted by dark power. It killed several of our other scouts and, tragically, a young elf as well." Tiny just planted his hands on his hips, staring down the old elf with a dead serious expression. The elder shot him a disdainful look before asking the big question, "Can you tell me which wolf did it?" In less than a second, Tiny's fingers shot out, pointing definitively at the withdrawn wolf in the back. "That one." The great elder, still skeptical, pushed back. "What makes you so sure?" Tiny glanced at the moon wolf coiled around his leg and explained, "Thanks to the abilities of the spirit I'm bound to, I can easily recognize dark energy." He then pointed to the aggressive wolf, explaining its rage was because it smelled the blood of its own kind on the other one. Irina stood up in absolute disbelief, her face a mask of both shock and fury. But the elder merely nodded, satisfied. "This is even more impressive than I expected." Irina still refused to believe it, but the great elder had a solid counterpoint. He recognized the dark energy instantly, something we failed to find after all this time investigating. She kept arguing, but Tiny just rubbed his chin, adding, "But there is something strange here." An aura of pure evil was radiating from the supposedly frightened wolf. That was the dark power it was trying to possess. Tiny looked up at the elder with a startling conclusion. It seems someone deliberately taught it how to hide that power. Someone like an elf named Ellen. Hearing that name was the last straw for Irina. She slammed her hands on the table and screamed right at him. "Who do you think you are to mention her name?" The others tried to hold her back, pleading, "Irina, calm down." The great elder calmly continued the discussion, explaining the wolves were ranger wolves, managed directly by their scout team. "If what you say is true, then that means." But Irina cut him off, snarling, "That's something only a human could do. I don't believe you." The elder, having been interrupted, finally lost his patience and roared at her, "Silence. His ability has been proven. There's no need for these baseless accusations." But she still held her ground stubbornly. "But what about that poor child's reputation?" The great elder, done with reasoning, shot her a look. I said, "Stop your doubting." Finally, Irina's defiance broke. She lowered her head in submission. "Yes, great elder." With silence finally restored, he turned his attention back to Tiny. "Night, Tiny." The boy looked up, startled, as the elder asked, "Why do you think the wolf is concealing its dark energy?" Tiny observed it for a moment, then explained, "It's been corrupted enough to become a monster, yet it shows no outward signs." But Darun spoke up, noticing the contradiction. "But the incident happened days ago, and it wasn't hiding its power then." The great elder realized this was true, clenching his fist as he processed the grim implications. They had already studied a monster with no dark aura and sent knights into demon territory to find the cause. He looked down at the boy. "Night, Tiny? How many people know that you're here?" Tiny thought for a moment. "Even the orcs know I'm here, so probably a lot of people." The great elder then suddenly signaled to Darun, who had gone pale. Tiny had no idea what was coming next, but Darun got the message instantly. Maybe they knew Night Tiny was coming and created this mess. The elder then turned to Irina. "Irina, how do we handle animals that have been tainted by dark energy?" She didn't hesitate for a second. "We kill them immediately." Tiny looked over at the condemned wolf with pity in his eyes. "But this wolf," Darun cut in, explaining, "that is the guardian of Ludel's barrier. They had only released it to test his abilities." Tiny could just picture Ludel holding a knife to his throat, and he let out a nervous laugh. So, she had a plan all along. Darun explains that the cultists would never expect them to release the wolves and bring the fetal knight to see what unfolds. The fetal knight puts the pieces together. Their real plan is to stop him, steal the elven military's power, and keep them away from their homeland for good. This revelation hits the council like a lightning bolt, and the elders all shoot to their feet. Does that mean the enemy is already at the World Tree? Chaos erupts in the hall. "We have to mobilize the troops." "But what about the monster army?" Darun, ever the calm strategist, asks. We still have a reserve army in Elven, Irina retorted, her voice edged with panic. Are you suggesting we have a traitor among our knights and scouts? The question sparked a fierce argument between the two. All the while, the Great Elder sat silently in the center. Tiny was just speechless, listening to them wage war in the Elven tongue. They were squabbling like a nest of young birds. Finally, the old Great Elder's patience wore thin, and he roared, "Silence!" And just like that, the hall went still. The Elder slammed his fist on the table, staring directly at the Knight of Light. "I will ask you one more thing," he said, his voice low. "Use your unique ability and tell me the truth. Is there anyone else in this room who carries a dark aura?" Tiny's eyes immediately fell. A dark aura, he thought. He scanned each and every face in the hall. At this moment, every word he spoke was absolutely critical, so they all waited in dead silence. "I believe." He looked up to make his declaration. "There is no one." The Great Elder breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Such a relief. Then, the Elder asked the Knight of Light, "Pursuer of evil spirits, what do you think our enemy's true target is?" Hearing that, Tiny sank into deep thought. They must be preparing as well. He then presented his final, startling conclusion. The entire hall gasped in shock at his words. The holy relic, Justitia, and the World Tree. Hearing this, Darun clenched his fists tightly. He immediately ordered his subordinates. "We must prepare as well." But Irina was even more panicked, rushing towards the World Tree's location. "No elf would ever be capable of that. It's preposterous." "But what if it's true? We must protect the World Tree at all costs." Tiny suddenly realized that not a single elder had even mentioned the holy relic. That must be something from a deeper mythology. He realized it was tied to the very origin of the elves. So the World Tree was more important. Still, he quietly whispered to Nwirt Lang. "Nwirt Lang, are you positive they don't have any dark spirits?" The wolf barked once in confirmation, but Tiny worried. "If it's like Hudo's case, then I can't be 100% sure." As the room filled with whispers, Irina shot him a look filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. It was anyone's guess how many times the Great Elder had to silence this noisy flock of officials already. The old man's words were as solid as steel. "We do not need to discuss any plans related to the World Tree in this hall. And Knight Tiny, all doubts about you have been resolved. We will compensate you for our earlier disrespect." The Elder then turned to the side and gave an order. "Irina." She straightened up immediately to receive it. "Yes, Great Elder." He assigned her a simple task. "Take care of our guest." But it was pretty clear she was not at all happy with this decision. Tiny wasn't too happy about it either, since she'd clearly disliked him from the start. But an order was an order, so Irina couldn't refuse. And so, that's how the two of them ended up walking together across a connecting bridge, with Tiny grimacing the whole time. Talk about uncomfortable. Suddenly, Irina stopped in her tracks. "Is it true?" she demanded, turning to face him. Was Ellen really a dark mage? Tiny had no idea what she was referring to, but Irina just grit her teeth in fury. "The test is over." Her hand clenched into a furious fist, radiating a massive surge of energy. Irina whipped around, her eyes burning with rage. That child, Ellen, is she really a dark mage? Tiny swallowed hard, staring back at her with a completely bewildered expression on his face. A considerable distance separated them, but it was close enough for him to feel the raw fury rolling off her. Still, even if he was terrified, he still had to tell the truth. "Yes." He looked her straight in the eye, his voice unwavering. "She is a 5th-tier dark mage." Hearing this, Irina fell completely silent. She then asked him a curious question. "Aren't you curious?" He didn't understand what she meant. She turned away, beginning to explain the reason why a noble elf like Ellen couldn't resist the temptation of the demon race. Tiny closed his eyes, feigning indifference. "To be honest, I'm not particularly interested." She turned back to him, her expression hardening with anger. "Didn't you almost die trying to stop those very demons? Shouldn't you want to understand why your list of enemies just keeps growing?" Tiny paused. She was offering free information, so why not take it? "All right then," he said. "Go on and tell me." Irina finally turned to face him as she spoke. "Since ancient times, humanity has oppressed the other races, nearly driving us all to extinction. That's why we helped the founder of Aslan, who opposed the slave system, and established a new order under the Aslan dynasty. However, besides the slave trade being pushed into the shadows, the situation didn't really change." As Tiny heard this, he started to connect the dots. "So what you mean is..." Irina revealed the truth. "That's right. Ellen was kidnapped by humans as a child and only returned after 20 years. She suddenly spun back to him, asking sharply, 'I heard you come from a fallen noble family. Surely you must have seen slaves before, right?' Tiny remembered his own past, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. His hands clenched tightly, filled with a familiar anger. Just because she had a tragic past doesn't mean her sins are erased, he declared, at which Irina exploded, screaming back at him. You don't understand that child's desperation, she shrieked. In response, Tiny began to recount everything that he had seen her do. Do you have any idea how many people she sacrificed? At this point, his own anger completely erupted. She sacrificed dozens of mages and magic users, plus hundreds of normal people. Those could be innocent lives. Or worse, even her own elven kin. After Tiny explained everything, Yurin had nothing but sharp rebukes for him. Watch your mouth, she seethed. But Tiny shot back, arguing that a tragic past doesn't excuse falling to darkness. It was her own choice to become a dark sorcerer. Yurin furiously pointed at Tiny, shouting, Be silent. An elf's mind is not so weak. Tiny was so furious he could barely restrain himself. She knew everything he'd done. And still, you don't trust me. Yurin just crossed her arms, looking down on him. Everywhere you go, incidents occur. It's only natural to suspect you're the one causing them. Her accusations were just noise to him. You're taking this way too far, he yelled. While he seethed, Yurin calmly countered. But isn't it odd? The demon worshippers are still active, even after you've stopped them twice. Tiny suddenly faltered, stammering, Well. The gears in his head started turning as he replayed the events. He realized she was right. He'd thwarted their plans twice. It made no sense for them to strike again while he was still around. And just like that, the truth hit him. You're right. His complete 180 left Yurin a little stunned. Huh? What? He scrambled forward, beaming with sudden excitement. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. His sudden, almost creepy shift in tone put her on edge. Hold on. Why the sudden change of heart? Tiny clarified his thoughts immediately. What I said during the meeting might have been wrong. About the world tree and the relic. She was taken aback. What? Thini laid out his new conclusion. We have to find Estina. If we wait for the monster wave to end, it'll be too late. Yurin shot him a look. Find the Guardian? Why bring that to me? You think I'm going to help you? Thini simply reminded her of her own words. Yes. Because elves possess a noble spirit. I trust you won't make a choice based only on the past. His words made Yurin pause, lost in thought. Her mind flashed back to when she first found Ellen, cowering inside a cage. Ellen, she had said, we've killed the ones who did this to you. Ellen looked up, her eyes completely lifeless. Killed them all? She asked. Yurin affirmed it once more. Yes, they've paid for their crimes. So now you can finally be. But Ellen cut her off sharply. You should have let me kill them myself. The statement left Yurin completely unsettled. What was that? Ellen's gaze shifted upwards as a chilling, savage smile spread across her face. I should have killed them. In that moment, Yurin knew something was terribly, terribly wrong with the girl. The memory of that horrifying encounter sent a shiver down Yurin's spine. I wanted to believe that she could overcome her past. Yurin slowly opened her eyes, her expression now firm with resolve. All right. Yurin looked up, her voice firm. Someone has to finally pay for that child's crimes. Hearing this, Thini broke into a hopeful smile. But Yurin immediately added, however, I don't know anything either. The Guardian could be anywhere in the Great Forest, right on the demon border. Thini's spirits plummeted in an instant. He could only stammer, is that so? Completely useless. But sensing his deep disappointment, she offered one more thing. Do you truly need to meet the Guardian? Thini's hope flared again. Is there a way? She offered him a single, cryptic method. You can release your soul. Thini was confused. And then? He expected some grand explanation, but Yurin simply turned away. That's it. I also suggest you do it somewhere high up. And with that, she left him completely bewildered. But despite her cold demeanor, a part of her secretly hoped. I hope you are the hero this world has been waiting for. That night, under a brilliant moon, his companion Moonwolf howled restlessly. Amused, Thini sat beside his companion, watching it play. So, you enjoying this? He leaned back, gazing up at the stars. It's been a while since we could just relax like this, but still, I feel like I've failed, you know? 5 hours passed with absolutely nothing. Seeing his master's gloom, Moonwolf kept pacing the rooftop, trying to cheer him up. The creature's antics brought a small smile to his face. If this doesn't work, I'm going back to the elders. But just then, something happened. Moonwolf's body began to steam and glow, stopping Thini mid-sentence. Alarmed, he shot to his feet. Moonwolf, what's wrong with you? Its fur stood straight on end, and its eyes had turned a milky white as it stared at him. Thini stared in a daze, calling its name. Moonwolf? But then, the creature opened its mouth and spoke. You've done well to make it here, boy. That voice was familiar. A shocking realization hit him. No way. Are you the world tree? The great beast sat down, gesturing toward the boy. He heard a voice in his head. "I heard you were looking for me." Seeing its tail wag, Tiny asked his question. "You want me to climb on?" And with that, the world tree, in its moonwolf form, carried him soaring into the skies. "Where are we going?" But the creature gave no reply, simply flying him further and further from the city, and higher still. When the city below was just a speck, a worried Tiny asked the question one more time. "Why are we flying straight up like this?" He was so focused below, he hadn't noticed what was looming ahead. He glanced up and his body went rigid. It looked like a giant, shimmering mirror in the sky. He instinctively shielded his face. It was a barrier, created by the world tree itself. The wolf flew straight for it, ignoring Tiny's struggles. "Wait, hold on." He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact. But the world tree passed through the barrier like it was nothing. Tiny opened his eyes, staring at his hands, then let out a breath. Nothing happened. With the danger past, he finally took a moment to see where they were. In front of him stood the base of an impossibly large tree. It was like a small island, floating serenely in the sky. The realization hit him. Is this the world tree? The great wolf landed gently. Tiny hopped off its back, his head swiveling in every direction, completely stunned and amazed. He stared up at the endless canopy, feeling overwhelmed. Who would have ever thought the legendary tree was hidden above the clouds? He looked down toward the small city far below. From there, this place was totally invisible. Was it because of that protective barrier? Suddenly, the world tree called out, making Tiny spin around. The great beast was now lying comfortably at the base of the tree. It seemed to be waiting for him, watching him closely. "Why were you looking for me?" the voice asked again. Tiny didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. "Do you know where Estina is? I have to find her immediately." Of course, the world tree knew that name. "Estina? You mean the guardian?" It tilted its massive head, questioning the boy. "What do you need to tell her?" Tiny explained frantically. "There are people in Elfenheim, and they're after you and the holy relic. I need Estina's help to stop them." But despite the boy's desperate warning, the ancient creature remained completely calm, almost indifferent. Suddenly, the world tree's eyes widened, locking onto Tiny. A jolt of energy shot through his mind, showing him a vision of Estina drawing her bow. That was Estina, without a doubt. She fired a single arrow, taking down 2 monsters at once. Looking at the surroundings, Tiny recognized the place immediately. He knew this location. He knew exactly where it was, the farthest western edge of the great forest. The vision ended. Still dazed, Tiny managed to voice his gratitude. "Thank you." But he had another urgent warning to give. "Also, if anyone comes here with a round object, be careful. Especially if it's red and emitting smoke." The world tree crouched, signaling for him to climb back on. "Do not worry, little one. I have already seen it within your memories." Then, it gave the boy a gentle, reassuring smile. Their talk was done. The world tree thoughtfully carried him back down. It was only then that Tiny noticed something new back on the floating island. A soft blue light was glowing from the base of the tree, the holy relic. So it was hidden here all along, safe with the world tree itself. The demon worshippers would never find it. Together they passed back through the barrier. The very instant they returned to the world below, the wolf's eyes snapped wide open. Its golden pupils slowly faded, turning a familiar shade of blue. It looked at Tiny in a panic. Moonwolf was back. Tiny quickly explained everything. "I got the information we needed from the world tree." He gripped its fur, his voice filled with determination. "We have to find Estina right now. Let's go." And into the night, one boy and his wolf raced off on their quest. Meanwhile, at Nita's holy mountain, a weary sigh echoed through the central hall. A man with brown hair sat alone, his head buried in his hands. Just then, another person entered the grand hall and began walking toward him. Johnson approached with a faint smile. "Sighing so loudly in my presence again. At this rate, the whole clergy will hear you." The man looked up. "Cardinal Johnson, welcome." Johnson sat and got right to business. "Are there any new messages? Any progress at all?" The brown-haired man stood and replied, "Absolutely nothing. Since the last message, there has been only silence." He then asked, "And what of Lord Gothan?" Johnson closed his eyes, a picture of helplessness. "The same as you." The brown-haired man sat beside him, sighing constantly. "Lord Gothan refuses to mobilize the Templar Knights without a direct order from the goddess." The man complained bitterly. "Nothing is moving forward." Johnson looked at him with genuine concern. "You should get some rest." "Your Holiness, what will happen if you collapse at this critical time?" The man forced a weak smile. He tried his best to sound casual. "Isn't this the very reason you granted me this title in the first place?" The man repeated the prophecy's words. "The path to total destruction has been disturbed." He stared intently at the statue of the goddess. "If not me, then who else can possibly decipher the meaning behind this sacred message?" He closed his eyes, sighing again. I have asked, and asked, has destruction been prevented, or has it only drawn closer? But they still hadn't received any answer from the goddess. He glances over at Johnson, realizing that's about as helpful as getting no message at all. They can't declare victory, nor can they prepare for total destruction. But while the old man worries, Johnson is calmer than ever. There's nothing they can do right now. If they relay the message literally, the corrupt priests will just exploit it to sell pardons again. It's the reason Lord Pinkheel and his knights have to be so careful. The man named Talk Now adds his own thoughts. He figures those phony cardinals want to announce the message as fast as possible. He grabs his head, saying if Lord Pinkheel would just act, they could wipe them all out. Johnson is instantly alarmed, warning him, Your Holiness, please be careful with your words. If word of this gets out, they could be facing a full-blown holy war. But Talk Now doesn't have the guts to actually do it. He probes for other news, asking if there's any word from the outside. Johnson finally remembers. It seems the devil worshippers have been active lately. Talk Now is immediately on alert. Devil worshippers? He starts to ask what it means, but Johnson cuts him off, telling him to stay calm. He explains that while some serious incidents have occurred, the consequences have been surprisingly minor compared to their potential scale. Talk Now doesn't get it. So, Johnson recounts what happened in the maritime kingdom of Quran. A legendary monster, the Kraken, appeared, and rumor has it the emperor of the Aslan Empire was assassinated. Hearing this, Talk Now shoots to his feet, and he has the nerve to say that these things aren't a serious problem. Johnson continues, explaining that as hard as it is to believe, the cultists failed because a hero appeared and thwarted their plans every single time. Talk Now is stunned. One person? Who? Johnson explains he's known by the noble title, the Knight of Light. The details are still being investigated. Talk Now then makes a bold decision. So, can I meet him? Johnson looks up, completely shocked. Huh? But Talk Now is already excited, saying a hero like that deserves to be personally praised by the Pope himself. He insists they should also support the hero with everything they can. Who knows? Maybe he's connected to this sacred message. Johnson doesn't refuse. In fact, he agrees it's a fantastic idea. I understand, if that is what your holiness wishes. He gives Talk Now a bright smile, promising to send a report on the hero as soon as possible. Talk Now formally bows in return. Thank you. Meanwhile, in the demon territory near the Great Forest, Tiny and Luna Wolf have reached the tree line. It's been a while since he's seen a monster wave this massive. He scans the area with a wild shout, his eyes locking onto the horde of red-eyed orcs waiting below. This is a true monster army, no regard for friend or foe, rank or race, just a blind, overwhelming urge to attack. With a wicked grin, Tiny draws his massive weapon. Then he leaps from Luna Wolf's back and charges straight into the fray. It's time to get this party started. He spots a group of skeletons, aims for the one with the most distinct helmet, and brings his hammer down hard. Tiny smashes down with all his might. Die. Just one hit sends dirt flying, shattering the skeleton's formation. He slings the hammer over his shoulder with a satisfied grin. Now that's more like it. He glances around again. One thing is certain as he stares at the endless swarm of monsters, an attack of this scale is completely unprecedented. But the Great Forest is still safe, meaning the Elven Knights have done their job well. Just then, a pack of orcs ambushes him from behind. A brave one swings a huge log at Tiny's head, but his shield blocks it instantly, snapping the thick piece of wood in half. Holding the broken club, the orc lets out a pained shriek. Tiny gives a casual swing of his hammer, sending the entire group flying. Get lost! At that moment, Luna Wolf moves to his side. Let's go, Luna Wolf. He jumps onto his back with practiced ease, and together they charge into the monster ranks. All right, let's push forward. His determination is unshakable as he says, I have to meet Estina. Just then, a pathetic scream echoes from deep within the forest. His massive hammer rests among the corpses of countless monsters he's already taken down. Tiny sighs, catching his breath. There's just too many of them. It feels like an endless wave. While his attention is elsewhere, a bright green monster hides behind a tree, stalking him. It waits for the perfect moment and then lunges forward ferociously. Tiny swings his weapon once, and it's gone. He props his hammer on his shoulder, putting a hand on his hip with a contemptuous smirk. Normally only aura can harm spirit-type monsters, but he realizes his own soul power can do the trick. Then he sees the other monsters hiding in the woods. Look at them all gathering over there. The sheer number is so overwhelming that even Luna Wolf's jaw drops in shock. Suddenly, the sound of terrifyingly heavy footsteps draws closer. Tiny knows his true target has finally arrived. A giant hand shoves aside the orcs blocking its path. Tiny announces its name, the two-headed troll. It's clearing a straight path right toward him. He looks at it with a satisfied smile. Right on time. He wanted to run a little experiment. Just as the beast raised its club for a spectacular finishing blow, Tiny pulled his hammer back, ready to counter, but he didn't use the hammer. Instead, he activated a shield that wrapped around his body. The beast's weapon shattered instantly. Tiny then used a new form of the shield, which molded to him like a suit of knight's armor. Ignoring the beast's panicked stare, he pressed on, declaring, "Now, it's my turn." He focused all his strength into a single blow, slamming it right into the creature's side and tearing it apart before it could even scream. The rest of its body collapsed to the ground, marking the end of the brutal fight. He was pleased with the new move, a technique he had just invented himself. Thanks to Animus, he could now manipulate steel. He could push it to the maximum level over and over. He remembered when he was much smaller, back when he used to face much trouble against monsters like this. But it seemed his destructive power had grown just as strong as his soul power. The monsters behind him watched timidly as he clenched his fist. Still, he couldn't fully control it yet, so he decided to hold back for now. He turned, discovering the monsters that had been lurking. The moment they were spotted, they charged in for a fight to the death. Tiny planted one foot firmly on the ground, raising the other. He gripped his hammer with both hands, swinging it up from below. A crazed smile spread across his face. "All I need to do is this." He unleashed an earth-shattering swing that sent a storm crashing into the horde. Tiny's close combat art, second style. Cyclone Storm! A vortex of pure power erupted, blowing away the pests swarming around him. Tiny let out a booming laugh. He shouldered his axe, admiring his handiwork like a grand masterpiece. But just then, a bird flew over his head. It immediately caught Tiny's attention. He realized the bird looked strangely familiar. It was. Could it be the woman he'd been searching for all this time? He shouted in shock. "Estina," then quickly hopped onto Nuirt Lang and gave the command. "Follow it, Nuirt Lang." High above, Estina rode an eagle, whistling for her flock to gather. A squadron of massive green eagles circled around her. Estina carefully scanned the situation, spotting countless monsters hiding below. Their heads peeked out from the trees, watching her every move. But then came an unexpected twist. The monsters were jolted awake as Estina's flock dove aggressively right at them. They attacked with incredible speed. In a flash, one eagle shot straight through the horde of monsters. It left the beasts twitching from an electric shock, their eyes rolling back. The eagles continued to strike the largest enemy groups. Tiny, riding Weird Lang not far behind, could feel the aftershocks of her power, a soul wave. He stopped, looking at the charred plants before him. She'd told him this was a skill designed specifically to deal with monster waves. A skill that somehow only targeted the monsters in the area. How could she possibly do that? He recalled her explanation. It was a technique that used soul separation. He remembered a talk he and Estina had in their past life. The trick was to materialize a spirit body using soul power. He asked her, "You mean creating a spirit from soul power?" He'd suddenly gotten worked up, pointing at the massive bird in front of them. "Are you saying you have so much excess soul power that you can create 5 spirits as big as him and use them to attack?" Estina had just smiled, stroking the eagle's feathers as she spoke. "I'm completely drained after using the soul wave just once because the backlash is too strong," she'd said. "But if I train hard enough, maybe someday I'll become a true soul master. Someone who can control all 7 holy relics. Well, that's what I've been telling myself for the past 50 years at least." The flashback ended. He gave a bitter smile, looking at the aftermath. Now he got it. After taming a spirit body, Estina was the closest to the realm of a soul master out of all of them. He clenched his fist with determination. If only he could learn that from her, it would be another step on his own path to becoming a soul master. He urged his mount onward, continuing the chase. "Let's go, Nuirt Lang." Ahead, a red-eyed orc dropped, an arrow sticking out of its neck. A group of knights and women, with Estina leading the charge, were using bows to defend against the monsters swarming them. Suddenly, Estina buckled, using her bow to keep herself from collapsing. The women around her cried out her name in a panic. "Estina!" A blonde woman rushed to support her. "Oh no, is it the backlash?" But right then, another presence startled the women, causing them to whip their heads around. They didn't hesitate, aiming their spears at Tiny, who had just arrived on Weird Lang. "Who are you? Show yourself." Seeing the situation was about to get ugly, Tiny raised his hands in surrender before it was too late. Then, one knight suddenly noticed something. She looked at Weird Lang, completely surprised. "A spirit body?" Tiny quickly introduced himself. "I came from Elfenheim to find a person named Estina." The knight asked him, "Are you a spirit tamer?" But the women's attitudes were very strange. Completely oblivious to the rising tension, Tiny chimes in, "Right, I need to talk to Estina about something. Suddenly, a sinister purple aura creeps toward him. Demonic energy. He looks closer at the elves, every single one has a trace of it inside them. They're demon worshippers. Without warning, a white-haired elf draws their sword, lunging for the injured Estina. He sees it instantly, another attack on Estina. Tiny screams, "Watch out!" and unleashes his hammer with lightning speed. It flies straight for the white-haired assassin. "Estina!" he yells. The elf, caught up in their scheme, finally sees the massive hammer hurtling toward them, rushing to intercept it. In a blur, Estina jumps to her feet to shield the attacker. The knights are too stunned to even react. The hammer slams into the ground. What just happened? It all moved so fast. Suddenly, a piercing scream rips through the air. Every knight turns their head toward the sound. What's going on now? A moonwolf has appeared out of nowhere and pounced. Its jaws clamp down on the white-haired elf's arm, who screams in pain. "Get it off!" The knights finally connect the dots. The spirit beast attacked Uriel. They see them as the enemy. Spears and arrows are immediately aimed at Tiny from all sides as they demand an explanation. What is the meaning of this, mortal? Tiny realizes he just made a huge, and maybe very foolish, gamble. So he forces a smile and puts his hands up. "I surrender." And that's where we have to leave it for today. So that's the latest chapter breakdown. If you have any theories, drop them in the comments below. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on more awesome videos. Until next time, take care and see ya.